All right. Good morning, VOD crew. We're going to get rolling here in just a hot second. Let me get all launched in here and such. And I'm going to get the YouTube side of things rolling here. And make sure I set my stuff here to clan and friends only. Perfect. Okay. Good. I have with me Nurse 7. You can say hello, 7.
Hello.
And he's going to be playing Nurse for us today. So we're going to be doing the same thing we did last time, 7, where people who purchase a channel membership or gift a channel membership get priority, basically. They purchased insurance, right? You might need to keep a little pen and paper to keep track of the peeps, just an FYI. I'm going to go ahead and head on over to my office here. Just go ahead and hang out in orbit, and you're just going to shuttle some people in as they join in. First group probably is going to be just a whatever group, just whoever's here group. And then obviously once some channel members start to flow in, because they inevitably will, then at that point we will start having to require pen and paper and such. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right, excellent. Okay. Cool. This is good there. Let me start down here. Alrighty, there's that. Good. Don't need analytics, just need to make sure that people can chat. There we go. Okay, beautiful. And lastly, the tags. There we go. Game title, Destiny 2. My tags, I will quickly just copy paste in here.
Density 2.
Density 2. There we go. Make sure that it is in the VOD playlist. Set it to public. Copy the link, and we should be live. All right, excellent. Let me go ahead and post that into the Discord. I spelled medicine horribly wrong. There we go. All right. Okay, excellent. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Build Doctor. We're back here yet again with lovely Nurse 7.
Hello.
And we are going to be fixing your bad builds. Let me make sure I've got everything here. All right. Perfect. Don't need those anymore. Toss these dim links out. Alrighty. Perfect. Hello, greetings. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to the Build Doctor. All right. It is a very hot. It is what temperature is it over here in California right now? It is 81 degrees at 11 a.m. over here in sunny California. And we are here today with the Build Doctor. That's me, your Build Doctor, Mr. Dr. Professor Meeson, PhD. And I will be helping you to create better builds. We do have an insurance policy for the people who would love to get their builds looked at but maybe don't have the time. And anybody who gifts or buys a channel membership today will get priority into the queue. You are going to be joining on a different person today. The doctor is back, that's correct. You're going to be joining on a different person today. You're going to be joining on my lovely Nurse 7, who shall be helping as well as, escorting some people into the office here. First group round is going to be kind of a little bit of whatever. We're going to allow just, a big hodgepodge of anybody here. So, if you would like to join us today, you're going to need to check the description because you'll see 7's Bungie ID. We need 5 people to join up on 7. Actually, it'd be 4 people, right? Because you need to actually join me, right? 4 people to join up on... Yeah, 4 people to join up on 7, and then 7 can join up on me. He will drop you off. And then from there, I'm assuming probably by that time we'll probably have some insurance policy holders, and then we'll go from there.
They bought insurance.
Indeed. Yeah, Xavier's actually, I think that's a renewal thing. I think that's like, YouTube is weird. They have like a weird thing you can do. I don't think that's, anyway, we're going to roll on. Yes, my build, subclass Dawnblade. Yeah, we're going to take a look at you in person here because, you know, a doctor is better in person. We'll be take a look at that way. New drip? No, this is the same. This is the classic build doctor drip, which I might say looks really good for the build doctor, I must say. All right. That's the thing YouTube lets you do is celebrate how long you've been a member for. Yeah, it's odd. It's not like Twitch. Twitch, they allow you to post like a little update thing. It's weird.
What's your shader on your cloak?
On the cloak? I think it's a Trials of the Nine shader. Yes, it is. Honors of the Nine. I'm sorry, he wouldn't probably be cool enough to have such a cool shader such as this one.
It's because of the white. I have the same. We all have the cloak. I'm just trying to look for.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Honors of the Nine. You have to be a Destiny 2 veteran, like almost beta level veteran, in order to have something like this. But yeah. Anyhow.
Oh, this kind of works.
Anyhow. I super chatted. Does that help me with the priority? I want you to do channel memberships because it's the same price, but it literally just gives you more. Like, there is no downside to getting the channel membership. If you can't get the channel membership for some reason, sure, that's fine. But I would prefer you to do that for your sake, not for my sake. I don't get a penny more. It's the exact same amount that goes to my pocket. It's just literally better for you. Anyway. Hey, Max. That's a gifted membership. Thank you, Max. All right, so let's go ahead and get rolling here. Max has priority here to start us out. If you'd like to join, go ahead and join up on 7. 7, make sure that your Bungie ID is set to open in public. And we will get rolling here.
Yeah. I'm just looking for shaders while I wait for my party to fill.
Let me make sure all of my music is going here. I will enter in a few minutes. I have to go to the bathroom. Ah, erectile dysfunction. Understandable. Give me a second on the membership thing. Okay, Noodle. Sounds good. How does this work? We are going to join on my nurse. Bungie ID is in the description. And then from there, the nurse is going to escort you over to me. And I will take a look at your build. And I will try to give my best input to help out and help improve your build. What the heck is this? Oh, it's... Oh, sorry. I just saw something on my... my whatchamacallit. I also have my handy-dandy clipboard to help give some prescriptions and such. So, you know, very, very useful information. Very useful stuff to have. Holy shit, Noodle with 50 gifted memberships. Okay, so, remember that whole thing I said about earlier? Okay, guys, brace for impact. The Eagles are going to be here for a while. Holy shit, how much is that? They say it's $5 a pop. That's $250 that Noodle just dropped. Holy shit. Goodness gracious, guys. Alright, so, yeah, remember when I said that thing about, like, you know, you got to have the gifted membership? We're just going to throw that out the window. It's pretty much just going to be a first come, first served at this point. Obviously, Noodle, we got to let Noodle get in here first if you'd like. But good lord. That's a lot of eagles. Guys, there's going to be exactly 51.5 eagles.
I think they're repopulating at this point.
Yeah, they're multiplying. Brace your ears. Holy crap baskets. I can't turn down the alerts either. The volume that you get is the volume that you get. I'll be in about 10 minutes. Well, that's about as long as it's going to take all these eagles to cycle through, so take your time.
Your ears.
Caw, liberty! Yes.
I think my stratagem started working, guys.
Yeah. Oh, we're finally on the other side of it. Thank goodness. Oh my goodness, that was a lot of eagles. Thank you so much, Noodle, for the 50 gifted memberships. I'm sure everybody at home is very appreciative of that, too. I am planning on next week having the supporter-exclusive spicy clips out. We've already recorded it, so, you know, don't freak out about that side of things. But, yeah, we're gonna have that out for everybody so y'all can watch. So that should be good. Noodle, the benefactor of TDT. Hail to the Noodle. Yes, exactly. Spider Monkey with another 5. Okay, 55 gifted memberships. Well, 56, including Max's. Right off the rip. More eagles! Salute!
Yep, they know where to go.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Spider Monkey. All right. Funnel on in, one person at a time. Please form a nice orderly queue in the lobby. Are you also on Twitch? We do have a Twitch. Often we have another TDT member stream in there who does more of like the helps and carries stuff. Just found out I didn't have gifts allowed. Oh, that's rough. What the hell is a kilometer? Yeah. See, Spider Monkey gets it.
Skeletor, we're down here past the elevator.
All right, come on in, Agent. Loving the drip so far. What kind of build are we looking at today? It's like the green inning all over again. Yeah, right? I'm seeing a Triton Vice on those arms. What an interesting choice. When's the next Spicy Clips? Every 2 weeks we do Spicy Clips. A PvP build. Okay. Anything in particular you want me to keep an eye out for? Drip goes hard. I do like the drip. I think orange is a little underrated, especially on hunters. Like, you see it on other characters, but hunters don't get it very much. Let's pop this open. I like my glaive. Okay, so obviously we're going to be trying to play around the glaive. Obviously, because you have Triton Vice, I can see that from the outset. All right, let's take a look here. Finally got the super black shader. Hell yeah, brother. Edge of Concurrence, an extremely underrated glaive.
I'll be back with more people.
Not a lot of people like glaives in PvP, but Edge of Concurrence in particular, in my opinion, is the best glaive in the game, for PvP specifically. This thing not only has the fastest kill time, like it will kill everything else as quickly as it possibly can, with its faster fire rate and such. The only thing holding it back is a slight, if you have like overshield or such, you will survive it pretty consistently. But once you get its Lightning Seeker shot, its bonus shot active, it is a one shot on literally anything. This glaive is, in my opinion, S tier. And it's incredibly slept on. For me, this glaive is like the Cryosthesia of special weapons. It's one of those things that, for whatever reason, flies under people's radar. I can understand the glaive a little bit more because glaives aren't very popular. But yeah, very, very, very good glaive. All right, we got a, let me make sure this has Eager Edge. It does, good. And the Whirlwind Blade, of course, with the Triton Vice. I hardly ever see the Triton Vice. I think I've seen the Triton Vice maybe once in the entire time since it's come out. Increase great glaive reload speed and melee damage when surrounded. That's going to be difficult to pull off. That's not really something you're playing around. Glaive melee final blows overflow around to the magazine. Glaive projectile final blows detonate if the glaive deals damage matching your subclass type, which of course it should because we're on arc. So Triton Vice I feel like is a miss as an exotic. I understand that you're trying to play into the glaive, but I just feel like this exotic in particular just really isn't worth it. I'm curious just to see how much value you're actually getting out of the thing, because personally it's just meh. It's just meh. If you like glaive so much, why do you only have 44 Crucible kills? That is, you're talking about Agent? If it's with Agent, then that's understandable because they're trying to get into glaives. But if you're talking about me, I have this thing up to like level 100 and something. Anyway. Threat Detector Target Lock, a fantastic roll on the 7th Hour Carbine. So on the outset, just doing the cursory glance, looks pretty good. Like I said, I probably wouldn't go Triton Vice as much as it is glaive synergistic. It's obviously glaive synergistic. It's just bad. It's just a bad exotic. But let's take a look at the subclass here before we get too far into this. Flow State, okay. And then Tempest Strike, sure. Okay, so there is a pretty cool synergy between Tempest Strike and Into the Glaive. I don't know if it still works this way. People who are hunter mains at home, maybe Nurse 7 knows this as well. How much damage does the Tempest Strike do in PvP? Anybody know?
150-ish, I think.
If it's 150, then this will still work. I'm curious, though. 149, 126. Okay.
Are you thinking like a Tempest Strike hot swap glaive?
Yeah, yeah, Tempest Strike. Well, that's the old combo. I know they buffed Arc Striders around 150, I remember. Okay, cool. So that still works. It used to not work back in the past. They recently buffed it like a few months back. So that should work now. So the slide into the glaive is a really fun combo. This is a pretty similar build to something we've done in the past. So this is a really fun combo. Flow State, not allowing you to get amplified. That's just because Lethal Current is just useless for you. That's fine. Skip Grenades is a great choice. It's consistent. Unfortunately, the Arc Bolt Grenades don't deal enough damage for you to combo them into each other again. So Skip Grenades are consistent enough to keep you going. Disorientating Blow is fine. This is mostly because Tempest Strike has its own base cooldown. So you just want to go for the more powerful one. Blink, Gambler's Dodge, of course, in order to keep your melee up. I could honestly see this also going Marksman's Dodge in order to keep your glaive loaded. That works too. All right. Increased resilience, recovery, and mobility while sprinting. Sure. Spark of Instinct to give a little bit of jolt. Sure. This actually works with glaive, so that's fine. Spark of Recharge. I think the only thing I might toss here is the Spark of Haste. Spark of Haste gives you plus 30 to all things. And yes, you do have low mobility, but your resilience is going to overflow. Your recovery is going to overflow immediately. So I feel like Spark of Haste is a bit of a throwaway. I would potentially swap this out for, I think it's not Instinct, it's the, I don't know these fragments as well by name, but the one that gives you ability, class ability cooldown while sprinting. It's a pretty solid one for this, because this one isn't doing too much for you. The best that it's doing it is for your mobility, which should probably be higher anyway. At that point, a more direct recharge. Yeah, Spark of Focus, that's right. Another one that's also potentially kind of interesting. Here, let me pull this up because I don't do this very often. Not Shock. If you were running the Lethal Current or Flow State, whatever. Wait, you are running Flow State. Hold on, let me think. Yeah, you are running Flow State, so that actually might be good. Hold on, one second. So that actually might be good because you, with Flow State, you will be able to get the jolt off of that, and that could potentially cycle it in more. I think Spark of Frequency is potentially really nice as well. The increased reload speed, allowing you to kind of get one into the other is not bad. All of these are generally going to be fine. Let me quickly look through these here. Also, Spark of Resistance, if you do plan on eventually getting surrounded, is okay. It's an okay choice there. I believe it's a 10% damage resistance. You do need to be surrounded by 3, so it's a little difficult to proc, but if it does come up, it's very nice. I think you also had Spark of Recharge, but I'm going to double check just to make sure. Yeah. So considering potentially Shock Ions is not really what you need here. You could also go, if you want to keep your abilities up a little bit more, yeah, Discharge. So I'm thinking potentially, and this is mostly me just trying to remember what these do, so I apologize. We talked about, what is it? Focus, Discharge, maybe Resistance. Resistance is a little bit harder to play around. And then the, make sure you got Recharge here. Let me double check to just make sure what we're looking at here. See if there's anything that could potentially be better. Yeah, I think if it were me, I would probably toss Feedback. I don't know if it bumps it up enough for you to be able to hit Glaive melee. I'm not sure. That would require testing. If it does, then yes, hold on to Spark of Feedback. That's good. I don't think it does, though. I don't think it does. Let me see if I'm missing anything here in chat. Okay, yeah. And I think while Instinct is fine, it's only 10 damage. And the 10 damage that it does give out is pretty much like right on top of you. And that's not going to bump you over in any significant way. You do get Flow State off of it, sure. But I don't know if it's worth putting yourself into a position where you're planning on getting critically wounded. Just so you can have a little bit of Amplified following it. Hunter does love getting Amplified. There's quite a bit that they can do with that Amplified. But, yeah. Something to consider. I'm interested in
also,
chat. What's up?
For the people who join Misam's fire team, can you please leave it so that we can shuttle more people?
Yes. So if you are shuttled in, just leave the fire team. You'll still stay in the tower with me, and I'll still be able to see you. But it'll allow the nurse to get more people in here, fit more people into the tower.
And then also I have 3 more slots if people still want to join.
Yep.
At the current moment.
And if we do get to a position where we start to not, which we might do here, I might have Nurse 7 go into a game gab on our Discord and help people individually. 7 is a little bit more skilled with the PvE side of things, although they've got a decent swing at the PvP. So that's something, if you are interested in getting seen and getting some feedback on your build, that's a way that we could do that. I'll leave that to 7's discretion, though. So anyway, back to what I was saying here. Agent, I need you to go out and test for me to see if Spark of Feedback actually allows you to 2-hit Glaive in PvP. I'm going to put this onto my notes here. Damage check Spark of Feedback, and then from there potentially use, what was it, what was the one that was it, Ions, that gives the ionic traces? Okay, start getting this up here. The nurse sounds like they've been awake for 32 hours dealing with various patients. 7 just always sounds like that. If you
know what's funny?
Any friends of Counterfeit sound perpetually depressed, despite not being depressed. That's just how it works.
Oh, if only you knew.
All right, let's keep rolling on with the rest of the build here. Targeting adjuster for this, yeah, that works. It's already a pretty fine weapon there. I feel like you're missing a little bit here. I do appreciate the other half for its rarity, but I feel like just the half-truths would actually be better with an exact same role. This is just because it's arc, and you're running on an arc subclass, so arc kills, double kills give you amplified. There's no reason not to take the half-truths here. It's just simply the same sword, but more synergistic, right? So something to consider for that. Standard 7 behavior here. Yeah, if you knew 7, you know this is good. This is fine. It's interesting that you're running such high strength. How hard are you speccing into that strength? Not very. Yeah, not at all, actually. Strength is fine, but it's difficult to really see shine on a build that you're intentionally trying to glaive with. I know that you're trying to get this off for the Tempest Strike, but I think it's just generally better to lean in on the stuff that you're already good at. Not to mention, generally for hunters, if you want high strength, you just run Gambler's Dodge with high mobility, right? Because this has a much faster cooldown. It's a little bit more consistent. So, something to keep in mind. I'm going to put this down onto your notes here. Give me just a second. Swap strength. Almost like 1-to-1 for mob. Okay, let's look at the actual weapons and armor mods here. Okay, Reaper, Bomber, good. These weapons don't have a massive amount of breakpoints. Maybe a kinetic. I guess, no, an arc would actually be somewhat helpful here. Yeah, an arc surge might be helpful. How are you using charges of light, if at all? Let's see. It doesn't look like you are. Not at all. Okay, we definitely should be using a little bit of the charges of light. Also, I just had a thought. You know what would make the Triton Vice great is if it just simply said melee kills give you an armor charge. That would immediately make them good. But that's an argument for another time. Argument for another time. So yeah, let me suggest here an arc surge mod that will help with the consistency of the weapon. That will help with the consistency of your glaive. You could also just, if you wanted to, you could go for kinetic surge as well. That will make the 7th Seraph Carbine kill slightly faster with a little bit more forgiveness. But yeah, you're running Absolution here, which is fine. But I would prefer this to be an Arc Surge mod. That little bump in damage can be very helpful, and you're not using them otherwise. Kinetic and flinching, good. It's a little bit of a shame. I am going to put this down in your notes here. Absolutely should be running Lucent Blades. Absolutely should be running Lucent Blade. The Lucent Blade mod on this glaive in particular is extremely spicy. Our surge is useful in PvP, slightly. Slightly. And this is where, like, knowing the weapon's particular damage points can be very, very valuable. Because Edge of Concurrence is exactly enough, just barely enough, to kill a full health target. So an Arc Surge would help it. So if you're shooting somebody in a Rift, let's say, or if you're shooting somebody that has a very slight overshield, that slight bump in damage will help the Edge of Concurrence push it over the edge. On Kinetics, your kinetic weapon here, this will help it be a little bit more consistent. Maybe one less headshot, something like that, which doesn't seem like a lot, but if you can get it chain, you can get it rolling. It feels particularly valuable. If you're looking to improve your orange game, try switching to your Last Wish weapon, Chattering Bone with kinetic slot. It's far more offensively orange than the auto. Yep. Yeah, good on the Lucent Blades. I would probably drop, so you're going high into resilience here, and I respect that, but for me, the way I look at resilience is that there is sort of like sub-tiers within the resilience. So you have the 3 breakpoint, which is almost one-shot weapons in the game, will stop at just having 3 resilience, and then I believe the next one is 6 and 7, for certain things like Thorn headshot kills and such with the poison damage. Certain one-shot headshot setups with like a damage boosted X or whatever, and then 10. So you're at a breakpoint here, but you have such low mobility, and you've already got high recovery. I would generally encourage you to pull away from resilience, put it more into mobility. It's just valuable to you here. Even potentially even discipline over this. Not to say that your resilience stat is bad. It's fine to be at 7. But you don't need, like, most of the time when people go for high resilience, they're either a Titan or they're trying to prevent flinch, because resilience also reduces the amount of flinch that you take. You're running a glaive, and an auto at that. So this isn't as valuable to you as it is for other stats. So I would pull away from that, and I would potentially swap this out. Now that you have mobility here, keeping 3 Lucent Blades allows you to do, I believe it's just simply 3 shots. But because there are, and I'm sorry this is taking so long, guys. I tend to be a little bit longer on the first handful of people. And then I will go a little bit quicker once we've kind of established some things to learn from. Anyway, I would probably swap one of these Lucent Blade mods for a kinetic unflinching. Because now that glaives recharge naturally over time just by simply holding them, right, having them out, the triple Lucent Blades doesn't create a breakpoint anymore. It's pretty much the exact same. So yeah, little bit of unflinching would be helpful there. Dexterities and reloaders, sure, that's fine. Yeah, I don't really think there's anything that you can go wrong with here. Maybe like a heavy-handed mod or something, but yeah, that's honestly fine. That's honestly fine. And then, yeah, the kinetic targeting for this, that's all you really need. That's A-okay. That's A-okay. I would say, I think I've already put this in your notes. Yeah, swap the strength for mobility. For hunters, 9 times out of 10, for a build that's focusing on getting your melee up, it is better, especially on an aggressive build such as this, it is better to simply have mobility. Mobility will just allow you to get your Gambler's Dodge back, especially because you're running Gambler's Dodge, to get into the melee, to do all that stuff a lot faster. You could even do something, which I believe you already are, running the Outreach mod, allowing you to dodge and get a little bit of that energy back. Anyway, even if you're not near somebody. Membership ordeal is no longer required. Yep. Because Noodle gifted 50 gifted channel memberships, y'all can thank them. The membership ordeal is now open to everybody. Alright, cool. Any questions for me, Agent? Let me go back here. I'll be good. I'm very pleased. Good. Glad I could help.
Hey, I big brain. Do you want to hear my big brain?
I'd love to hear it.
So, you know how I normally have to shuttle people to you?
Okay.
Say, I go into the tower joining your fire team and then leave your fire team. People can join on my fire team, leave my fire team, go to you.
Oh, that is pretty smart. That is pretty smart. Okay, cool. All right. Aethera, what are we looking at today? Let me go ahead and get this off the board here. Joining the nurse team, taking a long time for anyone. The tower might be full. Look at this line here. Hold on right there, Aethera. Look at the line here that is forming. That is beginning to form out here. Like, this is going to be bigger by the time we're done. Yeah, we're going to slowly take over this tower. Slowly take over this tower here. All right. Aethera, what are we looking at today? What emotes do I have on? That's not bad. That's a pretty good emote for the doctor. Be contemplating. PvE melee build. Okay. It's a little outside of my expertise. Typically, this requires a degree in this, but I will do my best. I will do my best. Let me see what I can help out with here. Ah, running Vexcalibur. What a based choice. I appreciate this. This is a great choice. Running a blast furnace as well. This seems like a bit of a PvP blast furnace, I will say. I will say. I am going to take a look at some other stuff here, but I'm curious as to what you're going for this. Crux Termination. Okay. And then, of course, Worm God Caress. Right. Okay. Yeah, interesting decisions here. I will say right off the rip, most PvE melee builds require 1-2 punch to really, really see effect. This will be good for Adclair. Of course, Vexcalibur is, you know, kind of just able to just chew through enemies and such. And that would be good for Worm God's Caress, because this does work with the glaive. Most melee exotics will work with the glaive, right? So this gives you that increase in damage over time, with which the Vexcalibur will stack. Yeah. Dr. House's new season's looking dope, not gonna lie, yeah. Okay, Perpetual Motion Vorpal. This is a little bit better. I'm still not a huge fan of this. Also, it's missing the mod. It's possible here, because glaives are so ammo efficient, they can be very ammo efficient because you're going to be meleeing things. You could legitimately run a double special build and get away with it. And right here, you would likely be running a shotgun with 1-2 punch, if possible. This Dr. House guy is way nicer than people were saying. Yeah. Okay, this looks like the Gift of the Thunder Gods. Aethera, are you a newer player? I am curious. What is... Can I see your... I can't see your... I'm curious. Because it's interesting that you chose that shotgun in particular. Because that shotgun is the new player shotgun. That's the brand new player shotgun. It's good doctor for now. Yeah. Right, exactly. Boar understands. Aethera, are you a newer player? I'm just genuinely curious. If not, don't take offense to it. Don't take offense. Okay, yeah, you're level 7. I'm looking right at it. I'm stupid. I'm a Warlock main. That makes sense. Yeah, lacking a 1-2 punch. Lacking a 1-2 punch is a crime for a Titan with a melee build. Yeah, Severance Enclosure is more useful. If you're going for ad clear, sure. This has a little bit better scaling for taking care of big things, because you can get a bunch of those little guys taken care of and then swing in on the big stuff. Sensible by death, too. Okay, and the Crux Termination. I don't know if there is like an optimal pick for a melee build for heavy, outside of just generally having good heavy. You know, there's not really like a very synergistic choice to go for here. You know what I'm saying? Just wanted to get a strong melee build. Yeah, for sure, for sure. So I'm going to go ahead and say this here. We already got the double special thing going. Let me get this up on your prescription here. Look for 1, 2, punch. Let me go ahead and put this up here. We'll start filling this out as we're going here. Start looking for a 1-2 punch shotgun. That's the best way to go about this here. Especially once you get the Worm God's Crest spun up. You can chew through a bunch of little guys and then 1-2 punch a big thing and clear it out very quickly. Especially with the Berserker's melee. The Berserker's melee is pretty darn strong. Yeah, focusing on the Imperial Decree, something like that. Tractor Cannon, that's true, Lucifer. That's true. But obviously we're trying to play on the Vex Caliber here. So, not really anything super duper specific. Alright, let's keep rolling here. Banner of War, of course. Dregner's Lash. I think potentially, rather than Dregner's Lash, running the... What's the other one? Into the Fray? Into the Fray is probably going to be a little bit better. Not to say Dregner's Lash is bad, but I feel like this is going to be a little bit more in flow with the type of build you're going for.
Or maybe even Banner of War.
He's got Banner of War.
Oh, he does. Okay.
I would be decapitating him if he did not have Banner of War. Seasonal Slug Shotgun have any good perks for this build? Seasonal Slug Shotgun. Which one is that? I'm not sure. I can't think of anything.
Cluster?
Super Cluster. No, not really. Super Cluster is more of a PvP shotgun. It's a good shotgun. It's a good shotgun, but I don't think it's as good for PvE. Shackle Grenade, sure, to suspend him. I think you're probably playing it to suspend now that I'm seeing the Shackle Grenade. Yeah, that would make sense. If you want to get a little extra silly, using the grapple can allow you to get into some silly locations and then do some stuff where you can, you know, keep grappling and shooting things. It's pretty fun. Yeah, it's just something to play around with. It just plays further into that highly aggressive build sort of vibe. Yeah, and you're playing around this. Right. So we're going to need to adjust these here. I'm curious. Go ahead and swap some stuff around here for me, Aethera, for your fragments, because obviously we're not playing into suspend anymore. So I'll let you work on that while I look at your armor, okay? We already talked about some of the other stuff here. Okay, time dilation, proximity ward. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Proximity ward is fine. It does give you that little bit of survivability when you're in here. I don't know if I have any complaints about that. Bro needs to use Navigator of Excalibur. Yeah, there's ways to get that rolling for that, right? But they're going for a more generalized build here.
You can't use Navigator and Vexcalibur together.
Yeah, you can't use both. Yeah, so because they're trying to play around Vexcalibur, which I respect. We're trying to respect the integrity of the person's build initially, right? We don't want to just hand them builds, right? It's not a build video, right? We're trying to help people who have a build in mind get to that build goal better, right? I could so use this for my Void build. Also love the content, brother. Thanks, man. Thanks. All right. High strength, sure. Almost for this build, you kind of don't even need it, maybe. You might not even need the amount of strength that you have here. It's probably going to be better for going for higher resilience and just staying alive more. Love the idea of the stream. Very unique. Thank you. Hunter's Thanks just really warranted that. Oh, warranted that, right? Consider resilience per chance. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Pull your strength away. You don't need it. Most of your melees aren't going to come from your actual melee. Most of your melees are going to come from your Vexcalibur. The only time you're really going to be actually meleeing something is a 1-2 punch shotgun into the follow-up, right? And that's going to be pretty brief. So you're only going to need it a little bit. Yeah, higher resilience. Up your resilience. Yep. What you're already doing. But I'll go ahead and put that on your thing here. Higher resil. Lower strength. There we go. Alright, let's take a look at these here. Doubling on the surges. If you are going to do that surge, if you are going to do an elemental surge, make sure that your heavy weapon matches. It's just free synergy right there. Probably, actually, the more I'm thinking about it, you probably are going to want something like a sword. Yeah, if you're really going to try to get in there. Chain reaction destabilizing rounds is already good for the ad clear. I would look for a more DPS orientated sword if you really want to send it that way. Because this is going to be primarily where your big boss damage comes from. You are going to struggle with this setup, I will say. Anything that has range on you, you're immediately going to struggle against, right? Because you don't have any options for sort of long range. So maybe even something that's suboptimal for DPS but has some ad control, something like a machine gun, potentially. This is just, it's going to be awkward. Melee builds are really hard to play around. They're a little hard to play around. They require a lot of skill in that category to really, really make work. I encourage you to go after it because it's very fun if you can get it to work. But it's just something to keep in mind. What are we thinking, Nurse? What are we thinking for a heavy weapon for a melee build?
LMGs actually might be best here, because what I'm seeing, you have your damage load,
But you don't have anything to deal with the front line, like the wave of enemies that some encounters or some nightfalls will throw at you initially. Because usually when you go for a melee build, you're going for a big target. And what he has, or they have, is achieving that, but they don't have anything for the rank and file enemies.
Well, they're going to be doing the Vex Caliber stabbing for the rank and file, right? They're going to be just diving into the middle and, you know, playing as a Legionnaire, basically. Hey, Lego Man. Surprised you weren't already a supporter. Good to have you on. So, yeah, I would give myself some kind of option for range, even something that's considered less optimal, such as, like, a machine gun. Just something to give yourself some range. Okay, running instead with an auto rifle, sure. That pulls away your damage, but that does kind of help you out a little bit here. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I said, you're going to struggle against anything that has longer range, right? So that's just something to keep in mind. That's just the nature of a melee build. So yeah, we'll talk more about that here. I would probably swap the Falling Guillotine with the roll that you have for something more damage orientated. As much as Chain Reaction Destabilizing Rounds is a great ad clear sword, you already have your ad clear and just stabbing things in the face with Vex Caliber, right? And I feel like anything extra than that, if your Vex Caliber isn't working, it's not a problem of the heavy, that's a problem of the Vex Caliber. See what I'm saying? This good noodle guy is too powerful. I'm at Vegeta holding 100%. Thank you, Lego, for the 50. Appreciate that, bro. Cheese and fries. Yeah, sheesh. Yeah. All right, let me continue on with this here. Let me drop this in here. Look for higher DPS sword. You've already got your ad clear. All right, let's roll on. The surges are going to work well here, but you absolutely need some type of healing orb mod. Some type of healing orb mod. I won't put this on your prescription because you'll likely be able to allocate this. Not to mention you could drop this to a 2, and this would keep you exactly at the same tier. There you go. And then just some type of healing orb. Some type of like better already or recuperation, something here, just to give you that bit of health. Otherwise, you're going to be constantly on the back foot. You do have Banner of War, which is helpful. But in case of those times where you just need that little bit of extra push over, it's something to consider. So, yeah, play around with that. See if that feels like too much. Lucent Blades, good here. Yeah, you don't really need anything else, although it could be useful to get some resistances. I have been told, and I cannot verify this, but I've been told that, and this seems to work with how Destiny checks, somebody can verify this at home, because I'm curious, because if we get enough people that can verify this, then we'll consider this worthy of putting in the next things you don't know. I've been told by a somewhat reliable source that melee resistance mods don't actually look for melees, they're just checking distances. I've been told that if let's say, a Scion is point blank and shooting you, it still counts as melee resistance. Even though it's not technically in melee, it's just a proximity thing. Same thing with sniper damage resistance, but at longer ranges. I don't know if anybody can verify that, but that was what I was told. And like I said, it kind of checks out with how Destiny tends to operate. Notice that too. Okay, interesting.
Spaghetti code, I swear.
Yeah. Can anybody else verify that? We are Peter Parker picking the money between the Batman, Iron Man money fight. Yeah. Test it out. It's hard. That's the problem. It's difficult to test because you can't take it into PvP. PvE, you're going to get kind of wonky damage numbers. Got no actual proof, but it definitely seems like it. Okay. Yeah, we'll think about that more. I don't know if Lucent Blades are necessary here. Getting back to the topic at hand, I don't know if Lucent Blades are necessary for... Like, Lucent Blades are generally better for one of two things. Either high DPS sword builds builds that you're trying to specifically build around the sword. So you want that charge to come back quicker. Or you're going for some type of like PvP glaive setup, right? It does work off a distance. P-Nugget verifying that. Interesting. Okay. If we could get more people to verify that, that'd be interesting. That'd be interesting. If somebody could go out and find a way to test that, that'd be great too. But anyway, so saying that, I think just more generic damage resistances would be better here. Solar, Void, Arc, something like that. Melee, probably. It does work off distance. Dim says so. Oh, okay. If we've got an authority saying so, that's good to know. I will keep that in my list here. All right, moving into this. Absolute crime that we are not running some type of like melee orb or cycling thing. Void Loader, sure. Keep that up. Keep that rolling. You do not need dexterities in PvP or PvE ever. Never going to need dexterities in PvE. The only time that's going to happen is the absolute highest end of build for like a slug swap setup. One of those builds where you're basically APM testing your setup. Getting tired of YouTube throwing ads at me every 5 minutes. Is it still doing that? Hold on 1 second. It sets it by default to be a bitch about its ads. Let me see if I can turn them off. Because I have it set to it allows the ads in general. Because otherwise it doesn't push the stream. But let me see if I can get them to be like every 30 minutes or something like that. Give me just a second here. There is an option for that. Okay, cool. There we go. Try that out. Let me know if that helps. Keeps resetting the video every time too. Okay, hopefully that helps. Sorry about that, folks. Alright. Void Loaders. Yeah, Focusing Strike, something like that. Even the Heavy-Handed mod might be better here. Not to be rude to our benefactor, but isn't YouTube Premium a good option? Yes, if you're trying to be balanced about your ad blocking approach, YouTube Premium is probably the way to go. Ad blockers mean that automatic ad skippers are fine in terms of like actually making sure that the person you're watching still gets paid, because that just immediately skips through the ad. Ad blockers just prevent pay altogether, which kind of sucks for me. Whereas YouTube Premium they're also trying to like improve YouTube Premium, so you get things like improved bitrate and such. Not only helps me get more cash, or any people that you watch, they actually get paid more than just base, but it also blocks ads, so it's nice. You can get YouTube Premium for half off. Yeah, that's also true. There's also lots of ways to get YouTube Premium for a lot cheaper. But anyway, back to what we were talking about. I don't Nurse. What else do we want on our arms for this here?
Ooh. Hold up. Let me look at the melee mods here.
So is Vex Caliber a must for the build creator? Yes, they're trying to stick to the Vex Caliber. We want to respect their exotic choices, if we can. We might suggest other things, but you know.
And they're running.
How do Warm Gods still not have any ornaments? I think they look cool. Cool. Welcome, Private
nice.
Founder, to supporter rank. Surprised you weren't already a supporter with the amount of gifted subs you give out, dude. You gift more than you do it for yourself. That says something, I suppose. What's up?
Etheria, do you know how many armor charges you might be able to stack?
What are you going to suggest?
Font of Vigor.
Oh, for Vigor? Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, potentially. Okay.
Because
Yeah.
if they gain a bonus to strength.
Right. Special Ammo Finder. And again, targeting as a PvP specific thing, you do not need targeting. Swap that for almost anything else. Heavy Ammo Finders, anything. Yep. Lol had to update the card and forgot to redo membership. Well, good to have you back. Yeah, but other than that, I hope that helps. Let's keep rolling here. Like I said, for the first handful of people that we get in, I tend to go a little bit slower. I tend to try to go over the builds in more depth, just because most people at that point will hopefully have a general idea of like what is and isn't good, right? And then from there, we will start to go a little bit quicker once we kind of have a feeling for everyone knowing a little bit more of what it is we're looking for and such, right? All right. Thank you, Athera. Hopefully that helps. Alrighty. What's up, random? What are we looking at today? Tower seems full. It probably is. Yeah, it probably is. I'm random. Got a broken wrist, so I just want to see a doctor's opinion on gear to complete my guardian's duties. to delete dregs on the EDZ. And no, I don't have insurance. Don't worry about that. Yeah, you're good. You're good, Random. Somebody came in, a very generous benefactor has taken care of you there, so do not worry about that. All right, Random. There you are. Alrighty. So, taking care of dregs on the EDZ. What activities specifically are you looking for? Are you just looking to just do some patrol stuff, something a little bit chiller? Are you looking for like onslaught? What exactly are you hoping to do? Is this just a generic PvE build that you're hoping to have some value in? Yeah, tower's very much full. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me. I should join just to show my void build that I used in Patreon training. Selfless plug. Yes, patrol mostly. Okay. Alright, so some basic stuff here. This means that we can have a little bit of fun with this, so that's good. Skyburner's Oath, Rain of Fire. Rain of Fire will be good for generally keeping your weapons loaded, but currently you are missing on a massive portion of the synergy here. Yeah, Rain of Fire with no fusions is just an absolute crime, a travesty even. There are a lot of really good kinetic slot fusions, and grabbing one of those will be so beneficial to you. This build, as it stands right now, almost looks like a PvP build with this setup of weapons and gear and such, but you absolutely need a fusion rifle here. In fact, if you really want to get spicy with it, Random, I don't know if you've been able to get your hands on the Vex Mythoclast, but the Vex Mythoclast for this would be amazing. Yeah, Riptide's easy to get. That's a PvP drop. You can focus it as well. Riptide has a lot of really good rolls for PvE. So let me just go ahead and put this in here. Find a decent fusion rifle.
How much you want to bet when they made Rain of Fire they forgot all about Vex?
No, absolutely not. Are you kidding me? That was an intentional synergy. He does have Vex Mythoclast. Yeah, run Vex Mythoclast. And in fact, you could run Vex Mythoclast with a kinetic fusion. Kinetic slot fusion. So, like I said, Riptide, Scatter Signal's good. Pressurized something or other. There's a lot of good ones in there. Yeah, Pressurized Precision. There's a lot of really good ones in there. This Boudica is difficult. Difficult to play with. Slick Draw Gut Shot is not really the play for PvE. Yes.
Deliverance is another one.
Deliverance, yeah. Find a decent kinetic slot. There we go. Yeah, having Vex, though, is great. That's going to be immediately... That's so valuable to you. Retrofit Escapade. I remember when this was meta. This exact role was the meta. It's still fine. There are better options, though, right now for just heavy slot in general. If you're just looking to kind of do things on patrol, it'll be fine. We're not need to be super specific here, right? But I would probably swap this out for something better. Fourth time's the charm target lock is a little bit of overkill for dregs, and not the greatest for actual DPS stuff. It's fine, it'll work. Hammerhead is great right now, yeah. The not Dares of Eternity, sorry. Brave Arsenal is available to everybody right now. You can focus it, makes it a lot easier. Fixed odds, yeah, fixed odds if you want to do something like that. Even just something like a sword, if you just want to get through ads quickly. Something to think about. Mr. Meesum, Mr. Dr. Professor Meesum is the full name, thank you very much, is back. Same as before to see this build, Doctor. Yeah, we actually are open to everybody today. I actually probably should try to change the description because a generous benefactor has gifted 50 channel memberships, so we're just going to say no holds bar, just join in. First come, first serve. Yep, linears also work great. Linears are also a great choice. I'm just going to say spec a different heavy. A sword, sure. Sword will work. Yep. Eager Edge 2 is even better because I feel like on patrols having a little bit of mobility goes a long way. It's very fun. Very fun. Mr. Dr. Professor Meesum Esquire. Senior Esquire. There, perfect. I like that one better. Yeah, I think Eager Edge is probably the best here. Especially because you're just trying to chew through stuff. So he's good. Alright, let's take a look at the actual build itself. Icarus Dash, of course, and Touch of Flame. Okay. Going for the Healing Grenade, sure. Alright, Incinerator Snap. Do you know how to Snap Skate? Snap Skate's kind of fun. If you can, figure that out. If not, look at the video on it. There's plenty of good stuff on it. I've been loading in for 30 minutes. Reset your game, bro. It's bugged. 50 gifted's insane. Yeah, I know. Ember of Char. Sure. I think Char's potentially a bit of a waste here, being that your Touch of Flame is playing around the Healing Grenade, and you don't have a whole lot of Scorch outside of your Incinerator Snap. Like, currently, that is your only source of Scorch. Besides the artifact, but that's neither here nor there. Singeing, sure. Yeah, I would pull far away from Eruptions, Ignitions, and such. Or I would lean into it. You're kind of riding the line between the two, and you're not doing a great job of either right now. The build is currently set up to not be successful in either way. Like, you've got healing, and you could lean in on the healing. You've got some Scorch, and you're not really leaning in on the Scorch. So, something. Lean one way or the other. I'll specify that in my notes here. Choose either Scorch, Iggs, or healing. Cool. So yeah, this whole thing probably needs a top-down rework. Literally swapping this to just a more traditional grenade, a more traditional scorching grenade, would allow this to have a lot more synergy immediately. But if you want to respect the healing grenade, which I do, then yeah, maybe swap this out. Maybe swap this out. All right, let's look at this. Sure, empowered finish, time dilation, sure, proximity ward. I forgot. I didn't know they let you do this. I thought they'd only let you have one. All right, time dilation's fine. Sure. Yep, solar surges, good. A little bit of healing off of that. That's fine. All right, emergency reinforcements. It's generic. It'll work. I feel like because you have surges here, it might be better to just go for more generic resistances rather than going for emergency reinforcements. I feel like emergency reinforcements is something you specifically do just for the explicit purpose of, like, not needing to specify, and you've got surges elsewhere. Why am I hearing eagles? Blind with 50 gifted memberships, bro! That's over 100 gifted memberships. We're almost at 125 gifted memberships. All right, everybody, brace for impact. We're going to be hearing some eagles for a while.
Do I hear the sound of democracy?
It's the sound of America. Holy smokes. Yeah, make sure you've got gifted memberships turned on, guys. Make sure you're allowing YouTube to give you memberships. Holy cow. Cheese and fries. By God. Is it normally like this? This is literally my first stream. Not like this, no. Not quite like this. This one stream single-handedly paying TDT teams rent. Yeah, man. I'll talk about some stuff here, but what the fuck is a kilometer? If you're not green at this point, it's because of your settings. Basically, yeah. Basically. Freedom forever. Now read that without hearing the Helldiver voice actor. I suddenly smell a barbecue and hear country music. Yeah. There we go. I think we're on the other side of it. I'm just unlucky all my life. I think it's because you're Russian, Boar. I think Russia has some very unique things how YouTube handles it. Neagle sounds are sounding like freedom. Oh, that's great. That's absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys so much. Unbelievable support on this. So yesterday, if you're green at this point, you should hit that like button. Thanks, Private Founder. Yesterday, I just signed a document that I won't say the exact dollar amount because I'm a little uncomfortable about it. But let me do the percentage math real quick. It was... I'm going to take all of my savings, including things that I had set in like stocks and bonds and stuff. Right, no, the other way around. Yeah. Yesterday I just 70% of my income of my life savings up to this point, 26 years old. 70% of my life savings was just spent yesterday on a very big purchase. A very scary big purchase. Not a luxury purchase, mind you. Not a luxury purchase, like a necessary life purchase. So I appreciate this, guys. This really does help because we're at a place now where every single penny is now being tracked. You know what I mean? Gambling, not gambling, not gambling. Yeah, we just bought like 30,000 PS5s. Yeah, that's what we did. Yeah, that's what we did. Bought 5 silver. Yeah. Jeez.
hold on, I have to have the drip. I was buying myself synthweave.
Tax fraud goes hard. Yes, it was tax fraud. That's what we were doing. Anyhow, anyway, I appreciate it, guys. Really, really. I don't have a great way of explaining how valuable this is, but it's extremely valuable. Thank you, everybody who was supporting today. It's very, very valuable to me. Thank you. Okay, let's try to get back to the task on hand. So, I would generally go for more just generic resistances. Sniper resistance is fine. Emergency reinforcements is only good if you're not doing some type of surge other places, because it takes 3 of your charges and you don't have the taking charge mod. So, just something to keep in mind. Sure. Yeah, okay. Melee resistance. Sure. Melee resistance. Let's keep rolling here. Okay, font to focus, that's fine. Melee kickstart is fine. I don't know if you really need this, though, and I would rather these generate orbs for you, rather than just kind of have something generally coming up slightly faster. Grenade, if you really want your grenade to come up quicker, there are things that you could do to give yourself that. The kickstart, if I were going to do anything, I would probably do the kickstart mod here instead, but more realistically, I would probably toss all kickstart type mods like this, all these yellow mods, and go for blues, or something else just more generic. I would probably go for the heavy-handed mod to give yourself a bit of orb of light, and then you could spec your boots to give yourself, like, you could toss potentially one of the solar surges, go for absolution to get it more on the pickups, and then do like the melee orb pickup one or the grenade orb pickup one, right? So something to swap out for that. Yeah, font focus probably fine though. That'll work for you. And then surge is here. So the arc siphon and the solar siphon. You don't have an arc weapon, so the arc surge is, or the arc siphon is doing literally nothing for you. So swap that out. Solar siphon's fine. That's a-okay. I would probably go for heavy ammo finder. You might not need that for the EDZ, just kind of vibing around, but you know, something not arc siphon basically. Chat pick a number between 1 and 10. That's the build that I have the build doctor look at. 7. Okay, there's a Veritasium video. Let me pause for a second here. There's a Veritasium video talking about how people choose random numbers. If you chose 7, I'm sorry to say, you're kind of a basic bitch. I'm just relaying the facts. 7 is not really that random of a number. Everyone picks 7. Yep. Anywho. My first stream and I'm being roasted. Welcome to the build doctor. Alright, so yeah, I think that helps. I hope that helps. The build's a little all over the place, but you don't need to be super specific when you're doing just EDZ stuff. So anyway, hope that helps, random. Good luck. Hello, 7. That's a very regal looking nurse outfit you have there.
I'm the royal physician, don't mind it.
I see. I would be concerned if you were my doctor. Double check that the tower's being cleared out. It might be someone's internet leaking lag again. We're going a little slow. But yeah, once you're finished, by the way, once you're done, if I've looked at your build, bail out. Do me a favor and just leave the tower. That way we can get more people in here. Doc, my left eye hurts and my build seems lacking. Can you help me out? Can you help me get it both fixed? I will take a look at your eye. I don't claim to be an actual doctor. Who needs a medical license when you have style? Alright, Skeletor, where are you at? Squiggles, where are you at, Skeletor? There you are. Okay. We will have to talk about your clan. I think that would probably be the first thing I would fix, is that clan. Good God, that clan.
What's the clan?
You can take a look.
Okay, can't wait to see this one.
I do like the helmet off with the eye thing. That's cool. Kind of a Prince Zuko vibe, if I may. Meeson, would you rather be TF2 Medic or Mercy? TF2 Medic all day, every day. Are you kidding me? TF2 Medic actually has a personality.
Hey, Meeson.
What's up?
I've seen worse.
Yeah, I have too, but it's still pretty bad.
It is, but yeah.
Alright, so what are we looking at here? This is a PvE build, suspend build, that is meant to focus on keeping enemies in the air. It's lacking in places, Doc. Alright. Also, please rate my drip 1 out of 10. You can tell me to use whatever. Okay. Well, you're super black, and I can tell this is super black. Yeah, this is super black. And I'm assuming the helmet is off because this helmet doesn't look good. So out of 10, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to give you a 2. It's kind of basic, if I may be real. It's a little basic. The swords in the back are cool, sure. Yeah, see, it looks okay, but like, man, it's just super black. It's just super black. It's not doing anything for me. I'll put the helmet on. Yeah, it's not doing anything for me. I'm sorry to say. I've seen this before. I see like 5 of you a game in PvP, and that's not even that much of an exaggeration. Yeah. Dropping heat today. Yeah, okay. All right, Wishkeeper, sure. Apocalypse integration, sure. Lack of a special weapon's a bit of an interesting choice here. I don't know if I would do Apocalypse when you already have the Wishkeeper. Being that Wishkeeper does have the potential to do a little bit of ad clear as well with its secondary shot. Bungie give us the most unique shader for Hunter mains ever, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the Apocalypse integration on this. Also, counterbalance block for PvE is a crime. I don't know if it's that hard to aim this thing, but I don't think you could. I think you should probably focus on just making it deal more damage. So yeah, instead of doing something like this, go for a more standard minor spec, major spec, boss spec, whatever. Right? There you go. Boss spec, then this autoloading holster, Vorpal weapon. Great roll in this hothead. Fantastic roll in this hothead. Not sure how to turn on gifted subs. I would Google it. I don't know how to do it myself. I think an amazing idea ornament for Astrocyte versus would be a black hole looking thing. That would be kind of cool. I like Astrocyte though. I think it looks fine. I think it's one of the few that don't need it. Check out the shader for the hothead. Okay. Is it super black as well? No, it's the Crucible one. Carminica. Yep. Carmisia? I don't know how to pronounce it. It's the Crucible one. Yeah, cool. Cool. Yeah, I would just probably swap this out for something a little bit more spicy. There's not really any incredible synergies with the Wishkeeper with anything that I can think of. But like, just something more powerful, such as the Indebted Kindness, is an incredible weapon. And it's special. And, you know, you get a little bit more power out of that special weapon slot. Not to say Apocalypse is bad. It's a great weapon. It's just not really working for the rest of the build here. Meesum, care to explain why your videos and streams aren't popping notification and I've hit the bell? I'm not sure. I have... They should push to notify subscribers, so I'm not sure. Your attachment to the world. Good job. Fire team was once again at capacity. Yeah, it's going to do that. Zod had a Dollar General version of the Dragon's Breath. It actually is the original Dragon's Breath for D2s at least. Obviously, D1 had Dragon's Breath. But yeah, this was before Dragon's Breath. And then I think they decided after the fact to actually bring Dragon's Breath back. But yeah, it's the exact same model. It's the exact same model. Is it weird that I'm nervous excited to get a build check by a pro? No, I don't think so. Only just now getting to interact with streamers, TBH. Oh, cool. Well, I'm glad to have you here. Yeah. Anyhow, I would do something else. Let me put that on your list here. Actually, let me make sure I got my prescription set up here correctly. Again, not to say Apocalypse bad. It's a great hand cannon, but just probably better options out there. Look for sub on Apocalypse. There you go. All right, let's keep rolling here. Thread Runner, of course. Suspend Grenade, of course. Whirling Maelstrom is a great choice here. I'm glad you chose this. This allows you to get the tangles off of the suspended targets, which you're going to be doing a lot of. Widow's Silk for the double grenades. Now, this is fine. I feel like this is good. And this is not a bad choice. I would be curious if you have actually tested just the simple suspending dive and just playing it that way. I'm curious if that's something that you've actually done. Because as much as Widow Silk is fine, I feel like most of your suspend is actually going to come from the weapon itself. You know what I'm saying? In the waiting scrim, 3 other crazy with the worm, 1 pyramid ship, and another jump ship, but I don't know the name of. So, anyway, let's keep rolling with the rest of this here. Strand Open Findables have a chance to create a Threadling, and you're specking into the Threadling that way. Increase duration on that, and then Grenade Energy. This is suboptimal, I would say. What is the roll on this? Is this the Threadling one? It is not the Threadling one. No, it is not. Yeah. No, you don't have it set for the Threadling one. This is... yeah, Snare Weaver's Traps last longer. If this was the Threadling version of this Wishkeeper, yeah, go ahead and go for Threadlings. Go ahead and go for Threadlings. I have it, but unreliable in certain situations, yeah. If you have the Threadling version of this, go for it. The Snare Weaver Traps lasting longer is better for the lockdown of the zones, but at this point, I wouldn't spec into this. Because you're wasting 2 fragments on occasionally getting a little burst of energy. You know what I'm saying? I would go for something about Woven Mail, like a Thread of Warding, or whatever it's called. Maybe Thread of Mind also would be very good for you. Especially if you want to go for the Suspend Dive. You could go the Suspend Dive and do Thread of Mind. That'll allow you to get it up and more more frequently available to you. And it might even be more available than double grenades right now. And I would probably swap off a threat of generation. So try this for me. Just give this a shot. Regardless, one way or the other. Let me put this in your prescription. I'm going to say one thing and put the prescription up to say another thing, okay? I hope that helps. Hope that makes sense to what I'm doing here. Don't spec for red links. Because you just don't have anything really supporting it. But here's what I'm going to suggest. Try, yeah. What's this, Ensnaring Slam? Yeah, try Ensnaring Slam. And then put Threat of Mind instead of Threat of Evolution. Threat of Evolution obviously is literally doing nothing for you right now. Try Threat of Evolution, and instead of Threat of Generation, try, what is it? What's the one I'm thinking of? The one that gives you an orb of power on suspend target kills. What's that one called? Was that Threat of Wisdom, is it? Nurse?
I'm looking for it.
It's down here. It's like right here when it's popped up. It's the top right.
Wisdom.
Yeah, try Wisdom instead of Generation. Yeah, so now what your setup is, now what your setup's looking like, you've got Ensnaring Slam, Maelstrom, so this will allow you to keep them going with itself. The Shackle Grenade's fine here. And now, when you suspend a target, it gives you class ability energy to lead back into more suspends. That gives you an orb, which gives you Woven Mail. And now Woven Mail is something that will keep you alive more frequently, and those targets will stay suspended for a little bit longer. So now the build should loop on itself a lot more consistently, and should allow you to generally keep targets suspended a lot more often. And because you have an orb coming up all the time off of your kills now, off of your suspend kills, that can open up a lot of things for the build. See? Yeah. Yeah. See, the doctor knows how to... You didn't know that the doctor's also a chef, because the doctor knows how to cook. Yeah. All right, let's look at the rest of this here. Powerful Attraction, great choice. Reaper is probably unnecessary here, because you're probably going to be doing the suspend dive now. A lot of our builds probably going to need to shift a little bit here. I would probably go for time dilation on this. It's just a good choice. Here. But yeah, Bomber for that. Why not? Sure. You got high resilience. That's good. Let's take a look at the rest of this here. Some healing. Good. Innovation to get the grenade up. We can go for a Surge mod. Go for a Strand Surge here. Also, if you do decide to go for a Strand Surge, as great as your Hothead is, if you can get a Strand like a Cataphract, that would be amazing for your damage. Cataphract is probably one of the best. It's like it's an S tier grenade launcher. Let's just cut the crap. It's an S tier grenade launcher. If you can get a Cataphract with a decent roll, that will benefit your surges. That'll benefit the rest of the build here. Meeson, can you kick me from your fire team real quick? I need to test something. Okay, I can do that. Give me a sec. Making sure I'm not seeing anything else here. I did B2 last week's. Started into the light, but haven't really felt like getting back into D2. Not really sure if I burned myself out. Yeah, this is a good time to get back in. Anyway, yeah, Strand Weapon Surge, cool. General Resistance is fine. Yeah, we're not going to get super specific with that. Reloaders are good. You can go harmonic things here. Power Pounder with 20 gifted. All right, more Eagles. Hold on for the Eagles. Here they come. Prepare for Eagles. How many was this? Is this like... We're at least 100. So we're at 100 and almost 50 right now. America. Here we go again. The insurance is insane. Yeah, an insane amount of insurance today. Goodness gracious, guys. Absolutely incredible. 120 since... No, I think we've done more, right? Yeah, absolutely incredible. 120 or so. Yeah, amazing. Thank you guys so much. Is this Medicare? Yeah, I think this is Medicare. Oh, jeez. All right, let's keep rolling. I would like the Eagles distract us so hard. I'm trying to like help this guy with the build, and it's like, surprise, Eagles, bitch. All right. Thanks so much, guys. Really, really appreciated. And everyone who got a gifted membership, y'all should be thanking the person who gifted it to you. That was way too generous of them. Eagle therapy described as prescribed by Dr. Meeson. Yeah. Let me put this into your prescription here. Look. Try to get Cataphract. Or similar. I spelled similar wrong. No,
I mean, Edge Transit is a really good substitute if you don't feel like playing Trials.
Well, I'm trying to get a Strand heavy weapon, because then that combos with the Surges, that combos with the other stuff that he's got going on, like the Reloaders and such. I just got called into work. That is really sad. The F is up with these dude, could you imagine what, like, all of the science world would be, like, messed up? Like, all of the biology world would be messed up if they saw eagles, like, migrating like ducks and just, like, all at once. That'd be so weird. It'd be so weird.
That'd be so silly.
It'd be very silly. You can get a damn good Cataphract with the Void New Light pack from my core array. Oh, good to know. Thank you. Good thing I have Trials and Gram save. Yeah, go for Cataphract. Like, a good rolled Cataphract will out DPS most everything in the game. And especially because it's synergistic with everything else. And now, lastly, the thing that we didn't even mention, Foe Tracers. Your Foe Tracers are set up in such a way that this will just benefit absolutely everything else you've got going on. I don't think you need the double strand siphon mods here. I'd probably just go for one. I've said this before, but orbs, just picking up a single orb is more valuable than having a powerful orb. So getting multiple orbs off all at once is generally more valuable, right? That allows you to get like multiple stacks of your strand weapon surges or any other kind of kickstart stuff or whatever it is that you might be doing, right? So I would swap out the strand siphon mod, maybe go for a special weapon siphon if you decide to pivot onto special weapons. Even just a scout here, but double strand siphon's really not necessary. Really not necessary. Yep. Heck, not Cataphract, never mind. It's another damn good strand RPG. Yeah, just any strand weapon. Yeah. Etiquette question: Do potential patients / join at any time, or are there intervals? You can join at any time. My nurse will interval you correctly. Yeah. So hopefully that helps. The last thing I would say is try to spec for as high resilience as you can. If you're going for PvE, maximum resilience. So pull away from any sort of discipline that you have here. Max out your resilience if you can help it. If not, don't worry about it. Try to get armor that eventually pushes that way. Resilience is the single most important stat in PvP or PvE. Single most important stat in PvE. Everything else is secondary. Yeah.
Oh, people were joined on me. Oh, I gotta take them back in.
Best I can do is mostly stay in orbit and wait for the doctor. Yeah, get Lego Man in here. Get the people who gifted 50-something subs. Blaine, Lego Man, Noodle, Private Pounder. Get them. Make sure that they get in here. I want to make sure they have a spot because they kind of deserve it.
My fire team.
Y'all agree that Super Black is a diagnosis as well. We've talked about it. Remove me. Oh wait, right. Yeah. Noodle, let me remove you. I think this kicks you all the way out, but let me try. I see Lego Man, right? That's Noodle, right? I always make sure. I always make sure that it's not. There's Noodle. Yeah. No, Lego Man's here. Lego Man's here. Yeah. I always mix you two up. It's like, yeah. Anyway, all right. Noodle. Right. Varric Alexander. That's right. That's the name I'm trying to think of. Yeah. Okay. Boot. I think this kicks you all the way out. Yes, it does. It kicks you back to orbit. Yes, it does. Okay, so that kicks you all the way back out to orbit. Noodlestone at least $700. Yeah, Lego Man and Noodle, for whatever reason, for their Bungie names. I don't know why, because I think it's because Noodle's Varric Alexander. I just loaded in. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I have 12 people in my fire team.
We'll make sure. Wait. Yeah. Okay. I'm good. I'm gaslighting myself here. Cheese and fries. Oh, I'm on a slope. There you go. Pain, absolute pain. I thought you said to kick you. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you were trying to load in, so you wanted me to kick you. I got it. Okay. I got it. Thank you, Doctor. You're welcome.
If you're in Meesum's fire team, could you please leave? And then also, I'm gonna need half of you to dip so I can shuttle half of you in.
Yep. If you're in my fire team right now, leave the fire team. You'll stay in the tower, I promise. You'll stay in the tower. That'll allow more people to get in here. So, Sleepy Fool, I see you in the bottom left there. Leave the tower for me, please. Stabbing up the doctor is allowed. That's fine. Kick him again to be safe. Good point. Mythic, you're going to post that in Bungie, or Destiny, sorry. You're going to post that in Destiny. I might be stupid. No, you're good, man. It's a little weird, especially if you're a console player, which I'm assuming you are. All right, next, come on in. How about a new map office, the new Neo Muno map? Might have some hip doctor office locations. Yeah, but we have to cycle in and out. I'm planning on being here for a while. We've already been here for an hour and 14 minutes.
Already?
Yeah. Okay. What are we looking at today? Did my ghost do a spin? Did I just miss my ghost doing a spin right there?
Spin to win.
Looked like my ghost did a spin. Alright, anyway. Bob. Is that a Undertale reference? I hope to God it is an Undertale reference. Hi, I'm Bob. Alright, I'm
Someone
assuming this is a
named
PvE
Azrael
build.
Dreamer
Bob,
joined.
what we cooking today? Your ghost did a flip. Huh. Somebody, wait, hold on. I can clip it. Clip it. Hold on, let's take a look. Hold on. I want to see this. Okay. Not long enough. 2 more hours for the win. Yeah, we'll be here for a bit. Don't worry about that. Is there a rhyme or reason to why it did a flip? It totally did. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. I only had it for a second. Weird. Huh. I don't know if that's like an occasional thing it will do. Or if that was based off of something else. That's really weird. I think it just happens sometimes. Well, now I want to see it happen again.
Gonna boot people.
Weird. There's a small chance the ghost do a flip. I'm gonna write that down. That's a really cool thing you don't know. Hold on 1 second. I'm writing this down. Ghost does a flip. Cool. Anyway, sorry. Bob, who are you in chat? Hi, I'm Bob. Okay. I'm looking for help to improve my Arc Warlock to do slightly higher ended content PvE. Got it. Okay. Gotcha. All right. There you are. I remember it's a very small chance. Yeah, super small chance, apparently. All right. Verity's Brow, setting up with the Grand Overture. Now, a lot of people will give you flack for the Grand Overture, but I believe the Grand Overture is goated. I love the Grand Overture. I think it's an extremely ammo-efficient weapon with good burst DPS. And, like, for me, it doesn't do the most high-end DPS that you can get, but it does good enough. And oftentimes, if my team is not absolutely dialed in, I will out-DPS them. Grand Overture is Pog. I agree. Forbearance, great role. Demolitionist works excellently with the Verity's Brow. And, of course, Chain Reaction to get more of those explosions going. Good choice. Midnight Coup, Outlaw, Kinetic Tremors. Kinetic Tremors, I believe, has some synergy with Explosive Payload. Correct me if I'm wrong. Where it'll hit it twice. Is that correct? Or is that a myth that I've been told?
Wait, what? Say it again.
Kinetic Tremors and Explosive Payload.
I think that, yeah, they should work together.
Mid and doesn't work with Explosive Payload. Got mythed. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. No, it doesn't. Good to know.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, Kinetic Tremors on the Midnight Coup, if I remember correctly, is 6 shots, so it might be better to potentially swap this for something a little bit more spicy. Good Noodle for $50. This is an absolute heathenous BS. I've been flying for 58 minutes, loaded, it got sent out the door immediately. I think it's because I sent you that you finally loaded in. Yeah. Nurse 7, do me a favor. Get Noodle on you, and then let's have them join in.
I constantly have 7 or 8 people on me because people keep joining and I can't join you.
Right. Get a group of people and make sure that Noodle's in there. Lockdown, set it to closed, and then make some rooms to kick some other people out.
Yeah, also the tower has 23 out of 26 people.
Yeah, we're kind of at capacity here.
So,
I'll start going a little faster here. This build's already pretty set up anyway. I'll start going a little faster. Okay, Showrunner, sure. Kinetic, Tremors, Grave Robber, sure. That's fine. Major Spec. I don't know if you need Major Spec for this. I guess. Yeah, I guess Major Spec would be the way to go for that. Sure. All right, let's take a look here. Healing Rift. Doing Arc Souls. Yeah, Electrostatic Mind. Don't really need the melee for that. Flux Grenades. Yeah, that allows you to get that up and frequently more often. I think overall DPS-wise, though, a Pulse Grenade with the one that makes it last longer is more damage over time. Somebody can correct me on that. I don't know my Flux Grenade math. Meeson kicked me again. Okay, I will kick you as soon as I'm done here. Is he running grenade kickstart? He is running Verities to help him get it up more often. I think DPS-wise, if you want more just general DPS, I think Pulse Grenade's bigger, though. Somebody correct me. Does anybody know that? Your front desk receptionist is racist. A smidge more damage over time. Does Pulse work with the Verities? Yes, all of it. Yes, it'll boost the entire grenade. It'll boost the whole ass grenade. You're making me sort of second guess myself, but it should. It should work with the whole grenade. Yeah. Chain Lightning, of course. Burst Glide, sure. Alright. Rapidly defeating targets while you are amplified creates an orb of power, sure. Resistance isn't really necessary here. I feel like you're probably going to not be in the fray with things. Not to say that it's bad, but I feel like this could be more optimized per the playstyle. Shock, sure. To jolt targets, absolutely. Amplified arc special weapon final blows create a blinding explosion, sure, to give even more synergy off of that. Pulse is the best outside of the lightning. It's a good option too, yeah. I say Pulse because it's funny. This is going to be a video? No, probably not. We often just do these build doctor things on the side because it's kind of hard to condense all this down into a video. But we might, who knows. Flux does more initially. Yeah, Flux is better burst, but overall, Pulse is a little bit higher. Swap resistance for the increased duration on the grenade. Try that out. You could also try, if you want to... Yeah, for this, it's good. Try this out. See how that feels. Let me see if there's anything else I would suggest. Like I said, Arc is probably my weakest. You don't really need Ions because you have the other one. The Electrostatic Mind there. Don't need that. What else could you potentially do there? PvP, PvP. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Yeah, I don't really need anything else here. That's probably it. Yeah, that's probably it. It's probably going to be the way to go. I wish I could tab back and forth between Bob and myself. That way it makes it a little bit easier. Okay, cool. Let's look at the rest of the stuff here. Reaper's unnecessary. As much as I know that you are going to be placing down the rifts and such, Reaper's slower than what it should be, and I would probably go for time dilation here. It helps increase your damage by another 5 seconds. Arc fragments kind of suck. Yeah, they're just kind of all over the place. For me, at least. Yeah, go for time dilation here. Reaper is great in PvP. PvE, it's okay. It's okay. For the Bomber mod, sure. You could also do a Finisher mod potentially here too. But Bomber works just as well. Let me get this prescription off the screen. We probably aren't going to prescribe a whole lot today. Just a lot of talking here. So give me just a second. 1 second here. Let me clear this off. Sorry. Boop. 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 There you go. Okay. Arc Weapon Surge, fantastic. Innervation, Recuperation, good. High resistances as well, good. Just general resistances here for Harmonics Reserves as well. Good, good, good. Concussive Dampener, sure. Arc kind of sucks since they nerf it with 3.0. Excuse me. Yeah, it's not quite as valuable. Heavy-handed and Firepower mod, yeah, sure. Momentum Transfer, of course. I would probably go instead of... Well, you're going to be amplified. No, you'll be fine. I was going to say a reloader because you single shot grenade launcher, but you're going to be amplified, so that's fine. Yeah, so this is probably good. I don't know what else you would potentially put here, but all this seems pretty fine. Already have membership from last stream. Can I still join it? No, everyone's good. Everyone is clear. Everyone's in the clear. It's just kind of like a first come, first serve thing here. Then
yeah, Noodle, make sure you join me.
Yep, and then lastly, Verity's Brow, Kinetic Siphon, Special Ammo Finder. Good, 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 good. Yep, that's all set. Yeah, the build's fine. If I could say anything, your stats are kind of messed up here. Like, you have a little bit of wasted stats here, and if you could get, like, one piece of Artifice Armor to help bump some of this stuff over, that'd be helpful. But overall, it's not bad at all. Besides the mild tweak here and there, I think that this build will function well. The thing to keep in mind in terms of playstyle with this thing is that the Grand Overture will kill most red bar enemies with one. And for your DPS cycle for the Grand Overture, keep at least one rocket. Every time you finish, like, it'll stack up to 20. Get it up to fire 19 if you can help it. Save that last round because you can turn it off and on for the Grand Overture, the missile volley. And the thing that's kind of a secret about it is that the missile volley, if you fire one missile volley, the initial follow-up shots will not have a cooldown. So it's basically like you just completely can forego the cooldown altogether, right? So keep that one rocket in your back pocket ready to go. Fire that rocket, then the Grand Overture will fire as normal. Get your rocket stacked up, get it to about 19, swap it over, and then you can kind of keep cycling it like that. Can't join until Meeson gets me by the collar to launch me again. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, so the Grand Overture is really good, though. Grand Overture is very, very good. And a lot of things that you can do is that you can Grand Overture, volley the rockets, clear out some ads with the normal shots, and then go back and volley the rockets again, or just hold the trigger. Thanks for the tips. And yeah, my stats are mad. Yeah, they're kind of all over the place. All right. Noodle, let's get you out of here. V for Varric. I don't see you? Oh, there you are. Okay, try that again. All right, next up. Hopefully that helps, Bob. Grand Overture makes me happy. Yeah, I think Grand Overture doesn't get the respect it deserves. Luxelin. What you got for us today, Luxelin? This looks like a PvP build if I've ever seen one. Love the drip, by the way. Works excellently with the nothing manacles. Only thing is that the pink is... this is kind of a pinkish, and this is more of a purplish. Doesn't quite match up, but drip's good. Drip's good. Also going to boot people from my fire team if you join right now. We're currently full at the tower. Yeah, so if 7, if you'd like to, maybe this will help some people out. If you want to go do the game gab thing, do you want to try that? Or do you want to hang out here?
Yeah, for the people that are doing PvE centric things, yeah, I can go do the game gab thing.
Okay, if you're currently, or here's what we're going to do. If you are currently in the tower, wanting to get seen by the build doctor, and you are a PvE build, you're looking for PvE build help specifically, and hopefully you're on our Discord, join on our Discord with 7. You'll see him in one of the game gabs. Which one do you want to go to, 7?
What do I want to do today? Game gab. We'll go Gamma 1.
Gamma 1. So join Gamma 1. Like I said, if you're already on the tower and looking for a PvE build, join Gamma 1. My nurse will help you out. Arguably 7's better at PvE than me. That's not really an argument. 7's better at PvE than me. So he'll be able to help you out. That will help free up some more people who can actually join in. I don't know if we're going to be able to get through absolutely everybody today, but we're going to do our damnedest to try. So go.
I actually can't join your tower. It's actually
the tower. Hold on one second, Luxelin. I believe everybody who is here. No, we've still got some people upstairs. Okay, we could fit some more people in here. Yeah, surprisingly, the numbers are actually kind of small in here, but the tower is full. There's actually quite not as many as I thought. But yeah, if that's you, or if you want to just generally get seen, join Gamma 1, and my nurse will be able to help you out. Okay?
I'll be in my own tower.
Yep, we'll get that taken care of. All right, we're gonna keep rolling here though. Let's keep rolling here. Hi, I'm Lux, and my build is for PvE. Interesting. And weapons are not fixed. Wanted to have mini void explosions. Okay. PvE, huh? Interesting. Okay, yeah. If I would have seen this just at the outset, I absolutely would have assumed this is a PvP build. Absolutely would have assumed this is a PvP build. Thank you for the help, funny YouTube, man. Hopefully you'll be able to participate next time with some other funny builds. Excellent. Good. So we can join 7. Yes, you can join 7. And he's on our Discord right now in Gamma 1. It will be first come, first served. All right, PvE build. Subsistence multi-kill clip. I would strongly recommend something more synergistic. Subsistence is anti-synergistic to multi-kill clip because Subsistence wants to keep your mag full. Multi-kill clip wants you to kill a lot of stuff and then reload. You do have drop mag here. I would strongly advise something else. There's plenty of other better options here. Gnawing Hunger is just a little power crept right now. Not to say it's bad, it's just that there are better choices there. Yeah. Also, Nothing Manacles are not a great choice for exotic for PvE. They're more of a PvP exotic. I would potentially suggest Controversive Holds if you're going for something like that. It accomplishes a very similar goal with being a little bit more uptime on the consistency and such. 7 Resilience hurts to see in PvE. Yeah, anything like you want to try to get that as high as you can as well, but we'll talk about here in that just a second. Let me put some things on the prescription here. Look for better, we'll say repulsor brace. Void. Nose is itchy. Okay. Cool. Oh, you got the Controversive Ornament too. You got the good one. You got the cool looking one. The one that with the hands. Yeah, that's a cool ass ornament. That's a really cool freaking ornament. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Rolling on. Taipan with triple tap firing line. Firing line is fine. Triple tap is good. I would look for something more generic for DPS. I think it rolls Focused Fury. firing line is going to be a little all over the place in terms of where your damage is going to be. If you're ever alone, firing line's damage is going to drop you significantly. You get a little bit more consistency out of something like Focused Fury, which I believe this rolls. I don't know if there's better damage options out there. If you're planning on playing with the teams a lot, then yeah, keep firing line. Keep firing line. Nothing Manacles had 0 changes since it dropped in Season of the Lost almost 3 years ago. Yeah, they're just not worth it. Just not as worth it. Have you ever tried Controversial with the Magnetic Grenade? Should be stronger than Vortex, and it's instant. I have not. I have not. Okay, let's roll into the rest of the build, though. Void is my specialty, so we'll see how we actually get along here. Child of the Old Gods, feed the Void. Obviously now, because we are doing a Controversial Hold setup, we're probably going to need the Overcharge Grenades here, but it depends on what we're doing. Maybe, what other options could we do here? Hold on. Besides doing Controversial Holds, what other options could we do here? Because we don't want to throw off the rest of the build too much if we can help it. What other Void options could we do? Nezrak Sin is an option. Nothing Manacles. We talked about Nothing Manacles already. And they're just not as good. Like, let me read you off the perks for Nothing Manacles. You gain an additional Scatter Grenade. Enables tracking on Scatter Grenade projectiles. That's it. The best thing about it is that you get 2 grenades. It doesn't do anything else. Briar Binds are quite good. That's a great point. Yeah, Briar Binds. Do you have a Briar Binds, Luxelin? It's a universal all-purpose build, yeah. Briar Binds are probably the way to go. They're so strong. Probably better than Controversy. If you are trying to cause explosions, though, I understand. But if we do decide to pivot to Controversives, then we're going to have to pivot some of the other builds as well. As much as I love Nothing Manacles in terms of their style, they lack that certain punch. Yeah. Okay, so Briar Binds you do have. Good. Okay, Scatter Grenades you can keep if you'd like. I think Vortex Grenades are generally better over time. Pocket Singularity, Healing Rift, Nova Bomb. It's possible here that you could run Empowering Rift. The Empowering Rift will allow you to get some health back off of the hits on targets rather than the Healing Rift, which, again, Healing Rift there's nothing bad with Healing Rift. You're going to be running Devour too, so I'd probably try the Empowering Rift just to get that little trickle of healing. But the ability uptime, it's a hit or miss, just something to mess around with, sir. So, yeah. Anyhow. Alright, Echo of Starvation, excellent. Echo of Instability for the grenade kills. Yeah, that still actually kind of works here. The Void Grenades we can target works good here too. And the Void Harvest. Yeah, good. Instability is not as up as we would like it to be. This does work a little bit better if we do have a Repulsor Brace secondary. If we can get a Repulsor Brace specifically. But instability's fine. What else could we do here? Not a whole lot. I suppose we could do the one Expulsion where things explode. That might give you a little bit more crowd control. What's the lower cooldown? Receptionist is purposely keeping me outside because I said dress is too short. You deserve to be kept outside. Yeah. Expulsion will help you kill more ads. Just generally kind of chew through smaller stuff a little easier. What else could we potentially put here? Nurse Chaddington. What else could we potentially put here? Oh, don't run Chaos Accelerate now. No. You're running Briar Binds now, friend. Unless you switch to Controversive. No, yeah, you're on Briar Binds. Of course you're going to keep the child. Nurse Chaddington, what do we feel? What do we feel about this? By the way, the Warlock build, he said, to do works well. Works hella well. What are you referring to here, Skeletor? The One of the Thorn. Oh, yeah, the One of the Thorn works great, too. Yeah. I promise I'm about to eat myself through the window of the front desk. Okay, run Expulsion for now. Let me think what else could work here for PvE. Maybe the volatile stuff. Probably not. Vigilance is kind of fine. It's whatever. You could also have increased Devour duration from Persistence. I didn't see that in your selection there. Yeah, maybe Persistence to keep the Devour going a little bit longer. But Expulsion's also fine. You don't need a lot of Devour. You don't need like a lot of time on Devour, right? Oh, Etheria, go ahead and bounce out here for me. Actually, I can't actually kick you. Etheria, bounce out the tower. If you've already been seen, do me a favor, bounce out the tower. I'm back, and the line is shorter. It should be shorter. Should be shorter. Yeah, either expulsion or persistence. Both will work fine here. All right, let's keep rolling here. Okay, talked about the funnel web, talked about that. Okay, powerful attraction is actually really good here. Reaper, yeah. You are trying to play around that, but again, I would probably just go for time dilation here. You have so many ways of generating orbs that the Reaper mod is going to seem kind of like a throwaway. You know? Doom Petitioners go to with the current red border. Yeah, that's also pretty good. Yeah, try time dilation there. Cool. Stacks on stacks is a choice. What are you using stacks on stacks for? What are you actually doing this with? Nothing. Maybe you had that on your previous setup. So, yeah, instead of doing stacks on stacks, do a void weapon charge. Maybe Wither Horde bonus damage there too. The damage cycle is going to be pretty good here. Utility kickstart would be amazing with this build. I disagree. I actually disagree. Because you're going to be getting void breaches from this. From this. You're going to get void breaches, which helps cycle back into your ability uptime. If you really want a lot of uptime with this, you run insulation, which they've already got. Yeah. Yeah, ability rebinds aren't worth it, especially with Briarbinds and Healing Rift. Yep. Agreed. General resistance is good. All right, we don't have this spec'd out, but I hope that you can kind of put 2 and 2 together for what you're going to spec out for this. And Ashes to Assets, yeah. I think that was more for the previous build. Obviously, we're going to swap this out for probably... What would we put here? We could even potentially do Dynamo. Yeah, probably something else here. What else would we put there? Probably the Siphon mods, I guess. We already had a Siphon mod. Maybe the Kinetic Siphon to get some more stuff off of that. Yeah. Probably, because you don't need any of the targetings or anything. You could also just double down and do the Special Ammo Finder on top of your Heavy Ammo Finder. Let me see here. Yeah, Kinetic Siphon, that's fine. Yeah, Kinetic Siphon or Special Ammo Finder both work good. Both work good. Cool. All right, I hope that helps. The only thing that I can leave you with in terms of things for your prescription, things that you haven't already adjusted, is look for a better... Preferably a repulsor brace, because repulsor brace would like this build on fire. Secondary here. That would help out a lot. Graviton Lance is an option that exists. Yes, but he wants to play on Wither Horde, which also is fine. Also fine. How do I join on Xbox? You're going to type the join code here onto the actual game itself. Let me go ahead and swing in quickly to Nurse 7 and let them know here. Let's clear out this current group here. No, for Fettle Nula can't shit in the tower. Does that any questions here, Luxelin? Or does that help you out there? Does that get you going? Wither could also be changed for something different. Yeah, if you're going to change Wither Horde out, potentially swap it for Graviton Lance. Graviton Lance is so good for just everything. It's one of my most suggested weapons for Void players in general. It doesn't do any wrong. It covers a lot of sins. Yeah, but other than that, it's fine. Build's good. Briarbinds will do even better. Or Wave Splitter. Yeah, Wave Splitter could potentially work too. Yeah. Resetting the game for the 3rd time. Yeah, dude, what the hell's going on over there? Cool. Go ahead and bounce out the tower here, Luxlin. Orb dependent and ammo chewing. Yeah, it's true. But it does have some fun synergies. Some really fun synergies. Thank you, Luxlin. Alright. Whoever's next, come on forward. Let me go ahead and clear out my prescriptions here. Next up, who's up? Person in front. Push him. Push them into my office. They apparently can't walk. I'm still mad that I got in and noped right out there. Yeah, sorry. I mean, it's not really my fault, but I'm still sorry about that. I'm in the stupid chat we're having. Oh, in the game chat. Alright. Ginano? Ginano? Ganano? Ginano. 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 Anyway, G. What we looking at today? Local text chat. Maybe. What are we looking at here today? First build is for low-level onslaught, add dense activities. Focused on ability spam. You got it, Captain. Loving to see the Salvation's Grip in here. Very fun choice that I feel like doesn't get appreciated too much, especially for ad declare options. IQLS SMG with Volt Shot Feeding Frenzy's great. I feel like Feeding Frenzy's a little bit of overkill. Well, I guess you aren't going to be getting... Yeah, you're not actually getting amplified, so no, that's fine. Cool. Vorpal, Overflow. I think there's probably better things than Overflow here, but I know they're not craftable, so see if you can find something potentially better for that. But it works, it's fine. Alright, we are doing Grim Harvest. We're doing Touch of Winter. Good for the increased grenade. Dusk-filled grenade, okay. That allows you to get the stuff up quicker. I'm hoping you're looping your pickups into a grenade here, because you got a lot of juice on the grenade, but it's going to be hard to get it back currently. Anyway, let's keep rolling here. Withering Blade, good, good, good. Fissures for the shatter damage, sure. Refractions, it's fine. You don't really need class ability here for this. I'm curious as to what you are doing for class ability. Yeah, I guess for the Frosties. Yeah, maybe. I don't think you need the class ability here. I feel like this is kind of a throwaway. Maybe Durance would be better here too. Yeah, you don't actually have Durance on here. Conduction is not necessary either. So toss Conduction, toss Refraction. Shards is fine, that helps you get it up. Bonds is fine, that helps you get a little bit more on there. Jonah Bungie banned tax from their text chat. That's weird. Let me in. Let me in. I will try to get you in, Noodle, but like you should just be able to join on me. If you're not able to join up, I don't know what's going on, bro. I legitimately don't. Yeah, toss Conduction though. You don't need this. Conduction's completely unnecessary. You're gonna just walk over and pick them up, bro. Just walk over and pick them up. Or better yet, run the pickup orb mod thing, which also works for that. What could you do here instead? What could you do instead? Meesum, what's your join code? Oh yeah, because we don't have the nurse anymore. It's Meesum777, so Meesum777, #1671. Could potentially do Rhyme. I would probably do Torment. I think Torment's going to be the play here. Getting a little bit of that grenade energy back is probably going to be very helpful to you. Everything else here is just a little bit of whatever. But yeah, probably do Torment. Run Torment, run Torment. Alright. Yeah, I see you in here, man. I see you in here, Noodle. Also, Aethera is still not left, and I cannot do anything about it. Who was I looking at? Junano, right. Forgot the last 4 numbers. Yeah, don't worry about it. Support a Spicy Clips when? Probably next week. Hopefully next week. Alright. Cool. There's Torment. What are the numbers? 1671. 1671. Yes, if you've been seen, clear out. We do have room, though. We should have room. Alright, cool. Talked about powerful attractions, which you already got set up. Utility Kickstart. The Kickstart mods just aren't worth it anymore. They really aren't. I'm sorry to say. You are going to be dodging, so I understand the choice for Reaper here. That's fine. I would do Dilation. Just the Kickstarts just aren't worth it. They're just not. They're just not. Okay. Elemental Charge, sure, you can get some pickups off of that, and the Orb for Innervation as well. I would do a Surge if you could help it, which I think that you probably can as soon as you get this set up a little bit more. I would toss the Innervation mod, level this up more, and toss a Surge mod in here. Probably Surge for either the Ikilos. No, probably either Mountaintop or Salvation's Grip. Yeah, Surge mods are just kind of a must right now. So a quick video of the Ghost Slip if you want to use it. Sure, yeah, just post it in Discord. Ping me. Alright. Correcting something from earlier. The rock you get from the new light pack is an arc build. Ah, right. Misinformation. I can't believe you. Okay, general resistances. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so keeping your stuff up. Yeah, for the dodge for that, I suppose. You don't, like, the dodge isn't doing a whole lot for you. It doesn't stack with it anymore. It used to be back in the day, the faster you sprinted, the more stuff that you'd get. I don't believe that works anymore. Yeah, dodging increases the sprint speed. So you don't need the sprint speed for PvE. You don't need it. So I would go for probably doubling down on... Yeah, I would go for the Withering Blade setup. I would have the inverse of these two. So I'd have both momentum transfer and the other version of momentum transfer. That's for the grenade. I forget what it is. Lastly, firepower, you're not getting kills. You're not trying to get kills with your grenade. You're trying to freeze them. Your kills, if anything, are going to come from your actual melee. So not firepower because you're running Dustfield Grenade. If you're running the more traditional Shatter Grenade, sure, go for it. But, you know, like the Glacier Grenade and such. And the clipboard is prescription meant to be prescription to prescription. I have it spelt wrong, and I just kind of haven't corrected it because it's kind of funny. There's 22 people in the tower. I see at 10 maximum. Yeah. Should be able to join up. There should be spots. All right, cool. Arc, Siphon, sure. Ashes to assets. Again, you're not really getting kills with the grenade. Duskfield is not trying to kill stuff. So, again, the Withering Blade for the hands-on would be better for this. Probably a special ammo finder or a heavy ammo finder would be better, though. As much as getting the energy off of this is nice, heavy ammo and special ammo are even better. You know what I mean? I'm watching ORK back into membership, whoever it was, God bless you. Yeah, we had like 140 memberships gifted so far. Something like that. So, yeah. Cool. That should help out. Should I correct the prescription faults? There. Is that better? Does that calm some people's OCD? Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot. 84 minutes. Okay, Noodle, you're up. Where are you at, Noodle? I can actually just look at you through here. I can look at you through here. So let me do this. What are we looking at today, Noodle? Even if you're not loaded in, I can look at you. What's the goal today, Noodle? If you continue to throw money at Monco, won't fix their servers. Yeah. What a stream. Grats me some of the new members. Yeah, right? Thank you, man. Appreciate it. This looks like a PvP build. I guess I could also see it going PvE. The drip was nice. Looks good. I believe that is the... Yeah, it's the Mass Effect set. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Professor Meeson. You're welcome, citizen. Alright, what are we looking at, Noodle? I think he said both. He's trying to do both. Okay. Noodle, where you at? Speak up. It's been fighting for their life, yeah. Can't be any worse than Halo Infinite with the code at launch, yeah. Dying inside. Noodle, what are you trying to do with the build, bro? I'm here. I'm looking at your build. Nurse is the best. 5 out of 5 would visit again. Excellent. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, 7 is good. Hopefully everyone who actually makes it to the purple rank in TDT, people who actually end up being in the clan, quote unquote, will be quality. We are extremely picky. It often takes years of consistent performance for somebody to actually make members. So I'm glad that 7's treating you well. Maximize ad clear arc soul uptime. You got it, Captain. Of course, Trinity Ghoul is the way to go for this. Demo Frenzy, what a great role for your getaway artist. What a great role for your getaway artist. Grenade Kickstart, sure, to keep it rolling. I appreciate it. Sleep Bliss with Demo again on the auto-loading holster. I feel like this almost might be a little overkill here. Probably if you are trying to get a demo grenade launcher up and running this way, I would instead probably just go with the GL. How many traces can I make? Yeah, I'd probably go for a GL here with Demo, or even maybe in a machine gun with Demo, realistically. The rocket's just so vastly overkill for this. I don't know if there's a whole lot of great ones for that. In the span of 30 seconds, yeah. I don't know how many great arc grenade launchers there are. I can't think of any amazing ones off the top of my head. The Swarm, yeah, maybe the Swarm. But the rocket seems like overkill for the Demo. I guess what I'm saying is that I would rather swap the rocket for a more traditional DPS tool, because Demo is just going to be a little... The Demo auto-loading is just going to be a little too hard to play around. So let me put that in here. Either diff, arc, heavy, or better DPS roll. I think it goes off the page a little bit. Slightly, yes. Alright. Let's keep rolling with this here. Also, if you are trying to create a shit ton of ionic traces, just as an aside, Trinity Ghoul is great, and it's the better choice objectively. But, thinking of it, Cold Heart exists. And DPS on the Cold Heart isn't shit. It's okay. That's something to consider. And it creates Sonic Traces. Also Delicate Tomb. Yeah, also Delicate Tomb works. For just raw ad clear, Trinity Ghoul is going to be the way to go. Yeah, Trinity Ghoul is absolutely going to be the way to go for just pure, I want to clear as many stuff as I can. The reason why I'm specifically suggesting Cold Heart is specifically for the synergies that you could set up with Precision or Special Ammo Arc Final Kills, Final Blows, that kind of thing. Yeah, Volt Shot also works good here, and Deaded Kindness is the best right now for a reason. I have Cold Heart on standby for PvP just in case. Yeah, I think it's just something to consider altogether. It's a good build. It's a good build. But let's keep rolling there. Precision's also an option. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna assume the Trinity Ghoul is something that you're specifically trying to go into here. Yeah, well, let's keep rolling here. On Electrostatic Mind, of course. Arc Soul, of course. Flashbang in order to consume it, of course. Ball Lightning, it's fine. I would probably go Chain here. Ball Lightning's fun. I think it's more of a PvP choice, though. I would swap this out for Chain. Burst Glide Healing Rev, sure. Discharge, Arc Weapon Final Blows of a chance, sure. Amplitude to get yourself some orbs, sure. Ions to get more Ionic Traces, sure. Instinct for jolting nearby. I don't think you need this. I think Instinct is for very specific sets of builds. This is not one of those builds. This is one of those builds where you're trying to stay at a distance, and Instinct isn't going to be as valuable to you as jolting targets, potentially by throwing the grenade, which you will do from time to time. Because you're going to get the grenade up pretty darn frequently, especially with the amount of Ionic Traces that you're generating. Jolting the target would probably be better, and it also opens up some champion stuns. Instinct is the placeholder. I noticed. I noticed. So something else other than this, probably the jolting one, would be the way to go for this. Thought me killing 2,500 enemies with a Quicksilver Storm was a lot. Look at the Trinity Ghoul. Yeah, you can get... This is nothing. For PvE, this is nothing. Is it possible to join a second time later? No, it's a one time. I want to try to make sure I get through as many people as I can. So I'm sorry, I'm going to say no to that. Time dilation, good. Distribution, you're not... I hope you're not trying to place this rift down in public, in the middle of ads too often. I'm hoping you're more likely to try to place your rift just in the safety of cover and such. Swap for beacons when I whip out the Cold Heart. Well, you don't need Instinct on either. Swap out Instinct. Go for something else. Error code Rabbit. Placing a rift in public. Yeah, unsuspected thing. Holy shit, I'm in the ship landing. Rejoice. Congrats. Yeah, again, Reaper's fine. I would just prefer this for more... If you're trying to split this between PvP and PvE, yeah, do Reaper. Then time dilation and such. Distribution's never the go-to, though. Only time you do distribution is on Hunter. Plain and simple. I guess Hunter or Thrusters on Arc Titan. Distribution's never the way to go. Swap this out for almost anything else. Yeah, Bomber's probably a little bit better. If you want more generic, this is already enough. This is already all you really need for PvP. So this you could swap out for something more PvE focused. So just something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind. Cool. Elemental Charge is a good call here. Arc Weapon Surge, sure. Bet already for that healing. Excellent. Get that little bit extra healing on top. I would strongly pull away from Discipline. As much as I know that you are trying to spec specifically for the Getaway Artist and such, and I respect that, if you're trying to split this for PvE, you need Resilience, and a lot of it. A lot more than you have right now. The Discipline stat doesn't really matter that much when the Getaway Artist, after 15 hits, will guarantee a full charge of your stuff back anyway, and you're able to consistently cycle it with your Arc Soul. So pull almost all of this Discipline out and put it in Resilience if you can. I'll put that into your prescription here. Okay. Swap. Discipline for Resil. Okay. Let's keep rolling here. Get more orbs to hold on to it. Increase resilience. I see. This is what we're going for. I see. Right. Okay. This helps, but this is what we're dealing with is we're dealing with a drag race, right? We've got cars that are going as fast as humanly possible. So you're at the point now with resilience, in terms of resilience being your speed, where you want this to be going even above and beyond this. Right now, with the setup that you have, this will bring you up just barely to par. Barely, not even par. Just barely on the little leagues in terms of resilience needed. Demo increases the get back for Arc Souls charge. For I can have the Arc Souls up for as much chucking grenades in between. I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true. That would require some very specific testing. That doesn't seem like how Bungie tends to operate. And even if that's true, even if that is the case, resilience is still better. Because you would rather be alive. You'd rather be alive than have a lot of grenades. Right? So, anyhow. Grenade kickstart, yep, sure. And the firepower mod, you're not going to be throwing grenades that much, so I would consider potentially doubling down on the grenade kickstart if that's really the way you want to go. Impact induction is great here, but yeah, firepower works fine. I just feel like you're probably better off because the Arc Soul itself doesn't actually generate orbs. It's considered its own thing, so the firepower mod doesn't actually bring you up to anything. It doesn't do anything for that, right? So probably swap out firepower. Font of Wisdom to get your intellect up, I suppose. If you're trying to go for PvP, a targeting mod would be helpful here. If you're trying to go for more PvE, you're going to have Ionic Traces coming out the wazoo. So I would swap this out for just Special Ammo Finder, Heavy Ammo Finder, some type of finder in here. Also, I'd swap the Siphon mods for something more open-ended as well. Maybe a Scout to help your team out. It is very good for ad clear, just for everybody at home. If you are the ad clear guy, quote unquote, in your team or in a encounter or whatnot, run scouts. Your team will love you for that because you're going to be the one getting the most amount of kills. The scout mods work, the armor mods work on a timer. They don't work on like a random thing like the other ammo drops do. So the more kills that you get, the more likely your friends are going to be able to get ammo off of you. So getting that up can, like, it's so subtle. It's so subtle. But just simply having your team have like 3 or 4 more heavy ammo shots can do a world of difference. You can literally be the difference between like a 2-phase or 3-phase by just simply having a scout mod up if you're ad clear, which this build is clearly aimed to be. So hopefully that's something that y'all can consider going forward here. But yeah, other than that, looks good. If you are trying to spec this between PvP and PvE, yeah, this is more of a PvE build. This is going to be difficult to make really shine in PvP just because there's a lot of stuff that's devoted to, like, it's hard to get a split build. Oftentimes the build has to already be pretty much fantastic with just like 2 things, and then you can spec it accordingly. But cool. Misa missing the rave we started. I'm sure you guys are partying out there. Any other questions for me, Noodle? Powered Arc Soul counts as a grenade kill. I have tested this for several hours. Unless that has been recently changed, at least when the Getaway Artist existed up through Shadowkeep and far since then, it did not count. I know this because there's been so many times I have tried to make it work and it did not work. So unless they explicitly changed it in the code, I don't believe that it actually works that way. If it does, great. It should have from the beginning. And I'm glad that it does if that is the case. But it hasn't in the past. So if you're confident in that, cool. I will keep that in my my knowledge going forward. But like I said, up until that point, no. Okay. Any other questions for me? Or are we good here, Noodle? Chat got incredibly quiet. Everybody still good at home? Arc Soul kills with and without firepower are very noticeable. Interesting. Okay. I would take it into a test. I would take this into PvP, and I would get a kill with the Arc Soul. Because if it works, it'll work in PvP as well. Right? Having a stroke. Take it into PvP and test it. My phone is having a stroke. You should try as quiet as everyone's talking in the shower chat. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, test it. Test it. Okay, cool. Thank you. Finally got him taken care of. Let's see what the rave is going on over here. That's a lot of names, bro. People are vibing over here. The storm that is approaching is lighting Artemy on fire, or keeping him warm. I'm not quite sure yet. Sleepy, you are up. Come on down. All right, Sleepy, what are we looking at today? What are we looking at today? Doc, I ate mini crayons and now my PvP penis and now my PvP penis is feeling limp. Can you help me? I am an expert in PvP penis, so I can help you out, my friend. I can help you out. I'll just make sure that what I prescribe you doesn't last more than 4 to 6 hours. But yeah, we can absolutely get you taken care of. So PvP it is, huh? This is a PvP build. My main goal is to run in and cause as much chaos as possible. You got it, friend. Well, first off, I will say double primary is a choice. I would not recommend this choice. If it were me, and I'm not, but if I were, I would do a special weapon every single time, specifically a shotgun, especially if you're trying to cause a lot of chaos. Probably keep the auto, swap this for the shotty. Yep, slide shot, opening shot, perfect, fantastic. I'm not a huge fan of the Wastelander. This is because the Wastelander has a unique animation that forces it to have a longer draw speed. That just, there's nothing you can do about it. So if you have literally any other shotgun with a similar roll, I would prefer that. Not to say I dislike the Wastelander overall, but it is something, it's not optimal. So if we're really trying to maximum optimize, this is not the best. But Wastelander's fun. So just something to keep in mind. Nextly, Deterministic Chaos. I love the value of using some weird and unusual exotics. However, running specifically your heavy for PvP is not going to help your PvP-ness at all, I'm sorry to say. Exotic heavies are reserved for PvP for people who already have like S tier builds for legendary weapons. These are typically people who are running like high meta stuff, right? Who don't need the exotic weapon. But if you can help it at all, I would go for an exotic special or primary weapon. Specifically, if I may make a recommendation, as great as this Imperial Decree is, if you can get good at Chaperone, you will be a menace to society. Are you on Twitch? We do have a Twitch. Links in the description. Yeah. If you can get good at Chaperone, you will be a menace to society. Not to mention that works excellently with One-Eyed Mask, because you're often going to take damage to line up the shot in order to get that going. But yeah, I would, if I can help it at all, I would not run an exotic heavy. I would generally run something else. But if you've already comfortable with everything else, then yeah, just probably not Deterministic Chaos. Even something like an Eager Edge Sword would be fine if you really want to be aggressive with things. There's a lot of other options. Other options here. Sure, yeah, give that a go. Give that a shot. Let's take a look at the actual build itself. Bastion, controlled demo. Now, as much as I am a Void main, Titans in particular are always a weak subject for me, so I'm going to do my best here. Alright, Shield Bash, of course. Pressure Grenade, sure, why not? Catapult Lift, I prefer. Strafe Lift, that's a me thing, not a you thing. Bastion's the one that gives you the Overshield, right? Cast your Super to grant Overshield. Cast a Barricade grants Overshield. Yeah, okay, cool. Controlled Demo is fine. Yeah, it's fine. I think with how powerful Echo of Vigilance is now, and its ability to now cycle in with Bastion, it might be more worth going for offensive Bulwark and then going for Vigilance here, which I do see as not something you actually have right now. I see that you're likely trying to dive into the middle of things and cause explosions. I dislike Echo of Expulsion in PvP. It's very rare that it does enough to really value it, because the problem is that something like Graviton Lance works good as a version of Echo of Expulsion, right? Because it's something that you get off of primary weapon kills. It's always available to you. Echo of Explosion has a cooldown of 1 minute 30 and 2 minutes by default, or for PV, or if you have your super up 9 minutes, right? The cooldown is just too much. Often people choose this for the intellect stats, which I believe that you are, because you're going for 100. Which, if you know me, if you've been on this, if you've ever been on the Build Doctor before, the Build Doctor despises picking for stats. Always a negative for me. Go for even, you've already got Domineering. Go for like the Vigilance here. Go for Echo of Vigilance. It's incredible. I know that you've got that One-Eyed Mask, I suppose. Yeah, it's probably because of One-Eyed Mask, right? Hold on, thinking. Bubble or Captain America? Either's fine. If you really want to go for a meta pick, it's Bubble. If you want for the more fun pick that I just generally will play myself, you can do Captain America. Yeah, you've got the One-Eyed Mask. You don't actually need Vigilance. You don't actually need the Vigilance. How to get to the dock to peek it. I will relay more information here in just a second. Bubble and PvP always. Not always. No, not always. I believe Sentinel Shield's a much more fun choice, and it's able to get more kills. In sixes, it's, I think, kind of an equal choice. Sentinel Shield's incredible if you know how to use it correctly. if you know how to use it correctly. All right, what could we do here instead? So you got that one. These are all good. Again, you're picking for stats here. I guarantee you that a Titan does not know how to use Echo of Dilation correctly. I guarantee you that that is not a skill that a Titan has developed. Latest Bicyclettes, the GOAT. Great content. Thank you. Max in for this cap super. Yeah, you don't... If you're going to do that... Okay, look. I'll put it this way. If you're trying to go for a max intellect build, if you're explicitly trying to build around intellect, go bubble. If not, don't. Don't worry about it. But if you are trying to specifically build for intellect to have a really fast cooldown every single time you're going to run bubble. Because the idea, give Titan a machine gun version of Golden Gun and make it stasis. Yeah, some people were suggesting that in the Strand short that we did. With some dudes posted like the pillar men in the lobby. Yeah, I'm sure. All right. Yeah, so go for the bubble instead. Domineering's fine. Kind of a throwaway pick. Leeching is a great choice. What can we do instead of Expulsion? I guess... Yeah, I wouldn't spec for that. Let me think here. Maybe for that bit of Devour, potentially. But you're not getting any other way of doing it. Yeah, well, okay, hold on. Cessation and Starvation. You are going to be volatiling targets. So that could be a really easy 1-2 combo to get your health back up. Yeah, that's not a terrible choice. If you do decide to do the... Control Demolition, I would go Cessation and Starvation to get a little bit of Devour up to keep it rolling. You are getting your health back from the One-Eyed Mask, but it has a cooldown. And you aren't getting the grenade back as often either. Failing that, I think something simple like these two right here, Provision and Exchange, will probably be better overall. Other than that, what else could you do? Maybe increased Overshield duration by doing Persistence. Where is it? One of these is Persistence. This one's Persistence. Yeah, that would be my recommendation. Swap out the even with the max discipline or the max intellect setup that you're trying to go for. You're losing a matter of like 15 seconds between maximum intellect and 8 intellect. It's very minimal, and most of the time that's going to come down to kills anyway. It's going to be the difference of potentially like 1 kill, right? Everything else here is kind of fine. But yeah, I would probably do either Persistence, maybe consider doing these two, but more than likely just keeping it really simple and just doing Provision and Exchange. That's probably the better way to go here. Where are you, Sleepy? Where'd you go? Sleepy? There you are. Okay. Cool. Yeah, instead of Dilation, sorry, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, that keeps the Devour up, or the shield up a little bit longer. All right, let's look at the rest of this here. Reaper, good, sure, why not? Bomber, yeah, that's fine. Intellecting out, good. This is fine. Let's see here. Yep. Restoration's fine. It's kind of a choice that you don't see very often, sure. Healing for that, sure. Void Weapon Surge, that helps a little bit. Just to give a little bit of extra benefit to that, that's fine. And then Unflinchings, of course. Can you do anything else with this? Let me see. Let me see if I can maximize your stats other places. You do have an artifact or a Artifice armor here. Going for the max intellect on that. Is that necessary, though? Yeah, I don't think I need to focus too hard on the stats. The difference between 9 and 10 isn't that noticeable. Cool. And then kinetic and targeting here. Yeah, this is fine. This is totally fine. One thing I will recommend, this will help you with the flow of the combat in general. Try swapping out Orb of Restoration for a holster mod for the shotgun. That'll make it so that you don't need to physically load the shotgun ever. You can just put it into your back pocket, keep dealing primary stuff, and then just go about your day. And then swap this out for a specific thing you're trying to build around. Whether that be the healing, you can keep it as is, or if you want to build around a specific element or a specific ability, you can do with that. Now we're quoting Maxor's MGR video. Yeah, probably best I don't have the chat up then. Can somebody tell me the join code? The join code is Meeson777 #1671. Warning, if you are currently in my fire team, I'm going to kick you. You have approximately 30 seconds to leave my fire team. This will keep you in the lobby, but it will allow more people to join on me. If you are currently in my fire team, Leave the fire team. You'll still stay in the current spot. You won't even move. I think you're full. Yeah, I'm giving you a 30-second countdown. See how Lego Man is blue down there in the bottom left? Yeah, just leave the fire team. You don't need to go back to orbit. Just leave the fire team. All right. Anyway, any other questions here for me, Sleepy? Let me go ahead and open up my fire team here, too. And once you have been seen, please do everyone a favor and leave. How do I leave? Just open this up, bring out your ghost, and you'll see in the bottom left, instead of saying return to orbit, it'll say leave fire team. That'll be it. All good, thanks. Excellent. Hopefully that helps. Oh, that's not the right one. I don't have a good one. I don't have a good one. You get it. You get the idea. Here's a tea bag. What's the join code? The join code is MESUM777 hashtag 1671. That's MESUM777 #1671. All right. Next sick patient, please. Can you join if you're in Europe? Yeah, you're fine. All right, Boar, back with the build again, I see. What are we looking at today? Where'd you go? You were just here. There you are. All right. A new build this time. Ooh, I like this. I like the glaive Bacchus setup. I really like it a lot. Darcy's a little slept on. I'll be honest, everybody. Darcy's a little slept on in PvP. It's the highest aim assist sniper in the game, I believe. Yeah, like, the aim assistance is a lie. It looks like it says 60, but because of Darcy's thing, it brings it up to 100. The thing basically can't miss. It's hard for this thing to miss. So, fun choice. Obviously not the most optimal choice, but a fun choice. And the thing is so snappy, too. Handling stability is so good on this. So, fun choice. What are we looking at here today? I'm assuming this is a PvP build, Boar. Waiting for you to chat this out. Not gonna lie, 7 fixed all of my build's problems. Y'all are working wonders today. Yeah, that's a reminder. If you have a PvE build, on our Discord in chat room Gamma 1, 7, my nurse, is currently working. Another TDT member is currently working on helping your guys' builds as well. So go join up on him if you have that as an option to you. If you're not in our Discord, you should join up on our Discord. We do a lot of stuff there. Of course, it's not meant as a TDT type loadout. Of course. I'm assuming this is a PvP loadout. I would be curious as to see why you aren't interested in potentially running the Funny Glaive. Because the Funny Glaive does have synergy with the Bacchus, which helps. It helps. Having that 4x surge is pretty darn useful. IS Luna, great choice. A solid hand cannon. Bit of a meta pick, but we're not going to fault you for that. Or wait, are we able to come back with another build? No. 1 build per person today. Alright, Touch of Winter for the increased duration and power of the Dustfield grenades, and then Winter Shroud to slow nearby targets. Also, after dodge, it's theoretically possible to one-shot melee. One-shot melee with your expected resurgence? Oh, one-shot plus melee. Yes, that is true. I see what you're trying to get at. Yeah. I believe this one does roll Unstoppable Force, which is more consistent. You could correct me on that, but that would be the roll to go for. I know that you probably can't get that as consistently, but that would be the roll to go for. We haven't really prescribed anything in a while, but I don't think we've needed to. Anyway, Winter Shroud, Touch of Winter, sure. Damage target to stasis melee reloads your stowed weapons. I don't see Impetus get used that often. Yeah, I don't know how valuable that is. I'm going to leave it as is for now. Shards to get that back a little bit, sure. Durance to keep it going, sure. Refraction. Refraction's difficult to make work. It's not bad. It's just awkward to use with the Mask of Bacchus because it doesn't actually work while the light shift is up, if I remember correctly. Although, no, they changed it recently, didn't they? So it just gives you 4x surge. No, so this would work, right? No, this has been changed recently. It deals like 299.5 total damage to IDK if it's possible. Tier 10 reseal. 299 is well more than necessary. You only need 230 to kill. Yeah, you only need 230 to kill now. 230-ish. For PvE builds, we just got to join on 7. You just got to join on the Discord chat with 7, and he'll help you out. 229.5. Oh, yeah, that'll kill most things. Don't worry about it then. At that point, it's, a mild breeze will kill that person. And I think your Winter Shroud also deals damage, so you could potentially finish targets out. I could be wrong on that. But I think it does like 10 damage or something like that. Anyhow. Hedrons for... Yeah, but you're not really freezing targets either. I don't know. Chat, help me out here. I don't believe the Light Shift actually holds down your ability, class ability anymore. Torment's probably better. Yeah, probably Torment. Yeah, probably Torment. You're right. Last numbers in the drawing code. If you're trying to join me, it's 1671. If you're trying to join 7, which I recommend because 7's able to get through more people for PvE builds, just join on the Discord. Gamma 1 is the chat room that we're in. Yeah, probably Torment either way, though. Probably Torment either way. Reaper, of course. Bomber, of course. Powerful Attraction works here fine. Yeah, it's fine. Also, something to consider here. This is the build where something like Distribution actually makes a lot of sense more. So you could consider swapping these two out for Distribution, and it actually would have some value. Because you are going to be dodging near people. That's something you're going to be doing. And that has potentially higher gains. Well, a little harder to work around, but higher gains. Font of Agility, I don't see used that often, but I think it works here. Better already, sure. Recuperation, I don't think you need both of them. I think it's a little bit too much of overlap. I would probably go for just generally getting your stuff back a little bit faster. Because in PvP, you don't need both. One or the other. Orbs, you're typically picking up... You're typically... Like, recuperation is going to be sufficient, I guess would be what I would say. I prefer better already, just to keep the health up and rolling. But if you've got high recovery, which you do, then yeah, do recuperation. This isn't necessary. It's not giving ability back, as I remember using it last time about a month ago. Okay, so it still works that way. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, then just do... I would swap out better already for just a grenade uptime 1 or a melee uptime 1. I don't want to look at the chat anymore. It's evolving to something that scares me. Good. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Lucent Blades, sure. Kinetic and flinching. You actually aren't running kinetic. Remember, this is a stasis weapon, so swap that for stasis. You can even do double harmonics here. That's nice. Yep, there you go. Cool. All right, harmonic dexterity, loaders, and dexterity. Yeah, that's fine. I would probably do a... You're not doing a holster mod, which might actually be the play. Swapping out better already for the holster mod for the glaive might be the better play. Although I actually do find myself relatively consistently actually needing to load the glaive in person, right? Like not moving around or whatever. So you might need a arc loader here, potentially. Potentially. 7 resil's good. 100 recovery. Yeah, this all looks fine. And then targeting. You don't, I even think, need targeting for this. I don't think glaives benefit from targeting as much. I would probably try this out with Dynamo. Because Dynamo will actually give you a little bit of value. Yeah, there you go. Harmonic for that. And I would try Dynamo here. See how that works. And then the last one can be just a whatever, charge a light mod. Put load on the legs. Cool. The Thorn was here previously. Ah, got it. Why not use marksman with the dodge to reload the glaive? True. That's not a bad choice. Well, yeah, they've got the dodge for that. That's true. But you're not always going to have that. And they're mostly using that for the Mask of Bacchus. And they're going to be locked out every now and then. So it might be worth speccing that way. Yeah, try Dynamo. This might help you get your super slightly faster. The Dynamo kick is about like 5%, which doesn't sound a lot, but that's a slightly less than the kill. So if you can do it twice, it's basically a kill's worth of super energy, which is pretty good. Pretty good. Anyway, any questions for me, Boar? Any questions from the chat? How are we feeling in chat, by the way? Wanna... Where's the mark? There you go. Ah, the awkward high five. It's hot in here, I see. Turn on the AC. Charge that singing DMC and MGR. Alright, fine. I'll pull it up. Hold on. Let's let this roll for a second here. Alright, this is what Tower Chat was made for. This is optimal Tower Chat right now. Ah, this is fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Mr. Meeson TDT guy. Perfect. Absolutely excellent. Absolutely excellent. Ooh. All right. Next up, who is next? Who would like to see the doctor next? Who is next in line, I should say. Benji. Hello, Benji. Greetings. Running with the ACD Zeros. A respectable choice. Let's see what you got going here for today. Once again, if you're in my fire team, please leave it. That gives other people the chance to join. Looks like a PvP build. Also the drip, on point. I respect it. Got auto-loading explosive light cataphract for my strand build. The strand build you fixed. Excellent. That's good to see. Good to hear. I'm sad because I can't meet the doc. I'm in the car doing errands with my dad. Have to work at home, so no time for doctor appointments. Unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. PvP, don't touch me. All right, so I've got a build that's very similar to this. It's my go-to arc. It's my go-to Titan build, actually, for PvP. So we'll see how well you go for this here. Falling Guillotine, Eager Edge Frenzy. Sure, why not? Centrifuge with the mod as well. Slide shot, opening shot. Lightweight frames are kind of mid right now. I would advise a more standard weapon. And in particular, depending on what you've got set up here, I would advise a slug specifically. Reason for the slug is that it has a lot more range, and you'll be able to clean up targets a little easier. If you're not going to do that, I just don't know if lightweights are the way to go. There's a reason why you don't see a whole lot of them. Precision frames are so good. They're so freaking good. It's for the Curse Thrall origin trait. Yeah, I hear that. So after defeating a target with the melee attack, final blows of his weapon cause targets to explode for a short duration. But like, how often are you really catching people in a position where you can shoot them after getting a melee kill and have that explosion, and have that explosion actually kill something or hit something else? I don't know if that's often. More often than you think. I doubt that. I'm gonna yield here. I'm gonna trust that you know what you're doing. I'm gonna trust that you know what you're doing here. Obviously the roll in is great, slide shot, opening shot, but the frame is just a little weak right now. So I would advise potentially against it. Works really well for bubbles. You don't need that for bubbles though. You have ACD Zeros. You are the anti-bubble. By wearing this, you are the bubble counter. Right? All right, let's look at the rest of this here. Touch of Thunder. Knockout. Okay. Why Touch of Thunder? I want to hear the thought process behind Touch of Thunder. Because if you're trying to do an aggressive Don't Touch Me build, just punching stuff, running into punching stuff is probably better. I don't like Jug Shield. I see. Interesting. Yeah, I suppose if you are going to slow it down, like, for me personally, if you really want to play a hyper-aggressive build, you run Jug Shield, you run Thrusters. That keeps the loop happening a lot faster, right? And those Thrusters can help you juke targets out and make it a lot easier to close in on gaps. The amount of times I've just barreled towards a target, and then right before that shield breaks, I do a quick little dodge, and it gives me just that moment of time to do the quick little 1-2 punch with them, right? It's extremely powerful. So, just something to test around with. If you don't like it, then yeah, this is probably the better way to go for it. Secondly, Ballistic Slam works fine. I've waxed back and forth between which of these I'd like to pick. I tend to go for just the more generic Seismic Strike, just the shoulder charge. Right? Shoulder charge tends to be my more go-to, mostly for its movement potential. But Ballistic Slam works fine. Flashbang Grenade is fine. Feedback, sure. Feedback does give you that little oomph. It's helpful. I feel like it's a little bit of overkill, though, especially if you're landing the first blow. Because you're not going to be oftentimes getting the kill following up on this. But this is fine as is. Instinct is actually great here. Discharge, Arc Weapon, Final Blows have a chance to create an Ionic Trace. This helps you to keep the stuff up more often. It's fine. I would generally more prefer Recharge over this, though. Recharge will come up a little bit more often, and it doesn't require you to get a kill. It just requires you to take a little bit of damage, which you will be doing just by the nature of being a melee build. Resistance is fine, but it does require you to be fully committed to being in the middle of targets, which can get very scary very quickly. It's a toss-up for this one. PvE only builds or PvPs go as well. Anything. We're doing anything here. This currently is a PvP build that we're looking at. All right. Good. There's one thing I'm checking. Double stacks on stacks. Do these stack? Additional mod copies of this mods provides no benefits. No additional benefit. Toss one of these stacks on stacks mods. Hikes equals push-ups I do as I wait for the dock. I might do that, actually. I need to do some push-ups today. Do some exercises. Get rid of the stacks on stacks. Taking charge does, however, stack. However, you only need one. Extra is unnecessary. Anything outside of one is extremely overkill. Vastly overkill. this, because you're going to have to get more melee hits and stuff together without getting melee hit back. And you're only realistically going to need 4, which 1 will do for you. You're tossing away a lot of other stuff. What shader is this? I believe... Oh, it's fighting colors. I actually don't know the shader. No idea. But yeah, you only need 1. Let's go for the rest of the mods, though. Okay, so Reaper, sure. Powerful Attraction, sure. Outreach, sure. How's the recovery? Recovery's good. Resilience is high. Absolutely do not need that strength. If you really want a lot of strength, then there's other ways to go about it. The extra resilient or the extra strength on this obviously is probably from something we switched on earlier. Recovery is one of your best friends. Even on a build that gets health back off of melee kills, being able to go from fight to fight is so damn useful. So incredibly useful. Recovery is an S tier stat in PvP. Absolutely must go for stat. 6 stacks of charge light with big damage on wells. But my point is you don't need it. You don't need it. Legitimately, 4 stacks will do it. Anything outside, especially because you have a shotgun. Anything outside of that is just like a lot of overkill. Like, I understand what you're going for, but like, just it really, you don't need it. I rounded the 6 likes to 10 easy push-ups. There you go. There you go. Okay. Cool. Recuperation and invigoration. Sure. That works fine. I generally would go for a holster mod too. Again, for the same reasons as you don't need to think about it. And you can afford it right now. You probably don't need this. You probably don't need recuperation on this because you're getting it from the melees. And you're probably running heavy-handed too. So this is a little bit of too much overlap for what you've got going on. Like, you're going to get a melee kill, which is going to give you an Orb of Light. That Orb of Light gets you health. But you know what also gets you health is Knockout. Right? So that's unnecessary. I wouldn't do recuperation here. I would probably go for just a holster mod. Dr. Meese and the other patients are singing and shouting in my ears when I try to nap in line. Well, you shouldn't be napping in line. They're just creating the lobby music. All right. Anyway, so the chest pieces, obviously, we talked about this being overkill. I think you're being stubborn on this, so I'm not going to be able to change your opinion, but you need unflinchings. It'd be very helpful for your centrifuge being more consistent, as well as getting it to your sword breaker is also very helpful. Shotguns do need unflinching mods when they're jousting other shotguns. What's the code for the PvP deal again? You mean like my join code? That would be Meeson777#1671. Alright. Impact induction, heavy-handed. Again, heavy-handed's fine. It feels a little bit of overkill because you're getting charge of light off of these anyway, but it's fine, it works. And it allows you to cycle it with itself a little easier, so sure, why not? Impact induction, let's see, what would you do here? Maybe a swap speed mod. Yeah, probably dexterities for this, because the necessity to be able to swap between your auto and your shotgun will become noticeable along the higher end of play. So, yeah, I would go for a dexterity mod 100% of the time for that. And also, do you have quick accessing on this? You do. Yeah, you do. Good. Dexterities, double dexterity, sure. It's generally more beneficial, if you're doing it this way, to do 1 dexterity for both. 1 dexterity for the strand, 1 dexterity for the arc. Just because they have a diminishing return. So, separate copies, let's say that it gives a 5% increase, and a second copy gives you another 3%, and then back down to, let's say, 2%, 1%. Being that you're swapping between these 2 weapons, it's better for both weapons to have a 5% increase, so that's 10% total, rather than doubling down on 1, because then it's 8% total. It's a small optimization, but it's an optimization nonetheless. Cool. All right, we've apparently shown that hands-on now works in PvP, which actually reminds me, I need to write that down, because that now works in PvP, and that didn't used to in the past, which I think some people are going to be a little caught off guard. Hands-on works in PvP. So this is cool. I do find that my centrifuge does occasionally get double kills, and a double hands-on does give you a little bit of return, but I think I would rather have a targeting mod here after everything. Haven't played PvP in a while. Yeah, it didn't used to, but it does now. So, you're good. Go for a targeting mod for your centrifuge. It helps. It also helps with the ADS speed, which a lot of people actually forget about, which would be helpful. So, yeah, targeting mod. Other than that, looks good. Not a whole lot of things here, just a lot of small optimizations. Any questions for me? How's everybody else doing? Everybody else still holding up back there? stretchy. Ugh. This guy's going off with Devil Trigger. Now that I know it, I'm changing it to double hands-on. I'm not changing it from the double hands-on. I see. Okay. You're trying to get as many of those strikers as you can. All right. We're a little cramped, but we're all okay. Okay, cool. All right, Benji. Hopefully that helped. Next person. I like to punch things. I noticed. All right. Lego Man. What's up, Lego? What we got going on today? Lego Man, where are you? There you are. Kicked me for no reason. Might be a timeout. You might have gotten timed out. PvP Void build. Alright, cool. Nezarec's Sin. Traveler's Chosen. Elsie's Rifle. So you are spamming grenades. Sure, sure. High recovery. High discipline. High intellect. Triple 100s, everybody. That's pretty cool to see. Low resilience is fine. Low mobility is fine. Low strength is fine. So going for a lot of supers, a lot of grenades, a lot of class abilities. All right, let's take a look. For that sweet, sweet energy, yeah. Yep. Feed the Void, Child of the Old Gods, of course. Suppressor grenades the choice. That's an interesting choice. Suppressors are fine. I know some people love them. Personally, I am indifferent. I'm indifferent. I know that you're speccing into Domineering here, but being that this is your only source of this happening, I feel like this is a bit of a overcommitment. I would generally go for scatter grenades and Echo of Undermining before I would spec into this. The return on Echo of Undermining scatter grenades is insane compared to Domineering with suppression grenades. The holy trinity of sweaty stats. Yeah, right? So that's what I would recommend. If you want to keep it this way, you know, whatever, it's you. That's a you thing. I think it's not as good, but, you know, it's neither here nor there. Also, not running Blink makes me sad, but I understand. Echo of Dilation for the stats. I know you're picking this for stats. I know you are. Suppressor grenades are troll material when used right. Yeah, but it's just the troll material only comes up every so often. Fun fact, you can throw grenades on your super and suppress better supers to catch them off guard. I need my 10 intellect. You really don't. You actually don't, though. You have Nezarec's Sin. You have Nezarec's Sin. You really don't. Yeah. So, it's always annoying. Always annoying. Always frustrating when my clients, my patients, are stubborn. Because, yeah, there's so many better choices here. I know you're taking the hit in discipline, bro, but, like, trust, it's better. Echo of Undermining is great, especially with the scatter grenade. Especially with the scatter grenade. That's a potential one-shot. And if not a one-shot, it's very close to one-shotting. Alright. Vigilance here. Cool. And again, Echo of Expulsion. I know for a fact you aren't using that Echo of Expulsion. I know that you are much more interested in the 10 intellect. Don't you lie to me. You understand me somehow. He's supposed to play Optimum when his .99999 would cool down his super reduction. Yeah, I know. Love to see if I can improve my build, but I don't think I feel like fighting Connection again just to join. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that, friend. Sorry about that. Okay. Persistence for a longer Devour duration. That's fine. If you are going to run for the Devour, I guess this is the only... So you either do one of two things. You either do just Echo of Persistence with your Devour setup and just leave it as is, or you go for what I'm doing, which is just a lot of sources of Devour and don't go for the duration. You don't use Echo Persistence. So this works fine. Void Explosions on Nova Warp go hard. Do they, though? Do they actually, though? Because Nova Warp, if you space it correctly, will kill everything in that room. I guess because you don't have Blink, you might actually need to position yourself in such a way that you daisy chain some kills. But, like, do you really, though? Nova Warp is just going to blow up everything anyway. You know what I'm saying? So, personally, I'd say no. Okay, Starvation for picking up a Void Bridge grants an Orb of Power. If you are going to do this, swap out Persistence and go for Harvest. Yeah, go for Harvest. That allows you to get the weekend kills off of this as well, which you are getting from this and from your Child of the Old Gods. That'll give you both sources of it. Vigilance can stay. That's fine. Yeah, try this out. I know this hurts your stats. I know you're not triple 100s anymore. I know you're sad about that. But now you have health packs around the map. Enemies drop health packs. Friendlies drop health packs. Like Overwatch-style health packs where they just flat heal you almost up to full. Right? And you get them from everything now. Besides your melee, you get them from almost just about damn near everything. Your grenade's going to do it for you. 2 of them, actually. You're going to get a lot off of it. Your Child of the Old Gods kills off of it will do it for you. There's a lot of ways to do it now. A lot of ways to do it now. So it's really cool. It's really cool. That little bit of extra health can actually be really darn clutch. If you don't want to spec this, if you don't want to go this hard in on the Devour setups that we're trying to go for here, go for a more standard setup. But please stop picking for stats. I know it looks cool. I know it's a bragging right. I understand. I get it. But it's just, it doesn't, it's not necessary. It's really not. It's not necessary. The join code pinned somewhere. No, but I can tell you it here. It is Meesum777, Meesum777, #1671. That's 1671. Trying a game with the chaperone and a few aspects, and now my PV penis is stiff again. Thanks, Doc. You're welcome. Yeah, Shappy's crazy good. Glad you're having some luck with your PV penis. All right, let's look at the rest of the stuff here. Reaper, good choice. Yep. Bomber, Outreach, classics. Okay, Better Already is completely unnecessary now that we have the Devour pickup stuff, so toss this. You're going to want... No, I guess you don't. You don't have a special weapon. Yeah, Orb of Restoration's fine. But yeah, toss this for almost anything else. Yep. Good. Little bonus in the Elsie's rifle here. Triple unflinching. Go for unflinching. Toss both of these, 2 of these unflinchings here, and go for unflinching kinetic, just to give you a little bit of love to your Traveler's Chosen. I don't know if it considers the Traveler's Chosen a void weapon once you throw a grenade. I don't know. I know that works that way for conditional, but conditional is weird. Blink and Burst are interchangeable. I would recommend Blink if you're going to do Nova Warp. Yeah, like while we're on it, yeah, if you're going to do Nova Warp, Blink is better. It's just better. The Nova Warp needs its speed, and Blink allows you to cover gaps so much faster. So much faster. All right, cool. Got the unflinching here. I'm going to say I'd outright have to work up to it. Happiness. Ha 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 ha. All right. Kinetic dexterity, sure. Harmonic loader. Harmonic dexterity, sure. Hopefully for targeting is here. Yep, targeting. You will get kills with the grenade now. So if you want even more orbs, it's completely unnecessary. But if you just want a shit ton of orbs, swap one of these out for the firepower mod. Again, completely unnecessary if you really just want to go for it. Armor charge because of the new stats. Yeah, you can actually spec into armor charge now. But your void weapon surge will be sufficient. Yeah, void weapon surge will be sufficient. Lastly, that mobility is too low. You need at least 3 mobility. I know that warlocks don't really need it, but that you're going to notice this. You're going to feel this. I would pull my discipline out because you already are getting it back from Nezarec Sin, and I would put it into mobility if you can help it. Discipline. Yes, you can pull this out. Swap both of these for mobility. Just that little bit of strafe speed will be noticeable. And again, because you have Nezarec Sin, your grenade is going to be fine. You're going to be able to keep this up often. Play with this. Give this a go. I know this is a little different than what you're doing, but you're going to notice that how often you get these healing orbs up will be able to keep your Devour up, which means that you're going to be able to get Nezarec Sin to proc more often because that's more grenade stuff. Devour also feeds grenades, as people remember. If this ends up not working out for you, if you find that this is unnecessary, go for more standard orb setups. Keep the scatter grenade, though. It's currently the best. It's probably going to get nerfed. Yeah. Any questions for me? Have any tips for Eager Edge following Guillotine because I need to get better with it? There's a lot of things that come with Eager Edge. Nezarec Sin works with other subclasses, true, but no reason not to run it on Void as well. Other than that, I did make it work in 3v3s, but I'll try it out. Yeah, I mean, the build that you had prior is not bad. We're optimizing. Right? What we're doing here is we're saying, like, yeah, your triple 100s are very cool. I love your triple 100s. However, it's because, like, if you didn't have Nezarec Sin, I would lean in harder on the stats. Yeah, sure. I would have higher stats overall. But because you have Nezarec Sin, a lot of your stats kind of become moot for specifically strength and discipline. They don't really matter as much because you've already got something, yeah, not needed with Nezis. Exactly. Yeah. Nezi's is covering a world of sins. So, yeah. Don't worry about it. Not to mention, like, bro, you've got Traveler's Chosen. You have so much spam ready to go. Don't worry about those stats at all. Yeah, and Traveler's gives you a flat amount. It's 20% per kill for all of your abilities. So it doesn't even matter at all if you're getting a lot of kills with the Travelers. But yeah, so give that a shot. Give that a go. All right. Good. Back into Resilience and Recovery. Yes. Resilience and Recovery would be the better way to go. I agree. I agree. Probably. Yep, I agree. Cool. Hopefully that helps. Chat, I'm going to run downstairs and quickly fill up my mug. I desperately need liquid. I will be right back. I will leave you with the waiting screen. Actually, I'm going to leave you with the shit's fuck screen. Right back. Is that actually playing Chirp? I can't play Chirp anymore. No, I can't play Chirp anymore. I get copyright claimed. It's lame. I'll be right back, chat. Need a little bit of liquid. Been talking nonstop for the last 2 hours and 40 minutes. Help everybody get joined. Oh, don't forget to join. Don't forget to join 7. If you haven't joined on 7, he's in our Discord right now. He's on Gamma 1. He's going to help you with PvE builds specifically. I'll be right back. All right, chat, I have returned. All right. Welcome back, everybody. The doctor is in. What are we looking at today? I'm in the wrong tower. Unfortunate. David. Let's take a look, David. Let's see what you're looking at here today. What are we dealing with, David? Yeah, the join code is in the chat right now. All right. I need it to be good for Nightfalls, and if possible, it might help if we can put this on build suppression and volatile for champions. Gotcha. Yeah, so you need, you're going to need some champion stuff. You already have the weakening effect from Felwinter's Helm, which is cool. Does kind of require a little bit of setup, though. The choice for Dragon's Breath is an interesting one. I know that you're getting Scorch off of this, but the rest of the build really isn't speccing into it at all. It's good for ad clear. It's good for general, like, just locking down an area. But I'm curious as to why you're doing Dragon's Breath specifically. I'd love to hear the line of thinking for this. I feel like there's much better, more synergistic options for what you're trying to do for Dragon's Breath. So I'd love to hear the thought process for this, but right now, I feel like this is a suboptimal pick. There's also just great legendary weapons here too, right? There's no spots open. Yeah, there's probably not going to be some spots open for a minute. So let me actually pull up the prescriptions here, because we actually are going to need some prescriptions for this. Haven't needed it thus far because it's been kind of like smaller stuff. Find more synergistic heavy. Heavy. There we go. I have some options to switch. Okay, cool. Yeah, I like Dragon's Breath. It's one of my favorite heavy exotics. But I just don't know if a build like this is really what you're going for. Like, the fact that you're primarily going to be playing around melees and stuff, too, with Felwinter's Helm. With Felwinter's Helm already is a bit of a difficult choice to work with. Good for unstoppables. That's true. That is true. Yeah. Because you've got, let's see. Let's see here. Volatile weapon rounds. Yeah, so you need the grenades in order to make that happen. Right. And then for this, you don't have any void options as it stands. You could get that from other sources, from your other weapons here, potentially. But yeah, for the ignitions and such, potentially, yeah. It does take quite a bit to get there, though. Volatile is difficult to proc at the right time for the barrier champ. It would suggest either get a sidearm or an intrinsic anti-barrier exotic. I agree with that. Again, Indebted Kindness is a thing. And with Indebted Kindness with Volt Shot, that also handles more than one champion. That's both the... and if you run Indebted Kindness with a Volt Shot, that handles both Overload, I believe it is, and Anti-Barrier, which is incredibly good. Yeah, suppressions for the Overload. Yeah. I see that. So... the destabilizing rounds for the Volatile, good. I'm hoping you're playing around this, and I'm hoping you've got some things I'm going to see inside of your subclass that are going to help out with this. But if you really are trying to play around that, and if you are trying to play something a bit more specific, Buried Bloodline, get the synergy for the anti-barrier. That's true. Yeah. That's true. Doesn't quite have the same damage, but you also have some pretty good damage slots in here. Yeah, Buried Bloodline, if you have it, could be pretty darn fun, too. Yeah, Overload for the suppression effects, sure. Yeah, and I mentioned the arc for the jolt effects here too. So with Indebted Kindness, with Volt Shot, if you have it, you could cover both options. Both Overload and Barrier. Unstoppable is still going to be potentially a choice here. There's the Volt Shot, sure. But that doesn't run... what's the SMG right now? I don't know them by heart. What's the SMG? Because it doesn't show me here either. Just make sure they run special ammo finisher so he doesn't run out of ammo. True. Yeah, so if you're going to run Volt Shot for the Iculus, that works too. Yeah. But again, better options here still. I still think there's better options. What could you do for the Unstoppable? What's the Unstoppables? What's the Unstoppables for the artifact this time? Keep saying enter a valid profile name. Make sure you're not capitalizing anything, Mythic. Bow. It's Unstoppable Bow and that's it? There's nothing else? Surely there's like one other thing in there, right? Well, anyway. Unstoppables also get frozen. Hand cannon. Okay, I see. Yeah. Hand cannon. If you had a hand cannon with Volt Shot, that would cover both of these. That would cover both Unstoppable and Overload. Hand cannon too. Yeah, okay. But realistically, Chill Clip. Chill Clip will work. Because you're often not going to need like all of your ammo for the Chill Clip stuff. So Shatter will work for that. And Shatter also works with, slow effects for the Overload. You've got a lot of ways to deal with Overload right now. So I would probably not do the Iculus, because the Iculus isn't giving you... what's the anti-barrier? Let me just look at these, for fuck's sake. So it is anti-barrier that, unstoppable that, overload. So there's actually not a lot of anti-barrier. That is kind of the problem. Yeah, I think the Indebted Kindness is probably just the play here. Yeah, it's probably just the play. I don't think there's a hand cannon with Volt Shot. There is. Yeah, and SMGs feel like pea shooters. Yeah, SMGs aren't good. As long as she doesn't get something like Radiant Riptide, she should cover both. Yep. Riptide is... that's why Riptide is so good. Like, outside of it being just, like, not a terrible DPS option. Not great, but it's not terrible. The chill clip that it can give is so good. So good. Yeah. Anyway, so I would probably, if you really want to just optimize the shit out of this thing, if you have an Indebted Kindness, do that. I don't think I would run the Iculus SMG. I don't think I would run SMGs probably in general here, because there isn't any SMG synergy with any of this, and there's other options in here that you could potentially roll with, right? That also roll Volt Shot if you're trying to do a Volt Shot thing, which I don't think is necessary either. Radiant no longer prevents the stun from Chill Clip anymore as well. Really? Interesting. Prop Radiant Riptide that stuns all champions. Yep. Yeah. Yep. But he's not doing Radiant here, so that's fine. But Riptide covers two different choices here. Both of them are fine. Nation of the Beast can also roll it. Yep. There's a lot of ways that you could roll it. So this, I will put this in a prescription. You don't need the Volt Shot. It's not necessary. The Volt Shot is very valuable, of course, to just generally clearing ads and such. but it's not necessary for what you're trying to do here. Yeah, and if you're trying to get like something to deal with more unstoppable stuff, which I don't think is necessary personally with Riptide just existing in your slots already, I would be more worried about barriers. I'd be more worried about barriers. Even still, barriers are an interesting creature. They're not like Unstops in that they will just tank everything. They're not like Overloads where they'll heal through everything. You have a window to potentially nuke them. There's a small window where barriers could potentially be just destroyed outright. So even with all that, it's not the worst option to play in this way. But let's ignore that for a second. Let's say that you can't get Solar Radiant. Let's say that you can't get Unraveling Rounds. Let's say that you go for the Volatile. So probably would go for a Volatile SMG here, because I'm assuming you've got Volatile rounds in here. Expulsion, no, you don't. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, okay. If that's the case, if you're really worried about it, I would go for just a good Void weapon. The Ross Argos, I think it is really solid. There's a lot of great rolls on it. Buried Bloodline, somebody brought up, is really cool too. You nuke barriers after they pop their shields. Yeah, there's a window that you can actually just kill them outright. Deal enough damage to your heavy, you can stagger them out of the shield popping animation. It's common with the constant ignitions of Dragon's Breath. That's true too. That's true too. Yeah. So, Dragon's Breath works fine. I think that there's better choices potentially out there. Yeah, Ross Argos with our Onslaught and Destabilizing Rounds is amazing. Yep. Yep. So I'm going to just put in here just generically, look for better energy wep. Okay? Dragon's Breath works fine. I just think that there's better choices there. It works, but it's just a little shy of both of these things, right? Anyhow. Let's roll. Yeah, Riptide's good. Freeing Frenzy's fine. I would prefer Autoloading Holster here. You're not often trying to kill things with this. You're trying to just damage things. Autoloading Holster will help this out. Dragon's Breath is fine by itself, but the synergy with Solar makes it S tier. Yeah, if you can, that's what I'm saying. Like, Dragon's Breath is good, but it's like, it feels like it's a shame not to have something that could be even potentially better. Maybe even something like, whatchamacallit? Two-Tailed Fox. Right? Yeah. Anyway, Dragon's Breath is good, though. No need to worry about that. Chaos Accelerant, Feed the Void. Chaos Accelerant is fine. It works, but I feel like Child of the Old Gods opens up a lot of just bullshit. Chaos Accelerant is just an interesting choice for this. Of course, Feed the Void. No. I would toss Chaos Accelerant. Feed the Void's good. Child of the Old Gods good. Both, they're just the best. I like Chaos Accelerant, but until this starts doing more for me, I don't see a use for it. I guess you are doing Undermining. Yeah, you are leaning into that. Makes it last longer. It does make it do a little bit more. What do we feel about this, Nurse Chattington? How do we feel about Chaos Accelerant? Because I feel like Chaos Accelerant is just outshined by having Child of the Old Gods. It's tower full? Yes, it's full. Yeah, it's fine. It's outclassed by good burst damage, though, for the champ, Ignite, Suppress, and Jolt all at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, if you're worried about the champs, if you're worried for more DPS stuff, heck, even if you just want to just not think about it, fucking Thunderlord, just turn off your brain, hold right trigger, and call it a day. Well, anyway, how do we feel about Chaos Accelerant? I wonder if people are typing. If Chaos Accelerant didn't have a damage cap, it'd be so funny. Yeah. It's very limiting. It's very limiting. Put Echo of Domineering on and shoots twice. Yeah, if you wanted to do the whatchamacallit setup. Yeah. Doesn't Suppression also work on Unstops? Isn't Suppression the Unstop thing? No? Is it Overload? Suppression, yeah. Overload, if you're worried about overloads. It's the barrier that we don't have an option for at the moment. Yeah, Suppression's Overload. Yeah. Not a lot of people talking about that. Not a lot of people talking about Chaos Accelerant. Yeah, I don't... It's definitely not worth losing Devour to. Devour's insane. It's so good. You need Devour. But if I had, like, in order, it would be Devour, Child of the Old Gods, Chaos Accelerant, in my opinion. Although I could see an argument for Chaos Accelerant, specifically with the Echo of Undermining here. I just don't think the damage is worth it for the for the lack of the Child, in my opinion. Not a lot of people talking about this. All right, I'm just going to roll on then. Nova Bomb Vortex, sure. The Submunition Seekers of the Slova Bomb works good too. Domineering, yeah. If you are going to do Domineering, I feel like you need to play around it a lot harder. Chaos Accelerant is only good if you're banking on grenades. He's clearly going for finishers. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. That's a good point. Toss Chaos Accelerant, go for Devour. You definitely Devour over Chaos Accelerant every single time. That one's a no-brainer, but it's a matter if you want to toss Child of the Old Gods. All right, so Domineering. Domineering is not happening, like, ever, so toss it. Expulsion, sure. I guess that's fine. Starvation for the little bit of ore picks-ups, and that will... You can actually swap out Domineering for Harvest. Yeah, put Harvest here. That will make Starvation work. That'll make Starvation happen more often. It's also happening off of your Echo of Undermining. It's also happening off of your Fellwinter's Helm. So get that taken care of there. Let's roll on to the rest of this here. Utility Kickstart, again, just doesn't give enough. Reaper's not necessary. Go for Time Dilation. It's just a better mod overall. Distribution, I hope that you're not placing your Rift in and amongst enemies. I hope you're placing it from the safety of cover where you can fight from. Your stats are dangerously low here, too. I think finishers count as ability kills, so it proc Devour. Yes, only if you've got it set to the correct finisher. Guys, if you're trying to min-max your PvE runs, do not ever run random finishers. There are certain finishers which will always be locked to a specific element. There are other finishers that will always try to match the element that you're using. So, in those cases, always do those. You can tell which ones they are because they will change colors depending on the subclass that you have equipped. Always run those if you're trying to min-max. And yes, you're correct. They should count as ability kills. Distribution's not necessary. Reaper's not necessary. Utility Kickstart's not necessary. Time Dilation, the ore pickup mod that I never remember the name of. I guess if you want distribution. Don't all finishers count? No, they don't. Some have a unique element that they are built to. In fact, if people don't know this, I will write this down. I thought that this was relatively common knowledge. I will write that down. Not all finishers are created equal. I have my variety finishers and they all increase my resto. Most of them do. That's the thing, like 80 to 90% of them do, but there's a small handful that don't. And if you're ever in a situation, if you've ever been in a situation like, huh, that didn't proc that. Oh, I must have been on cooldown or something. I just have too many buffs and I didn't notice it. Or something like that, right? It's probably that's why. It's probably why. It's a really stupid mechanic. Let me see if I can find one. I don't know actually if I have any on me here. Fix these arm mods, though. The Utility Kickstart isn't necessary. Reaper is not necessary for what we're doing here. Time Dilation, the other stuff is good. Like Scythe Finisher, for example, is always solar. Yeah, let me see what I have here. So I'm on Void right now. So that looked Stasis. Am I on Stasis? No, I'm on Void. That looked Stasis. Okay, so it's cycling through. See, it's cycling through. So if it's cycling through, that means it's going to match. See, now it's on Void, so that means it's going to match. We're good, we're good, we're good. The kick will always work. I think this is always Void. I believe this one's always Void. We do it a second time. It's Void again. Let's do it a third time. Third time, and it's more or less confirmed. Again, Void. See, this one's always going to be Void for you. Yeah, Kellbreakers is always going to be Void. So if you're doing some kind of arc finisher mod, this will never work. Never, ever work. I think this one's always arc. I just use it because the headbutt's funny. Yeah. Yeah, this one's always arc. See that? Good to know for Prismatic. Yes, it actually is. This is actually extremely good to know for Prismatic. And I believe this one might be... Cool. So that one, see, that one's just kind of a whatever one. So that one will be fine. This one's now Void. See? There you go. I'll even save that. Now you know. I thought that was common knowledge. I'm sorry. I would have mentioned that to more people. David. Cool. Yeah, toss, Reaper, toss, utility, kickstart, toss, distribution, do time dilation, the one that picks up the orbs when you pop your thing nearby. You can increase your overall stat density here and then make this something smaller. Let's roll forward. Absolution's fine. Weapon surge is fine. That's all good here. If you want to, I would probably, if I had the choice, swap your recovery on this one, your discipline on this one. This allows you one more slot for another void search, which is good. Coming next in things you don't know. Yeah, exactly. You should get shields while finisher. That's a good point. Yeah, you should absolutely have finisher mods. That's actually a really good point, Crank. Yep. Get some finisher mods. All right. Stasis reserves. Oh, for the Riptide. Right. Kind of unnecessary. It only gives you, like, what? Like 2 more shots? Kind of unnecessary. I think you're better off just having more resiliences and such. Your stats are criminally low. Criminally low. These are really low rolled stuff. So I would worry about that. I would actually give some effort to that. Firepower, sure, but you're actually going for more melee stuff. I would go for the heavy-handed mod, because that's probably more what you're trying to spec for. But this works too. This is fine. Momentum transfer, sure. Don't really need any like reloaders or anything. Everything here is fine. Use solar reserves for Dragon's Breath. Nah, not necessary. Kind of one way. One way or the other's the same. This is not necessary. Super Final Blows create an extra orb of power for your allies. If you're doing this with Nightfalls and such, this is fine. But you're more likely going to be needing something. You're going to generally prefer getting your super set faster. I would prefer to do, like, got the hands on. I prefer to do just a Siphon mod, as well as a special ammo or heavy ammo finder over the power preservation almost every single time. If this was like, if this helmet wasn't Fellwinter's, this was the Dire Skull of Ahankara, maybe, where your supers are trying to loop in on themselves, but they're not. So don't run this. I don't know if David is even here. I haven't seen him change anything for a while. He's not speaking in chat. We might be talking to a corpse, ladies and gentlemen. But there's what I have there for you. Should I write this down in prescription? There's a lot of things in prescriptions. I am. Okay, good. Good. I haven't seen you swap anything, so I was worried. The dead do need a doctor. I think the dead are far past the need of a doctor. They're in need of a necromancer. But yeah, he's here. We're good. We're good. Okay. Yeah, it's going to require you to kind of open up your vault and look at what weapons you have available to you here to find something that works better. Try to find something that actually works with the artifact mod right now if you're really worried about champions. Yeah, I'll work on it. Okay, any questions for me? I know I'm kind of going fast, and I'm moving quickly here. So let me know if there's any questions, if you want me to go over anything here. Crazy idea to get Leviathan's Breath. Yeah, Leviathan's isn't bad either, actually, especially if you have the Catalyst. Lean back in my chair for a second. Leviathan's not bad either. Any other questions here for me? Deathbringer? Deathbringer's okay. It's more of an ad clear thing. It is alright DPS, though. Better choices. Well, it's okay. It's fine. The build is okay. It's, I would say, at like 60% of what it could be. There's a lot of things that really need some optimization here and there, primarily in the weapons. Since it doesn't have access to the Unstop on Void, it would cover its shortcomings. Yeah, the problem right now is lacking some of the champion tools. Shop around for some weapons that have an easier access to that type of stuff. Remember that your chill clip is going to cover most of the things you're going to need, which is for Overload and Unstops. The chill clip will cover that. If you're really worried about not having ammo for it, then do a special ammo finder. That'll keep your chill clip loaded better. Edge Transit to heavy and open. Yep, I agree. I think Edge Transit would also be very good. And then you could open up the exotic slot. Yep. Might be a matter of not having the light level for things. So, we'll see. Again, though, just tighten up your stats. You just generally need more stats. I'll also put that on your prescription. You just need more stats. Your stats are just really low. Get higher tier armor. I spelled higher wrong. Hold on. Cool. We talked about the other optimizations. You can always roll back into the VOD to check this. We good? Cool. All right. Let's roll forward. Next, oh my gosh. Oh, I don't know if we're going to get through all this today. Once again, as a reminder, if you are a PvE player, and I'm assuming 7 is still on. Let me see if 7's still on. 7 is still on. Yeah, they have a lot of open slots. If you are a PvE player looking for help on a PvE build, on our Discord in the chat room, the voice chat room, Gamma 1, 7's helping out. I've gotten nothing but good reports from 7 right now. I know you want to talk to the funny build guy, but it's highly likely I will not be able to get to you today. So if you actually want to make sure you get seen, go talk to 7. He's currently in our Discord. Highly recommend. He's my nurse. All right. Next up, come on down. The storm that is approaching. Oh boy. Drips looks good. I like the color palette. What are we looking at here today? Looks like a PvP build if I've ever seen one. Where are you at, Storm? My build is multi-purpose PvP and PvE. Is this you, Storm? Raisin Shuriken? I'm here? Okay. Cool. Multi-purpose PvP and PvE. Okay, cool. Noted. Vorpal. Yeah, that's pretty multi-purpose. Slice is a choice. Slice is a choice. Yeah, alright. So that's probably the best PvE role that you can get. It's a good slug shotgun all around, so it's no real complaints there. Centrifuge, sure. And you got the Crux Termination with Explosive Light and Clown Cartridge. Not the best roll, but it works. It works. Thrusters go burr. You're right. Yeah. Running thrusters in PvE. Interesting. For the slice, I suppose. Yeah, not really getting a lot of synergy off of that. And doing Dune Marchers. Dune Marchers is not the best for PvE. It's alright, though. Increase sprint speed. Sprinting builds up a static charge after meleeing attacking an enemy. That charge will chain to nearby enemies. So this allows you to kind of get a little bit of ad clearing here, right? Not the best, though, but it'll work. It's fine. It does kind of have that nice split between the two. All right, Touch of Thunder, Knockout. Again, I've shared my opinions on the Juggernaut Shield, but that works fine. Pulse Grenade for the longer duration, sure. Seismic Strike, High Lift Thrusters, good. Discharge, sure. Magnitude, of course. Ions, sure. Shock, of course. If you really want to get in and on targets, I would recommend the Instinct. That allows you to get that bit of jolt off on targets. I don't know if you need the Spark of Shock, really, for this. I guess it's fine. Yeah, this works fine. This works fine. Not really any bad options here. Supercluster really suffers from Strand Special on the kinetic slot. Yeah. I know the Centrifuge anyways. Makes arc explosions when it's charged up. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, this is fine. Arc can kind of go over the place. All right, let's take a look at the rest of this here. I would recommend switching this to Reaper. Double Bomber is fine, but Reaper is better, and that gives you a little bit more choices, especially if you're going to be running the thrusters, which means you're going to be using this a lot. So Reaper mod for that, sure. Elemental Charge is not as necessary as just simply running a Surge mod. So especially for your Arc, I mean that you have both Arc weapons, so Arc Surge for that. Again, we've talked about Emergency Reinforcement. It actually does... Guys, we've tested this unless they've changed it recently. Does anybody want to guess how much Emergency Reinforcement gives in PvP? So if you're somehow able to magically get 3 armor charges, your shield gets broken, now you get some damage resistance. How much damage resistance do you think that is, chat? Boom. 1%. Xenon got it. It is 1%. Wow. That's so good. It is 1%. Again, this was when the mod came out. So they might have changed it. I haven't tested it since. It was 1% when we tested it. It could be the difference between life and death. No, it wouldn't. Actually, functionally meaningless. Yeah. It's 99% useless. Yeah. If it was 10%, yeah, okay, maybe I could see it. You could tank a single bullet of an SMG at max range. Yeah, again, unless they've changed it. In PvP, it is 1%. So I'm interested in seeing if they actually updated it, because they've updated a lot of the mods. I'd imagine they hopefully changed this. But yeah, kind of cringe. What kind of archetypes that can help survive, I wonder? I have no clue. But yeah, just ignoring all of that. Merchant reinforcement is so expensive just to get it to set up and proc. It's fine for PvE, but I feel like just general resistances and flinching would be better for you. I've never seen anyone use reinforcements. Yep, same. Apologies, but where is the PvE chat on Discord? I can't seem to see it. It's not labeled PvE chat. It's Gamma 1 in the game gab. If you don't have the recruit role, your name isn't green, you need to go to the code of conduct and make sure you hit the thumbs up and click one of the notifications if you'd like to. Getting your shields broken is already a death sentence in PvE, so I wouldn't really see the value getting it to that point. Good luck in to stack even more DR. Yeah. Unflinching's better. Charged up. Are you really doing anything with charged up? I guess. Yeah, I guess. It's fine. I think there's probably better options there. Kickstart in PvP is garbage. PvE, it's fine, but you're not really committed to this. I would generally just rely on these two to do your thing. These two. I would swap this out for something more generic, like a swap speed. Or a, probably the heavy-handed mod or the grenade mod, the firepower mod. Be better for this. The kickstarts just are kind of garbage in PvP. Toss that. Get something else. Alright. Heavy ammo finder, sure. Ashed assets, I suppose. And harmonic siphon, sure. I would go for a targeting mod if you're trying to do this for PvE stuff. And I would swap that instead of ashes to assets. The grenade, the energy that it gives back, being that you're not speccing specifically around getting a lot of grenades. Like you don't have like Ashen Wake or whatever, right? I would just do a targeting mod. They put that dinosaur band-aid over the colon that is 1% and doing shit. Yeah. Sacks on sacks, what's on your legs? Not doing that. Not doing that. Yep. Yep. Okay, but that hopefully should help out. Obviously, we're kind of riding the line between PvP and PvE, so it's not going to be optimized for either. But this will work for you. Kind of make it tight now just for the honey bun build. Okay. All right, any further questions for me here? Hopefully that gets you squared away. Thanks, Doc. Excellent. Next patient, who's up? Make sure you leave the tower once you're done. All right, Artemy, what are we looking at here today? I see a funny little chess piece on you there. Yep, it is what I think it is. Is this a PvP or a PvE build? Also, drip is nice. I like the drip. That chess piece just looks good in general. Let them chat here for a second. Hello, it's I, Artemy. Want to use my big gun on big enemies for PvE. You got it. Horse times with charm target lock is, yeah, that's kind of fun. I do think that we have the better options of the whatchamacallit now, the hammerhead with the setups and stuff, but this will work. This will work fine. Royal Executioner, Envious Assassin, Reservoir Burst is an interesting choice. Why not a Void Weapon here? I wonder. Why not run a Void Weapon here? That would have better synergy with everything. Not to mention you could start doing some stuff with Repulsor Brace, destabilizing rounds. There's a lot of stuff for this. I want to hear your thoughts. Of course, we're running Sweet Business. Hammerhead is not better than Retrofit for or Commemoration. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, Retrofit still pretty darn good. Still pretty darn good. Especially if you can get the volatile rounds to fire. So, alright. Good to know. Good to know, good to know. Why no Void Weapon? That's an interesting choice. Let's see here. Because I use Big Gun to kill puny enemy and energy to burst down tougher enemies. Right. Okay. I guess Reservoir Burst would be the play for that, if that is what you're trying to do. I'm almost tempted to say do like a 1-2 punch Void Shotgun. Maybe. But, yeah. Oh, where'd you go? I lost you. There you are. Okay. Let's take a look at the rest of this here. Of course, Control Demolition, Bastion, Vortex Grenade, Shield Throw. Good choices all around. Persistence to keep it going longer. Undermining, get that. Instability, yep. Starvation for the orb. Okay, good. All around solid. I don't know how often. How often are you actually getting a void breach or an orb? I guess you're getting orbs relatively frequently. Because I want to kill enemies behind my barricade. Right. Why don't you have the enhanced perks? Good question. Yeah, with the high roll on that, enhanced perks potentially could be better. Maybe it doesn't have the energy for it. Okay. Yeah. All right. This is fine. This is fine. This is good, especially for the setups here. I think that there are better choices for a void weapon, which is a bit more synergistic, and it'll allow you to potentially deal with some champions. Currently, this is not dealing with any champions. So I would recommend something just slightly more synergistic for this. Don't know what that would be, but I feel like there are better choices out there. It's not bad, though. Reservoir Burst is not bad. I just think there could be better. Hammerhead's better for ad clear and majors, other than better the boss damage. But why use an LMG? Well, he is specifically speccing for Actium Warwig, right? So this actually works pretty darn well, right? I also think, yeah, backup mag, I think, is potentially the better choice here. Curious as to see if it's worth going for boss spec over backup mag. I'm not sure what the damage is better. Having used this build since 2 seasons ago, this one was better when there were a barrier and auto overload LMG with unstop. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I'm going to prescribe here. Let me go ahead and update my prescriptions here. I haven't touched them in a second. I'm going to prescribe a slightly better energy weapon choice. It's not terrible, but I think there's better choices out there. Find slightly better energy option. Okay. Let's roll on here. Time dilation, powerful attraction, bomber. Yep, good. Stats are looking good. Okay. Kinetic surge because you're trying to tear through enemies. Recuperation is 100%. No. Right, because Devour got changed. Nope, recuperation's good. IDK, what class would be best for my build? Yeah, that's a good point. What would be the better pick for this? Void allows you to get that overshield up, but I don't think you're really leaning in on the overshield too hard. You've got the Bastion fragment, sure, but you aren't doing anything else with it. Backup mag is higher DPS and retrofit in general. Second, the commemoration for ad clear. Right, okay. Yeah, what would be better for this? I think Void is the best, just simply because bubble. You know, pop bubble, hold trigger, go burr. I meant only for the comparison with the other LMG's boss damage, but I get for this build. Yeah, sure. Solar for the Hammer Titan, maybe, but at that point you're going for a melee build. Arc for... I guess Arc could work, because you could just run... No, because then you don't get that. No, that wouldn't work. Can't do Arc. Can't do Solar. Already on Void. Stasis is not really a great option right now. And then Strand is good, but again, it's a very melee-focused thing. So yeah, I do think Void's probably your best pick. Demolition's giving volatile in all abilities. Hits, say, Sentinel. Yeah. Your name is spelled Misum. No, 1 E. 1 E. I tried Behemoth and regretted it. Yeah, I wouldn't run Behemoth. I don't think that would be the play here. You have to have a pretty specific build to make Behemoth work in PvE, unfortunately. Anyway, let's go on to the rest of this here. Charged up. Concussive dampener. Okay. I guess you are going to be getting a little bit more of those. All right. Font of Vigor for a lot of strength. Are you really playing around strength? Do you need the strength? I guess you're going to be throwing shields. The fact that you're just a little shy on that strength is really frustrating. Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating, in fact. Huh. Yeah, firepower. Are you really trying to lean that hard in on your melees? I suppose so, because Controlled Demolitionist gets it up frequently enough. I feel like you're more going for the grenade, if I may be honest. I feel like the grenade is more the thing you're playing around. I guess this does allow you to get it up and loop into itself a little bit better. Yeah? That's tough. Now I'm also starting to think, do you need recuperation? Because I know that this basically gives you the same effect as a full Devourer on Warlock, but would it be better doing something like getting your strength up, getting your melee up off of this more often? Because you're already getting the kills off of the Controlled Demolitionist to get your health back, and a little bit of Devour that you can get off of Starvation might be enough for it. Maybe just loop purely into the grenade might be the play. Heavy ammo finder, sure. Harmonic and kinetic. Yep, that's fine. I actually used to burst down champs with retrofit and avoid nade. Yeah, I think that, yeah, I guess if you're using it exclusively for high-end stuff, maybe like looping in his strength. Do I have to send you a friend request? No, you should be able to just join on me. Also, we talked about this before, but if you are in a ad clear build, ad clear builds love having a scout on them. And the fact that you do not have an energy weapon, an energy void weapon here, I think it is better for you to instead do the siphon mod, do a scout here. Friends will love you. I think that's a better choice. Cool. I have been pushed out my room. All right. Artemy, I hope that helps. Do you have any questions for me? Also, as a reminder, if you're in my fire team, which I know some of you are because it's the only reason that you're able to push me, bounce. Get out of the fire team. You'll still be able to stay in the tower, but allows more people to join up. All right. Yeah. Okay. Does that get you all taken care of, Artemy? Crank? Same person? Slightly better energy option, I think, is the big thing here. Because the energy is just kind of there, you know? Not really, should just change Scout. Okay, yeah, just change to the Scout. Yeah. Being that you're kind of playing ad clear, having that Scout on is more valuable to you, especially because the retrofit excavator you're using exclusively, almost exclusively for damage. You're not using it to clear stuff out, so it's better for you to do that. I think you got the wrong person. And I was like, I don't want to dance with you. Sure. Oh. There you go. There's a little slow dance for you. All right, who's next on the list? Ultra, you're up. Come on down. Look into my eyes. No. Look into my one helmet. Look into my massive eye. Look at it. Oh, look at it. Stare into the galaxy and watch it stare back at you. All right, Ultra, what are we looking at today? I need to go. Yeah, you do. Love the drip. Looks fantastic. Living electrical outlet ad clear PvE build. Cool. Yeah, love the outfit. Drip looks great. Risk runner, sure. Fun. Appetence, sure. Demo 1 for all is kind of fun. I think there's better roles you could do here. It's very ammo hungry for this. Yeah, I think there's better options for this, but this will work fine. Obviously, you're running it mostly for demo. Sleepless, chain reaction wellspring. Good, especially if you're playing for ad clear. Although we've talked about this before, but I feel like if you're going to go for ad clear and you're specifically speccing your rocket around ad clear, probably want a GL or a machine gun. I will put this into prescription. Find GL or MG heavy arc. I know that you're doing it mostly for the chain reaction and wellspring, but the rocket is very expensive. Yeah, the rocket is very, very expensive. Anywho, appetence, I'm torn about this. I think that there's better choices here. You could have a lot... 3 screams in a trench coat. You could have a lot more powerful of an individual weapon option here, rather than just what this is right now. Terminus Horizon from the Spire of the Watcher. Yeah. 58 Rezo. We'll talk about that. Don't worry. We'll get there. We'll get there. Sorry to say I'll be leaving in a bit, so I'm no longer taking patients. All right. 7 Factorial is leaving. Our nurse is taking a break. I'm going to suggest find something more powerful. Find more powerful special. Okay. Let's roll on to the actual build itself. Electrostatic Mind, Lightning Surge. What a choice. Okay. Pulse Grenade, Chain Melee, sure. Interesting choice for this. Yes, you are going really hard in on the melees. All right, so that means that you have to spec this a very particular way. Amplitude is fine. Magnitude is fine. Look, if you're running Lightning Surge, to commit to that melee, bro. I went with the Stasis Trace since it has demo because artifact mods are stasis based. Yes, but you have to, okay, hold on. Let's talk about the stasis things here. right? Which ones are the things that give the stasis stuff? Let me see here. It's this. Let's see. Yeah. While Radiant deal increased weapon damage to combatants affected by Strand and Stasis debuffs. Right? Not Strand and Stasis weapons. Debuffs specifically. This is Solar. This is Unraveling Rounds. Frozen targets from Stasis Crystals. So you have to have Stasis Crystals to make this work. And this is Frozen targets and Stasis Crystals deal that increased damage, shattering a Stasis Crystal. So this all requires debuffs in order to make this happen. Mountaintop is a great suggestion, Michael. Yeah, all this requires stuff that you don't have access to. So currently that Appetence is doing nothing for you, other than just being Appetence. Alright. I might have been pushed all the way to Master Raoul. I thought I heard. Alright, y'all are getting kicked from the fire team. You have 30 seconds. 30 seconds! Somebody pushed me all the way to Master Raoul. 30 seconds! To leave the fire team, where I'm going to leech you to orbit, and I'm going to close down the fire team. It was worth it. I was like, I'm hearing the elevator. I shouldn't be hearing the elevator. I saw it all. It was worth it. Where are you? Boot fire team member. Lock this down. We're closed up for shop anyway. Have you prescribed death upon anyone today? Not yet. Alright, sorry. Before I was so rudely interrupted. So rudely interrupted. I got kicked and I just joined. Bro, I just warned you. You saw this happen. The blood is on your hands. Anyway, Mountaintop is a great suggestion. Let's keep rolling here. So, because you're speccing specifically into the melee, commit to your melee. You're splitting right now with your grenades and stuff. Don't. Just go for your melee if you're actually going to play into it. Otherwise, go Arc Souls. You know what I'm saying? So, Spark of Instinct, the Resistance mod. You're sliding into the group of enemies. Go for it. Commit to that bit. Okay. Arc Souls. Better. Good. Alright. Oh my gosh. Diminishing returns on multiple stacks of this. So, you know... Don't. Tyranny of the Doctor knows no limit. I know. I'm sorry. Please, for me, go for the time dilation mods and anything else other than Bomber. Because they aren't kinetic, they're darkness, to put them in the slot with kinetics. Yeah. Alright, innovation again. Why are you committing so hard to this grenade? I understand you want to make the funny grenade do the funny thing, right? But like, damn, bro. Dude, there's so many better choices here. Especially because you have fucking Risk Runner, bro. You're going to be mowing through people. Arc Surges, please. Recuperation's a good call, though. Innovation can stay. Let's talk about your stats for just a hot second here. Resilience. You're committing so hard to this grenade when you have Crown of Tempest that is going to get this back. That's going to get this back for you. So, resilience. Pull this off of your discipline. Is this... Yeah, this is a stat thing. You can fix this. I believe in you. General resistances are good. Okay, fire... Heavy-handed, sure. Probably better to do... What would be better here? No, I guess this is fine. You're going to get amplified anyway, so you don't really need a whole lot. Yeah, I've been throwing enough grenades. Yeah, I noticed. Okay, now we're splitting on the hands-on here. Heavy ammo finders, you're going to need them. Hands-on isn't as necessary for you as having your abilities up and your weapons up more often. Heavy ammo finders, special ammo finders, if you decide to do mountain. Harmonic Siphon is perfect here. Good. But yeah, commit to resilience. I'm going to put that in your prescription. Higher Resil. Cool. That should cover everything. Anything else, Ultra? Like, I know the bit that you're going for here, man. I understand. I respect it. But if you really want to make this thing sing, you actually have to have a... Like, the starting build has to be good, and then you add on top of it, right? When's the next build doctor going to happen? We do it roughly every 2 weeks, generally. Might do more, though. Very rarely end up using my heavy that much, since I get supers that last 60 seconds and then get them back for 30. Right. So, in that case, then, run a higher DPS rocket. Use this actually as a DPS tool. You are not going to be using Storm Trance as a DPS tool. Don't lie to me. use a better DPS weapon then. That'll actually give you some momentum for other things. Right? If you actually aren't using this for crowd control, why are you speccing it that way? Cool? All right. Cool. Excellent. Next up, Max, I believe it is. I think Disciple of Cade is currently playing Bouncer, if I had to suss a guest. So more Resil, better special, better heavy. Yep, better heavy. Yep. The GL for the heavy is more just if you're actually using it for crowd control. If you're not, go for just a better, higher damage heavy weapon. You can still move me around. How can you still move me around? Has that changed recently? What? Hold on. How come some people can move me around and some can't? That's weird. What? Hold on. Why is that? That's weird. Some people I can walk through and some people I can't. Huh. I will put that down into the notes. Here, I'll mess around with this a little bit more. Yeah, that's so odd. What the hell? Maybe because they were initially in my fire team, but you know Cade is. Cade had to have been, right? And some were not. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. I'll also put this down in my notes. Let me clip you that last bit. There's so many things you don't know I can talk about. I've gotten so much stuff. Collision instances in tower. The thing that's interesting is the collision's always enabled in the Brave Arsenal. Hall of Champions. That's the one. All right. Max, what are we looking at today? Trials Void Warlock. You got it, Captain. You find you, Max. There you are. Okay. Trials Void Warlock. Astrocyte. Already a man after my own heart. Drip looks good. Snapshot. Well-rounded. Well-rounded is... not great. I know you probably don't have a lot of options here. But well-rounded is not... because your shotgun... the combo is shotgun melee. Not melee shotgun. Don't have a better one. Yeah. Yeah. I'll put that in your prescription because I have to address it. I would be a bad doctor if I didn't address it. But I understand that you're potentially limited right now. I could also prescribe... let me see here, actually. I could also prescribe an exotic weapon here. What could you do in lieu of Retold Tale? Thorn for this? Okay. Yeah, or Ratkin could be fun. Do you have any good kinetic slot shotguns? Max? Also, I need to open to make sure I'm not getting pushed around. Okay. I know that they're going to do that anyway, but I might as well fight against it where I can. What do you have for kinetic shotguns? Kinetic slot shotguns. Do you have the Super Cluster? Super Cluster's really good. How do I join? We're closed. We have too many people already. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours. Chaperone? Sure. Chaperone or Super Cluster? Yeah. Sure. Looks like you're trying to go for a more aggressive build. So yeah, Chappy could be the way to go for this. Sure. And then yeah, Lunas Hal. Yeah, Mag Hal. This is the set roll, so this will work. Sure. If you do want to specifically run what you had, that works too. This is kind of standard meta right now. Right? 20 condition is always a nice choice, especially with Pantheon. True. Meesinger being moved. I can hear it. I'm probably in the hallway by now. Yep. They're like, we've been spotted. Okay, I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm going to do. If you can push me all the way to Master Raoul without me noticing, I'll do you next. However, if I catch you, I'm going to ban you forever. If you want to take that risk, I will find you, I will block you, and I will ban you forever. So, go for it. It'll be funny. Now, some people can't. Otherwise, understand the risks you shall take. Okay, anyway. Let the games begin. Indeed.
Alright, I'm here to say goodbye.
Hopefully the nursing went well.
The nursing went well.
Good. Good, good, good. All right, well.
I have a good. I have to say the intro on stream once. Yes.
Sure.
Bless your faces and deuces.
Perfect. All right, cool. Let's keep rolling. Okay, so yeah, this is kind of more standard meta right here. This will work fine for you, of course. Cataphract is good, it's fine. Let's roll into the rest of the build. If you do you have something specifically, Max, that you're trying to build around, or are you just looking for I just want good build? Like, what's the play here? Just finding out that I have 10 hullabaloos in my vault. I know the feeling. Good build for Trials against Bubble Titans. Okay, for Bubble Titans specifically, if you have it, conditional. You know, conditional. It exists. It's good. Cool. Alright. Child of the Old Gods, Free the Void. Yep. Suppressing Grenade. Not my personal pick. Blink, of course. Nova Bomb Vortex. Yep. If you're trying to play specifically around that, yeah, it comes up a little bit faster. It's good for anti-bubble. It's a little harder to get, though. Leeching's fine. I generally recommend, if you're running Astrocyte, to play Volatile. Volatile setups are actually pretty damn good. Because the Astrocyte in particular now gives that Volatile effect. Blinking near a target can give that Volatile, and then something like Echo of Leeching suddenly seems a lot less necessary. Because then killing Volatile targets is actually going to give you full health. Not just a health regeneration, like full health instantly. Right? So something to consider. I know you're probably running this for the stats. You know how I feel about running it for the stats. You already are running Echo of Starvation. Swap Dilation for the Volatile one. Not Cessation. Is it Cessation? I think it's Cessation. Maybe actually Leeching. Try swapping Leeching for Cessation. Give that a go. Vigilance is fine. I like the Enhanced Radar. Okay, perfect. Swap out Leeching for Cessation. I know Leeching is really good, and generally I would recommend it, but being that you're probably going to be hitting with this, or you're going to be blinking near a target, it's highly likely you're actually going to have them Volatile. So it'll actually work pretty darn good. And Vigilance is here too. So, cool. Let's keep rolling. Distribution, you are not popping that Rift on top of people. I know you aren't. This is Void Warlock, not Arc Warlock or Stasis Warlock. Get off of distribution. Reaper's good. Then just like Bomber, Outreach works fine. Time Dilation works good too if you want to play a little bit more with the damages and such, but it's not necessary. Kinetic Weapon Surge is unnecessary here. Go for Solar. Gives a slight increase in the forgiveness for ranges and such, but realistically for the current weapons that you have, you don't need a Surge at all. Both are going to be fine as is. Orb of Restoration. Hold on. Varric, you're making this very hard. Now you're making me choose between going back on my word. Ban him. Chat, should I be nice because they did donate an unbelievable amount today. Ban. Oh no. Make him do the floor as lava. That's not a worthy enough of a punishment. They single-handedly donated well over 100 today. Money always wins though. Yeah. Make him delete something. Yeah. I do think I will say this. $360. Yeah. He's going to buy his way out of this. That jerk. Make him solo run. Remove his appointment. He's already been seen. Like, there's nothing I can do to hurt him except for ban him right now. Destroy them. Rules are rules. Because it wasn't me. Varric, why did it have to be you? Why did you have to make this decision? Man's unbelievably generous and then challenges my rules directly. You could always fight me. No, I know you want that, you little troll. He knew the loophole. Yeah. I think a timeout is a good call. I think a timeout's a good call. Yep. I think a timeout's a good middle ground. Let me find him. Time him out. Put the user in timeout. 24 hours of timeout. I think that's a valid middle ground. Not quite a full ban. Not quite a full ban, but a timeout. That's a good middle ground. This will be acceptable. This could hurt his feelings, insult his drip. Good call, actually. Your drip is shit. I hate it. It's ugly. There you go. The king hath done his rulings. Yeah. All right, let's keep rolling here. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Is there a specific exotic or something you're trying to build around? Something kind of off meta? Besides, obviously, Astrocyte, which arguably isn't off meta anymore with how good Blink is now starting to... People are starting to realize. Also, scatter grenades. That's okay. Leave it. It was good insight. Okay. Scatter grenades. Not suppression grenades. Scatter grenades are really strong. They're really freaking strong. Suppressants are fine. But if you're specifically trying to play on the Trials of Osiris, this is only going to come up, like, the actual suppressant is going to come up once. Maybe you get it to fire. Could be worth it then. Sure. Maybe. But scatter grenades could potentially be, like, 3 or 4 kills leading up to it. Varix is laughing, Doc. Alright, I'm glad he's taking it correctly. Yeah, anyway, distribution. You're not running it. Stop it. Get off of it. You're not a hunter. You're not a titan. Get off of that. Orbs of Restoration, sure. I would generally go for a holster mod first. Recuperation is completely unnecessary now. Go for Void pick, or the... whatchamacallit? Any of the other pickups. Graviton Lance. Yeah, I love Graviton Lance, but this is also very good. Kinetic could do 1 solar. Kinetic, yep, and then this needs to be a solar. You're going to lose fastball, though. Yeah, it's fine. Also, Icarus Grip's kind of unnecessary. Like, you've already got high airborne effectiveness. You can give it more, I suppose, sure. But kind of unnecessary. I hate the way Graviton sounds so much. Really? I think it sounds awesome. Yep. Again, swap this for a solar targeting. Icarus Grip is mandatory on Lunas. Absolutely not. Excuse me. Excuse you. Excuse you. Airborne effectiveness by default is higher because it is a precision frame. It's already better. Not to mention you're blinking. It gives perfect airborne accuracy. It gives perfect airborne... Well, accuracy is a bit of a misleading term. Remember now with airborne effectiveness, if you actually hit the head, it will hit the head. The only thing airborne effectiveness does now is stickiness and bullet magnetism. It's been tested. Yeah, you're already getting the airborne effectiveness stuff from Astrocyte, so you don't need it. You're gonna blinking in the air. Luna's is a unique one. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. All right, I'll take your word at that then. I'll take your word at that. Cool. Hopefully that gets everything there for you. Varric, am I gonna have to ask you to leave? Is that gonna be the play? Get the... I can't slide. There you go. Get the fuck out. All right, who's next? Gonna change it to hip fire grip. There you go. Perfect. Way too sharp and loud. I think it sounds awesome. Anyway. Ori! What you got for us today, Ori? Had to leave. Sorry. All good. Looks like a PvP build. PvE. Oh, okay. Hoarfrost. Okay. Team defense. Sure. Okay. Recluse. Stabilizing rounds. I wish Recluse were better. It's just okay. Stabilizing rounds is alright, though. If you have a Forbearance, that's great. I will immediately recommend a better energy weapon. Forbearance, preferably. Especially if you're doing Onslaught, which is presumably what you're going to be doing this for. You already have a primary weapon anyway, and an exotic one at that. So I will say, find better energy weapon. Okay. Rolling on from that. Crown Splitter could be better as well. Crown Splitter can be good. Can be good. This Crown Splitter is just okay. There are better options out there. And I know that Crown Splitter is probably more used for the ad clear stuff, but there is even better ad clear weapons as well. So I would recommend a better heavy as well. Find better heavy. I will recommend DPS here because you don't really need it for everything else you've got going on. Sure, that works all right. Still think there's better options even in your Falling Guillotine. Let's roll on from there, though. Monte Carlo, sure, I hope you're cycling this well. Howl of the Storm, Tectonic Harvest, excellent. Yep, you're going to be able to get a lot of melee stuff off of this. Rhyme is kind of unnecessary here. You're freezing targets and you're going to shatter them immediately. I guess you're going to... Yeah, I guess because you're not running Cryoclasm. Okay, yeah, keep... No, yeah, no, I'm thinking of Rending. I'm sorry. No, yeah, Rhyme, keep Rhyme. Sorry, I'm thinking of Rending. My bad. Crown does a lot more. Yeah, no, Crown does a lot more. It's just that the way that he's using it is not for as much DPS, it looks like. It's much more, looks like it's dealing it more for like kind of ad clear stuff because he's running surrounded with it. I guess that's probably the only DPS one that you could roll on that. But I don't know if it's necessary. I don't know if it's necessary. Yeah. Anywho. Chains, of course. Shards, of course. Conduction. You could also run Fissures here. Conduction's good. Highest DPS, but it doesn't have Relentless to make up for it. Yeah. I just think you're just better off just kind of running something more standard here. Because you don't have, like, range right now. You're kind of committed to this mid to close range thing. So if you need something with, like, that would be normally at rocket or LMG distance, you don't have that. Right? You're just kind of, you're singling yourself out a little bit. Anywho. I'm a little upset there's no Fissures in here, but I don't know if you can fit it. Because Conduction kind of feels necessary with how many of these things you're actually going to be generating. You know? Rhyme is good for that little bit of overshield. It feels nice. Chains is, of course, nice. So what do? You can't toss Shards because you want the grenade energy. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's roll on for now. Distribution actually makes sense here. Bomber Outreach makes sense. I would probably go for... You could potentially rock this with the ore pickup one. The elemental pickup one. Or not the elemental pickup. The... fucking... What is it called? How do I always forget the name of this thing? Powerful Attraction. It's easy to remember. How am I getting this wrong? Powerful Attraction. Run it with Powerful Attraction. Potentially get those pickups a little bit easier. If you do decide to do Powerful Attraction, get off of Conduction, go for Fissures. That'll give you a little bit more damage. Oh, you know what you could do? Ooh. Chat. Toss Monte Carlo. Salvation's Grip. Fissures with it. Ooh. Wait a minute. And then this could open you up for something else here if you wanted to. Stasis even. Crown Splitter is fun. I do agree. Crown Splitter is fun. But like, what about Salvation's Grip? Chat, help me out with Salvation's Grip. I feel like we could do something really silly with Salvation's Grip and all this right now. I'm going to suggest trying it at the very least. I'll put that in my prescription. I'm going to say try it. Give it a shot. Let's see how it plays. Try Salvation's Grip. Just give it a shot. I don't have Salvation's Grip. Bro. Okay. We'll keep rolling then. Absolution. Elemental Charge not being in here is an absolute crime. Elemental Charge, 100%. I don't if it's that good. Yeah, true. But good for ad clear, which is what he's trying to do. Wait, never mind. He does have Salvation's Grip, everybody. Because think about it. Like, I know Salvation's isn't necessarily the best, right? But he's playing Stasis. Yes, you will swap the Conductions out for Fissures. He's got Hoarfrost. He's going to be able to shatter an unbelievable amount. Right? Salvation doesn't actually do any more damage than the Glacier Nade. You're right, but if he's trying to do ad clear, right? He could focus these 2 weapons on more DPS stuff. Well, definitely not Night Watch, excuse you. Yeah, not Night Watch, what the fuck? Mountaintop, something like that. Just like primary DPS, or even like a sniper rifle. No, not old Sterling. You need DPS. Higher DPS. This will be your ad clear. This is your ad clear right here. That's like all of your ad clear. And you'll be able to cycle this with the grenade. You're going to try to get as many melees on the ground as possible. Don't diss Night Watch. I will diss Night Watch. I am the scout rifle guy. I have the unique God-given right to diss Night Watch. Aggers is the GOAT. Aggers is also really good. Yeah, Aggers is also really solid. Working on getting Mountaintop. Got it. Yeah, go for DPS in these 2 slots here. You're not going to have great DPS, but your ad clear is going to be insane. So, something to consider. Because you just have Hoarfrost and all this. Like, you have so many crystals. It's going to be crazy. Be fun. Anyway, Elemental Charge. Absolutely should be running Elemental Charge. And a Stasis Surge mod, probably. Or at least a Surge mod in general. Does all your debuffs, especially that freezing, to make it the best option by far. Yeah, Aggers is really good. If this doesn't end up working out for you, go for Aggers. Again, this is not a DPS tool. You don't need this. You don't need this. Go DPS, DPS, DPS. All right. There you go. Yeah, because you're getting so many of these, you're going to be drowning in elemental charges. Drowning in them. Okay, let's keep rolling. We talked about how useless emergency reinforcement is. If you have no better options, sure, but I would go for generic resistances here. Resist to use the stasis shards over shield and just not dying. Yep. Yep. To get your stuff back up, sure. I think you should probably go a heavy-handed mod instead of a void loader here. Probably. Because the heavy-handed you're gonna have a lot of melees. So you're gonna be able to get a lot of melees to cycle with itself. Charged up? Yeah, it might be worth running charged up here. Yeah, because you're gonna have so many charge of light. So many armor charges. It's gonna be insane with what you got right now. Kinetic Siphon. Yeah, this just needs to be re-optimized. Fonts is not really necessary here. You're already well statted for everything. This is completely unnecessary. Go for more standard stuff. Teacher Founder says that Astrofight Source gives 100 handling. Is that true? Or is it while blinking? It's while blinking. It's basically like a 2-second window coming in and out of the blink. Alright. Does that give any questions here? Yeah, try out Salvations. I'm curious to see if it actually works out. Just because of the amount of stuff. Right? And then, like I said, focus your primary weapons for DPS. If Salvations doesn't work out, go Aggr Scepter, especially if you have the Catalyst. It's insane. Any further questions? Oh, make sure your Artifact mod is set correctly, too. There's a lot of stuff for Artifact mod. Thank you. You're welcome. Give it a try. Next. Let me get some water here. One sec, chat. I'm going to stand up here, too. Alright, chat, you're coming up. Standing Desco Burr. Good. Here we go. Alright, Shiny Dreamer, what are we looking at today? Doc, I'm deathly allergic to dying. Can't imagine why. This is for PvE. You got it. So try not to die build. You got it. You got it. Okay. Oh, interesting here. PvE build for this, huh? Okay. Edge Transit's good. Bait and switch. Autoloading solid. Touch of Malice. Alright. Yeah. Interesting choices here. This will help you get this up with the stag. Sorry, my boom mic is moving a little bit. Yeah. Now the question is, okay, healing rift. All right. Yeah, good, good, good. Y'all love suppressor grenades. What's with the love for suppressor grenades? I guess this one's particularly for the anti-champion stuff. But doesn't this temporary blinding them? Doesn't this work with champions? I remember somebody telling this. I haven't had the weapon for long, but I remember somebody telling me that this works with champions. The special and heavy are interchangeable. Malice is the star of the show for me. Yep. Okay, it does work with champions. Suppressor grenades are just annoying because you hit yourself with them. It's true. Is that Nova Warp in PvE? Yeah, I saw that too. It's an unlisted anti-unstop. Right, okay. So you don't need unstops, that's for sure. So what suppressants are overload, right? So I guess it gives you that overload. It doesn't want to die using primary that bleeds health. Yeah. I'm glad you understand. Yeah, Nova Warp is not really the play for PvE. It's alright for ad clear, but I feel like probably you're not going to be using this for ad clear. Also, like things like Forbearance exist. Luber's Reign is probably not my go-to either. Glaives in PvE kind of require you to play a melee build, of which you are not. Warp is funny. Chain stuns in PvE for bosses. Yeah, sometimes though. Sometimes. I've used it before. I know what you're talking about. I'm one of the few that's crazy enough to give it a shot, but only sometimes. Some bosses just don't care. So I would probably go for just a better, safer option of just basic, you know, Nova Bomb. All right. Increased Devour duration, giving you the Overshield, Harvest, and Starvation. You don't need Persistence when you have the Starvations set up here, because you're going to be getting, there's going to be so many orbs that this is going to be much easier to chain together with itself. Realistically, it's fine. It's not bad. I just feel like it's overkill. Got disconnected. Unfortunate. Yeah. I think you could also potentially do the Harvest setup. Yeah, so you've got Harvest here. So Harvest setup. Yeah, I think Persistence is overkill. I think Persistence is overkill here. Maybe Undermining for the extra damage. That'll also work off of Harvest and Starvation here. Maybe Cessation if you want to go for more of the volatile stuff, but I doubt that you're going to be doing that. So Persistence is overkill. I don't know what you would swap it with exactly, but there's better options in there. All right, moving on. Talked about the weapons. I will say right off the get-go here, find a better energy weapon, man. Come on, get a better energy weapon. Glaive is not the play if you're not running melee stuff. Come on. I'm going to keep this as is. Okay. All right. Restoration, sure. Powerful Attraction, Time Dilation, Kinetic, and Orbs of Restoration, sure. And then Charged Up. Yeah, sure. That's fine. Keep a little bit on there, I guess. Yeah. A little bit of extra resistance is there. And the fact that you're using Directional Guide is borderline cringe. Yeah. Yeah, a Graviton also exists, sure. Bolstering Detonation, my guy, my dude. You don't need this many. It's overkill. Diminishing returns. That means it's a little slope going down. Every additional one. Right? So, the firepower mods, heavy-handed mods, anything along those lines will be good for you here. Hell, reloaders for your grenade launcher in case you do want to reload mid-boss thing. Probably not, but, you know, this is too much. Overkill. Might want to invest in the Catalyst when you have other 6k kills untouched. True. Okay, heavy ammo, good. Ammo finder, fine. Kinetic siphon, fine. Yep, good. Cool. Don't have a whole lot of nitpicks on this here. Obviously, you're trying to play a specific build, and I think it works great. The setup for the Stag into the Touch of Malice is cool. Hopefully that helps. Any questions for me? Special and heavy are interchangeable for me, so whatever helps. Yeah. Just find something that is like you've got a good heavy for DPS. Find something that's a little bit more AoE for your energy slot. Forbearance is really good. Destabilizing rounds will be good because you currently don't have a lot of AoE coming from your weapons, right? Just a little bit would help. A little bit would help. Do I just join? We are closed. We have too many people here. I'm going to get through this group, I'm hope, and that's probably going to be it. All right. Thank you, Dreamer. TY, you're welcome. All right. Who's next? I see Ewok. All right. With the slow walk as well. Ewok with the slow walk. Drip's looking good. What are we looking at today, Ewok? A much better idea for the Touch of Malice build. Just use Chromatic Fire. Yeah, you could use Chromatic Fire with it too. That'd be good. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. If they're really trying to like camp on a rift though, and get a lot of rifts up, it could be all right. But yeah, I agree. Chromatic Fire is actually probably a really cool choice. Not a bad choice. I'll leave that into the prescription even. I'll leave that in prescription. Test. I'll say test. Not tets. Test. Chromatic fire. Okay. Then let's look at Ewoks here. Are those gloves you're wearing sterile? Yes, they're very sterile. I trust you have your doctorate already, but I'm being noisy about the gloves. The gloves are extra sterile. The most sterile, in fact. Okay. I'd like some fine-tuning on my spicy build and maybe some touch-up on the drip. Okay. I'm not a fashion doctor, unfortunately. There's plenty of other people that can help you out with that, though. I think the drip looks fine enough. It's got a unique look to it. Kinetic must change for sure. Confused on what to use. Okay. Is this PvP? PvE? What are we looking at here? I'm a fashion doctor, trust. PvP. Okay. Yeah, definitely need to change this out. This is complete overlap here. Not necessary at all. This is the build that you had me run once, so I appreciate it. It's hard to say. So, Teraba. Teraba is a weird weapon in terms of, like, how it should fit in the meta. Because it is already a half-decent weapon as is, and it's a win more exotic. So, it should theoretically be one of the best SMGs in the game. Fortunately, for some reason, it just doesn't get used, primarily because of its difficulty of use. Swapping back and forth between weapons is difficult for this, because you lose your Teraba energy, which is not something you feel too good about. Are you covered by my insurance? Yes, I'm covered. I'm good. Don't worry about that. Fashion Doctor's a different 12-year program. Yes, exactly. Damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not a fashionista. Yeah, so Teraba is hard to pick a special weapon for. Generally speaking, I tend to go for something that runs complement to the Teraba, so something that is completely different than what Teraba's ranges generally are. Because you don't want to do anything that is similar to the Teraba, like a shotgun or even a grenade launcher or even a fusion rifle, right? Because you're not trying to swap off the Teraba, you're trying to stay on the Teraba. You only want to swap if you absolutely have to, right? So, I recommend, let me get this new prescription up, a sniper rifle. A sniper rifle or even a scout rifle. Long range primary. Let's see here. Long range primary. Secondary. There you go. Cool. Randy's throwing knife is fine. Cascade point could work too. Discord's fine. Personally, I would go for a sniper, but I just like having special weapons. They're powerful. Where did you say I went to doctor school in 1998? It was out of state. Yeah, don't talk about where I got my doctorate from, okay? You want to get coverage, don't you? You want to get care? That's what I thought. Shut up. All right, cool. Eager Edge, that's fun. Voidwalker with this, of course, empowering if to have to in order to make the sequence work. Blink, sure. Pocket Singularity, sure. Magnetic Grenade, we were doing the funny thing. We're doing the funny thing. I wish magnetic grenades overcharged, like volatile, suppressed, did anything to the target, weakened them. It doesn't. It's just plain. It's fine. It operates as a good backup to the Teraba, ironically. This is one of the few times that I feel like it actually works pretty darn well. Because it acts like a fusion rifle from an ability, which means that you don't actually have to swap off of it. Right? He's not the best doctor, but he's an affordable doctor. Correct. You're still going. Yes, we're still rolling. Feed the Void, of course. All right. Melee final blows, grant grenade energy, sure. Instability, you're not gonna... This is just being picked for stats, I think. Because this literally has no synergy with anything you're doing. So, toss instability. Leeching's fine. Reprisal, nah. It's hard to get this to work, and the energy that it gives you isn't worth it. It's just not worth it. Yeah, so toss both of those things. For your setup in particular here, you're going to be weakening targets somewhat. You're going to be getting... I would probably do the one that makes it last longer. Persistence. This is actually where persistence is incredibly clutch. Because you're going to be able to trigger it on demand, and you're going to want a lot of it. You want to have a lot of free time in order to get this thing up. So, persistence would be the way to go. And then second to that, I'm not sure. Could potentially just do the other version of this. Whatever the melee or the grenade version of this. That could work. What else could we do here? You walk getting a second and third opinion mid-diagnosis. I love handheld supernova. So underrated. It's not. I wouldn't call it underrated. It's not bad, but it's not underrated. I think it's rated correctly, and that rated is just meh. All right. What do we do for this empty socket? Is Empowering Rift he's running? Yes, because he's running Secant Filaments. Han Supernova is really good in PvE. Is it? Interesting. I did not know that. Sure. Dilation. Why not? That actually might make sense here. Cool. Yep, you're going to be popping this. So that makes sense. Even because you're doing Reaper, it almost might be worth it to do Starvation. Maybe? I love Starvation. It's one of my favorite perks. Does big boy damage. Huh. I'll have to give it a shot sometime. Battle Already is completely unnecessary with your Devour setups and stuff. I don't think you're going to need it. Like, if you're going to be popping a Rift, you're going to have Devour up. Better Already is just overlap for something that's not even necessary for this. So, Solar, Weapon Surge, sure. Maybe just Void or melee grenade stuff. Works fine. Merrick the Good Noodle Alexander has joined the supporter rank. So now Noodle now has 2 separate accounts. He has... So, I banned... Okay, hold on. I timed out Noodle for 24 hours. He made an alt. Yeah, I timed out Noodle for 24 hours. He went and made a second account. Can't keep me away. All right. Okay, all right. No, my chat. Hi, Noodle. How you doing? Surprised they let you spend money on an account that young. Was he timed out for? He gambled and failed. Ban eviction is a serious matter. I have 37 different accounts and unlimited resource. Bullshit. You have 37 accounts. Dost thou hide from thy fate? Bet. I'm concerned if Psycho Gamer's just happened to be here at the same time, or if Psycho Gamer actually is an alt. I'm actually concerned now. Very concerned. Time him out again. I have 70 alternate accounts. What's that joke going around? It's like, I'm sorry to tell you, but it's just me that's been watching. These are all my different accounts. I'll now talk on all the accounts. Something like that. Lucky you, all of my accounts are Noodle related. I see. So it's like an alt would say. Yeah, right? Alright, let's keep rolling here. It's all one guy with 40 alts. He's subbed to you, so technically bribery, yeah. Alright. Solar unflinching, solar unflinching. Yep, you're going to be primarily relying on it. I probably would swap one of them for the kinetic, but, you know, I can see an argument for this, actually. Hunter missions for PvP, Titan for PvE, yeah. Alright. Bolstering, loaders, yes, very necessary for this. Fastball, good. And targeting's here, yep, that's all you really need. Yeah, that's all that's really needed here. Mobility is really low. Mobility is really, really, really low. I would pull off of the discipline stat here and give it to recovery and mobility. Resilience is fine, but it's not necessary. 7 resilience is all you really need. 7 or 10. Not anywhere in between. 7 or 10. Make up a choice. Right? So, pull off a discipline. Go for anything else. Discipline isn't as good. Swap. Disc for Recov. Mobility. Yeah, you need a little bit of strafe speed for Teraba. Just a little bit. Yeah, 7 resil is good. Yeah, 7 resil is a nice little sweet spot. It's either 7 or 10. Nowhere in between. 7 or 10 for PvP. But yeah, get your recovery up. It's extra useful for you here. Extra useful for you. Because that means you get your class item up more often. And you're just generally going to be able to take more fights, which is good. 7 resil, 10 recovery, 10 intellect is best for Warlocks and Titans. Yeah, generally speaking, that's a good stat split. Intellect, I generally disagree on. I feel like just having high-ish intellect is fine. 8-ish, somewhere around there. I love tier 5 mobility for PvP on Warlocks. I prefer higher one, but that's me. How long is the nurse able to see new patients? The nurse is done for the day. They've checked out. They've checked out. Yeah, trying to swap it around. Okay. Depends on whether or not used well in bubble. Yeah, that's true. If you're trying to get it like super duper quick, sure. All right, Ewoks, I hope that helps. Give Ewoks a chance. Okay, thanks. Excellent. All right, who's next? Yeah, sorry, Psycho. Can only do so much, I'm afraid. All right, Konami. Up, up, down, down, left, right, A, B, select, start. What are you looking at, Konami? Looks like, could be a little bit of either. Can we see your armor and shaders for that dock look? Yeah, I can show you in a bit. Titan likes to do a little bit of stabbing in PvP. Sure. Okay. Edge of action's fun. Hammerhead's kind of whatever. It's heavy. It's, you know, it's heavy in PvP. It's going to be good. Right? Nurse is on break of the night. Only other nurse is 6'12" brick house named Bucky. Doesn't take no for an answer. Yeah. Target lock has been nerfed on SMGs. Generally not worth it. I would advise, like, it's fine, but I would advise going for like a kill clip setup if you can. Multi-mock works good though. I think that works well at the edge of action as well as playing around the edge, ACD zeros and the edge of action here. Cool. All right, let's see here. Offensive bulwark bastion, cool. I hope to see vigilance here again with the fucking suppressor grenades. What is with everybody on the damn suppressor grenades? I swear. Drink of water for that. Fine, suppressor grenades. We're running domineering. Works with shield bash. It's fine. You aren't gonna believe this. Yeah. Leeching's excellent. S tier pick for this. I come pretty nice for stopping roaming supers. Yes, I understand the value of roaming supers, and for you in particular, it works because you're running shield bash. So cool. Exchange. You should be running vigilance. You should be running vigilance. I would do that over reprisal. Final blows off surrounded grant super energy. This can happen, maybe once a game. However, running vigilance will happen many times a game, and it will be frequently a lifesaver. Not to mention, you're going to get free grenade energy off of that. Yeah, vigilance is incredible here. Vigilance is an absolute must pick. Let me get your prescription cleared up because you don't have any prescriptions at the moment. Boop. Boop. Cool. All right, let's keep rolling here. Distribution, fine. We talked about the kickstart mods not being that good. I would generally run Reaper over that every single time. Distribution is kind of hit or miss for me. I don't know how often you're placing a barricade like near somebody. You have to be pretty darn close. It's like 12 meters, 12, 15 meters. You have to be pretty darn close for this to get some value. Generally speaking, I prefer the more consistent option of having grenade or melee. You have the slot for it too because this is artifice armor. So I prefer that. I would toss utility kickstart. It only gives you like maybe 10% for an armor charge, which stream's still going. Yep, we're still rolling. We're still rolling. I've positioned to the standing version of the standing desk. Yeah, cool. All right, let's keep rolling here. Kinetic weapon surge, sure. And then holsters for both of these. I don't think holsters are necessary for both versions of the weapons. It's fine. I feel like maybe doing a bit of healing off of this would be a little bit better, though. But it's fine. Also, a must, an absolute must for ACD zeros is stacks on stacks. Must run stacks on stacks for ACD zeros. Like, that's not even a question. Like, that's not a suggestion. That's me. Hold on. Wait. Here you go. Run stacks on stacks. There you go. There's your suggestion. It's been 4 hours. Yeah, it's been a while. How much more you'll be streaming? We're gonna be going for the group that we have right now, and that'll probably be it. Probably be it. My voice is starting to give out. I have a okay. So let's talk medical stuff. Actual medical stuff. I have an unknown condition with my throat. ACDVs, I love stacks on stacks. Was that a threat? I have a medical condition with my throat. I don't know what it is. Could be cancer. Could be something else. It's not likely to be cancer, but I don't know. I haven't been able to get it officially diagnosed because it requires like a biopsy, and it's kind of like difficult to get a biopsy of the throat, especially when you make content with your throat. So, you know, it's always cancer. Yeah, it's probably not. I know I have GERD, gastrointestinal reflux disease. Developed it recently, so it's probably something from that. And you're a doctor, I know. So it's probably something from that. It's probably some kind of like swelling or whatever going on there. But yeah, so I only have so much I can really talk for before my throat starts to give out. In fact, my throat's already giving out, and I've been talking a lot quieter than I normally do. The expired Noodle Alexander. Okay, we're doing this, are we, Noodle? It's taking you pretty long to swap between. It's not a link. It's definitely not. Whatever the fuck. I'm deploying the Ligma shield. It is not that. I had to dig for that one. I see. I see. Okay. Let's keep rolling. Throw to Ligmas. There you go. Perfect. Alright. Charged up. Lucent Blades. Good. Man, if you could fit one more in here. Can you? Let's see if you can. Yes, you can. Maybe. Let's see. Okay. Probably not. Dang. That's rough. You could toss the kinetic surge. In fact, you probably should toss the surge because you are doing ACD zeros. Toss the surge. Get rid of this. Make this a 4-stack, 4-cost recovery. Go to this. Make this a 1-stack discipline. That'll keep you at the same spot. And then make this another Lucent Blade. I think you might be able to fit like one other thing in here. Do that. Do that. Cool. Kinetic Loader, sure. Why not? Momentum Transfer, sure. That's fine. You will actually somewhat frequently have a Void Overshield on. And Void Overshield kills will give you an orb. Where the War Mine mods that, bro. Bro needs to be running War Mines. True. Alright. Kinetic targeting, good. Hands-on, yep. We've talked about this now working in PvP. That's fine. I also have GERD-like thing that developed after the age 32. I feel you, Doc. Yeah, the thing for me, if anybody else has this or knows somebody in chat, I'd love to chat with them. The thing for me, what is happening on my side of things, the reason why I'm in this constant state of I don't know what the hell's going on, is I have this thing in my throat where, first of all, food kind of gets stuck a little bit. That's okay. It's very subtle. The big thing is that when I swallow with my head in a particular orientation, it like clicks. Not click in like the plastic on plastic sense, but like in the flesh on flesh sense. So, and it feels like there's a little bit of like a fatty type tissue around there. There's a couple of things that could be. Something called lipoma, which is just kind of just like your body decided to store fat there. It's not any problems. Also something called the globulus or something like that, which is just, again, a similar thing. The problem is I can't find anything that says how long these types of symptoms are supposed to last for. They don't hurt, really. They have a mild irritant, but they haven't gotten better, despite me getting more on top of my symptoms with GERD by having, like, taking Pepsid and stuff. You know? Tonsil stone. You have a tonsil stone, probably. It doesn't hurt. That's the thing. Tonsil stones hurt. Don't actually eat soap. Yeah, I'm not eating soap. I need to find the rest of them and rename at least 6 of them. Yeah, not eating soap. So, yeah. Okay. What should I do to take advantage of the armor charges if not kinetic surge? Your ACD's Veros take advantage of armor charges, my guy. Read your perks. You intentionally don't want to run any charges here, because your ACD zeros is going to do it for you. Unless you're intentionally trying to use the ACDs for other things. So, yeah. Tonsil stones shouldn't hurt. Oh, well, I'll look into them. That'd be interesting if that was the case. You don't want to burn through them. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Reading the exotic explains the exotic, yeah. So hopefully that helps. That is immediately better. Immediately better. Cool. I'll look up tonsil stones while we're waiting. Next up, I'm gonna look up tonsil stones. I'm curious. We'll look up this together, chat. I'll maybe read this out if I get something. Tonsil stones. It's too far back into the throat. Hard lumps? No, it's not hard. They develop in the fleshy paths, also known as tonsils, the back of the throat. Tonsil stones, also known as tonsillitis, whatever that is. However, hard material stuck in tonsils. Some tonsils develop small bits of food. This gets cut. Bacterial growth in the bits that can collect in the pit. Feeling of something stuck in the throat. Bad breath? No. Bad taste in the mouth? No. Other symptoms might include long-lasting repetitive sore throat? No. Some people have no symptoms. Well, that's more me. Treatments, good oral hygiene. Let's see. I don't know. Most means no treatment. Healthcare surgery might remove the longer desired surgery. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. That's the problem. It's like there's nothing completely lines up. That's my biggest thing. An ulcer. Yeah, so that's what my doc thought it was. It was like, oh, it's an ulcer, right? But I've gotten on top of the GERD symptoms and they haven't gone away, which I would assume they would have gone away by now. It's been like 4 months. Did you forget to brush your teeth? No, I don't forget to brush my teeth. My oral hygiene is actually fantastic. If it's an ulcer, yeah. So like my thought is that it's an ulcer from the GERD stuff, right? But it hasn't moved, hasn't changed, right? What in the atomic? What was that? What was that game called? Ah, fuck. What was the name of that game? Robot Women. You know the one I'm talking about. Oh, you want to fight? Sure. Oh, you're fighting him. I see. Atomic Heart. Yeah, what in the Atomic Heart fuck is this? I'm impressed you're able to get the look to be that accurate. Like, you actually look like you're in, what's that? Thigh highs, midriff shirt, whatever that thing is called. That's legitimately impressive. I mean, some would. I believe you're all there from Robot Women. I mean, like, look at the character. Look at their character. Oh no, Titans are getting hot. Right? Like that is concerningly accurate. A smash. Let me remind my chat. Just not that anybody has any questions about this, but 98.9% of my audience is male, according to YouTube's analytics. Look at the name. Yeah, like, no, we all knew. Female. Yeah. All right. Oh, boy. This is going to be... Let's give this a go. Here we go. What are we looking at here? I'm assuming a PvE build based off of this. The Vorpal, maybe. The armor stays off. Fucking hell. Good PvP. Okay. Ooga Booga Woman. Alright, PvE. Okay. Onslaught Repulsive Brace is so freaking good. Syntheseps, sure. Absolutely. Why not? Wither Horde is always a solid pick. Bastion, Offensive Bulwark, Suppressor Grenades. Again, to talk about Suppressor Grenades, but that's fine here. Echo of Instability works fine. Echo of Exchange, sure. I think Vigilance might be good here as well. I don't know how often you're going to be down to that point, but yeah. It's kind of more of a PvP pick, I suppose. Final Blows create health regeneration, sure. Melee Final Blows grenade energy. Yeah, that helps you cycle a little bit better. I think True Vanguard would approve of the drip. I want to get off of this doctor review as quickly as possible for my audience, for my other chat's sake. I was supposed to be asleep 3 hours ago. Bro, go to sleep. And don't argue with yourself. It's weird. I'm like 2 women arguing about a bunch of builds. Basically, yeah. Yeah. You don't want to help us get the poison out. Not Not for this character, no. Also, I like how we went from, like, Misum talking about what the fuck's going on with his throat to Ooga Booga Woman. It's the power of the Alt tab. In order to get, let's talk about solenoids. All right, let's keep rolling here. Let's keep rolling here. Yeah, Echo of Leeching's fine, especially if you're running Syntheseps. I don't know how valuable Vigilance would be. I like that you're playing around the instability, though. That gives you the option for playing it into the Repulsor Brace stuff. I feel like this might be an option to swap off of Offensive Bulwark and potentially go for, specifically because you have Repulsor Brace, go for the... What's it called? I'm blanking. Control Demolitionist. There it is. Control Demolition. Just because you'll be able to get that happening a little bit more. And the cycling is just about the same. Just about the same. Yeah, it depends on which of these two you're going to cycle through. Most of these seem fine. Most of these seem fine. The trip completely flipped the situation. Yeah, it did. It very much did. Double Reaper mod is unnecessary. I would say 1 at most. At absolute most. But more than likely, you're going to go for the more standard time dilation and powerful attraction. Just keep it simple. Reaper's fine, though, if you want to keep one of them on. Maybe a finisher mod, too, might be actually really helpful for you because you are planning on playing a melee-focused build. So probably tossing Reaper all together and just going for a, you know, just standard finisher mod kind of thing. Go triple better already. No. All right. Again, weird setups for this. Absolution's not necessary. Go for your... You've got double void weapons here. Go for a Surge. 1 Absolution, maybe 2. Absolutely not. Go for a Void Surge here. PvP. Oh, is this PvP? Oh. Is this PvP? Okay. Well, then in that case, that switches things. What, did you say PvP? I was sworn this is PvE. Huh. Good PvP. Okay. All right. Then that's my bad. That's my bad. That's my bad. Then yes, actually do get rid of instability. This is going to be so few and far between, it's not going to come up. Go back to... swap off a Control Demolition, go back to Offensive Bulwark. And now you're going to set yourself up for your Echo of Vigilance here. Echo of Vigilance will allow you to get that Overshield up. You'll be able to get the grenade up slightly more often. Double Reaper is still unnecessary here. 1 Reaper, absolutely. 2 Reapers, no. Go for... Probably still do time dilation on this, or do the melee outreach and bomber. Okay, cool. Then from here, you've already got Witherhoard for the setup here, so you don't need a whole lot. Still probably going to do the Surges here, as it helps out a little bit. Is the trip to distract the enemy? It might be. It might be. Had good luck with the rest of your day. Thanks, Noodle. Have a great rest of your day. Okay, yeah. 1 Void Search here. Maybe a healing mod. Probably some stuff to get your energy on stuff back. Titan used Attract. It's super effective. I know. It's a status. Hold on. Wait. Before anybody says it. Attract is a status move. Does it mean it can't be super effective? There you go. I did it for you. Melee damage resist does nothing for you in PvP. This is useless. This is absolutely useless. Swap this for something else. Unflinching's fine here. Yeah. Probably just triple unflinching, honestly. This is a PvP build. Yes, this is a PvP build. I know. I thought it was PvE too. Oh, it can be effective. It does work in PvP. No, it does not. Because if it did, everybody would run them. And it would stop you from getting double meleeed. You can run, if it did work, you could run 10 Resilience, run 1 of those, and it would prevent you from being double meleeed. Because that's all it takes. It takes the slightest bit. I mean, it does, but I can block Attract by Bane the same gender. True. Yeah. Because if that were the case, it would be busted. Absolutely busted. Target unflinching class ability regen mod because you're a Void Titan. Yeah. Alright, cool. Harmonic loaders, sure. Momentum transfer, yeah, fine. Thinking about if I would suggest heavy-handed here. Probably not. I would swap one of these for the other one, though. Instead of momentum transfer, do the grenade version of it. Right? That helps out, because the stacking, it doesn't do anything for you. Cool. Moving on. Siphon, kinetic, sure. Hands-on. Go targeting. Arc, or void targeting for this. Giggity. Yep. Void targeting for this. Not a huge fan of this auto. Just in general for this setup. Onslaught's of course good, but Repulsor Brace is kind of hard to make work in PvP. It's fine. It's fine. Lost Argos, I think, needs counterbalance, right? It kind of does. It's a little low here. Yeah. Cool. All right. Any further questions? The changes suggested are already paying off into the match of the new territory with 2.67. That's what I like to hear. I always say this. I've got good aim, but I've always been kind of good-ish just because I know how to make good builds. You know what I mean? Doesn't it proc off of suppressor? Which one? You talking the... oh, you're talking... Yeah, for the repulsor brace. Yes, it does, but the grenade is going to come back. You're going to get one of those to happen every minute, if you're lucky. Right? Like, yes, you're right, but it's... The repulsor brace doesn't even give you, like, a full overshield. And if you really want that overshield, Vigilance is there. Vigilance is going to happen way more often. Way more often. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's not bad, but, like, Vigilance just does it better. It's just, there's just no reason to proc into it. I would much rather have a consistency perk there, a basic damage perk. Yeah, there you go. This is a lot more aggressive, but this will work a lot better for you. This is going to be a lot better. Yeah. Reaper if you want orbs. We already got the Reaper. Don't worry about the Reaper. Yeah, I think partially why it threw me off that we were doing a PvE build, because Onslaught with Repulsor Brace is great for PvE. So good for PvE, and Synthos also doesn't look half bad either. Yeah, this is a pretty aggressive build. Witherhoard is kind of a weird choice here, I will say. Witherhoard's kind of like an area denial tool, whereas the rest of the build wants to go fast. Right? Yeah. So I might consider swapping this out. Do you know your playstyle in Wolfpack? If I ask you your Wolfpack playstyle, do you know? Yeah, Repulsor Brace is the void equivalent of Heal Clip. If only, though. Repulsor Brace doesn't work unless they have a debuff on them. If it did just give you an overshield after every higher tier kill, oh, it'd be great. It'd be so good. It'd be equivalent of a Heal Clip, if not better. But it doesn't. Haven't really gave it a ton of practice, so no. Okay, yeah, so this build currently is kind of trying to ride the line between alpha and, like, gamma. If you're... Okay, so on a team of 4, number 1 being the furthest up front, 4 being the furthest in the back, where do you generally find yourself on the team? In terms of, like, where you find engagements. So just blanket this. PvE Repulsor Brace is better than Heal Clip? Yep. More front. Okay, so 1 or 2. It matters, though. 1 or 2. Pick one, please. Trying to control a point. Okay. So you're not often the ones taking over the point. You're the ones that are trying to control it. Front. Okay, so number 1. Okay, then probably not Witherhoard. Try a more traditional shotgun. Maybe even a fusion rifle here. If you want to give yourself more well-roundedness, go for a sniper. But other than that, yeah. Be more aggressive with this. Witherhoard's just kind of odd. You can even do a more traditional GL. Might be better. A little bit, something a little faster. Jade, yeah. Gives you a little bit of range. That's fine. Jade is a really solid pick here, too. It's a little contrary to kind of generally how the build's playing, but Jade is just such a solid pick. Jade would work. Forerunner. Ooh, I like the Forerunner suggestion. I like the Forerunner suggestion. Yeah. Maybe give Forerunner a go. That's good. Let me see what else I have in the list here, but I think that'll cover it. I think that'll cover it here. Oh no. Stormy. Oh, you're actually safe because you can't push me. Oh wait, yes you can? What the fuck? There's like a middle ground? There's a ground in between being pushable and unpushable. Whoa, that's weird. Wait, Stormy, can you push me? I know you can. I'm bumping into you. Stormy, try to push me. You can push Stormy, but they can't push. Oh, what the hell? That's so weird. That's wacky. Yeah, I can bully Stormy, but Stormy can't bully me. Whoa. That's freaking weird. Check tower chat. Okay. Let me pop this open. Enter the fourth dimension. Yeah. Okay. Tower chat. I can't see the previous tower chat. Unfortunately. Yeah, it just brings me up for what I had. That was back when they were singing. Yeah, that's back when they were singing MGR stuff. Oh, he's singing Big Iron. Huh. Really odd. Dude, we've seen some wacky stuff today. Really freaking unusual. Cool. Alright. Looks like we've only got a handful of people left here. Shall we? Nervy? Is that Nervy? I can't. Stop bouncing. Nurev. Nurev? Yeah, Nurev. Alright, let's see. Thanks, Doc. You're welcome. I thought I turned off my chat. I caught that. Didn't know what to say anything. Yeah, it's really odd. Alright, what are we looking at here? Looks like a PvP build. Nurev, what you got? Is the doc still open? Nope. We're gonna wrap up once we got these patients taken care of. I need to rest my throat. I should have rested 2 hours ago, but that's okay. Arm chain came late. You can still get good pointers. I'm hoping that's part of the reason you're here on stream, is that you can get information. Okay, agent need to chill. PvP is hand cannon shotgun average build. Yes, I made this build because I wanted to try getting back into PvP and found that solar was really boring. So I tried Void. I'm having fun with it, but I'm not sure how good it is. Okay, we can take a look. The drip looks good. Drip looks good. I think you're only rocking one shader, but that works fine. Xenophage is a choice in PvP. I'll say that. 20 discipline in PvP is weird. It is a little bit of an odd choice. We'll get there, though. I like the stats, though. Stats split overall is pretty fine. Alright. Fantastic Matador. Not sure what the choice is with Xenophage, but you know what? You do you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That heavy, yeah. Rose is good. Moving target opening shot. Very solid. Targeting adjuster, sure. Kind of personal preferences for how you specifically like to spec it. Love the shader on this. This looks really nice. Autocannon for Helldive. Yeah, it's true. It's true, it's true. Alright, let's take a look here. Feed the Void, Child the Old Gods, of course. Fucking Suppressor Grenade, my old nemesis, has returned again. Alright. Suppressor Grenade, Pocket Singularity, Blink. Okay. Blink, I have mixed feelings for without Astrocyte. I have mixed feelings for. It's taking people out of super. I know that you can take people out your super, but you know what you could also do? Kill them! You could just kill them! Anyway, I think it's going to work here. Ophidians and Blink will work together, so that's fine. Blink is a choice. I think it'll work. I think it'll work. If you didn't have Ophidians, I would be giving you some shame. Well, not shame, but I'd be questioning the choice. Cool to cancel army supers. I know. I get it. Okay, Healing Rift, Leeching, good. Expulsion, I think you're doing that for the intellect. I would swap off. Dilation, I'm sure you're probably doing for the intellect. I would swap off. Yeah, suppress 1 super, kill 5 guardians. Exactly. That's the guy understands. The guy gets it, right? Like, yes, I understand that potentially you could suppress a super, But I could just get my super faster and have just a bunch of kills. Because scatter grenades are ridiculous. Or Axion grenades. I like Axion grenades. I know that's an odd choice. Anyway, I feel like people are gambling too hard for this. Could save 5 Guardians. Yeah, you know, you could also just shoot them in the face. You know what I mean? Like, there's no substitute for damage. That's the thing. Damage is king. At the end of the day, damage is king. Is that a grenade aspect? I don't trust that. This one? Melee final blows create grenade energy. Sure, fine with that. Axiom with undermining is a cheat code. Axiom in general, I believe, is a little bit slept on because it draws fire, right? Does 100 damage, which is good to bump them down to the point of being pretty easy to deal with following that. You don't really need to think about it, right? It will find them, and they'll likely sit to target it, so you get a moment to actually move, right? Anyway, I know that you're probably doing these for stats. I would swap off of it. What you would swap this off for kind of comes up to you. Vigilance is just a really solid pick all around in PvP. It's never bad. Having that little bit of overshield is really solid. I like the one that gives you Devour on orb pickups. That's a personal preference. That's not necessarily going to be like the most optimized for smaller team 3v3 environments. But yeah, Dilation's absolutely for stats. Dilation's absolutely for stats. Again, Expulsion is just not necessary. Nova Warp's cool. Let's roll into the rest of this here. Reaper mod. Yep. Outreach. Bomber. Cool. And Mobility Increaser. Sure. Yeah, you don't really need it for anything else. I guess, I don't think, somebody can correct me on this. I don't think Rose with a 5% damage increase allows you to head, body. Or head, body. You know, 2 head, 1 body. I think it still requires the same amount. Just maybe gives a little bit more range effectively. Yeah, Aspect is not Chaos Accelerant, yes. Why mobility mods and Warlock? Strafe speed. Literally just for the strafe speed. That's it. Strafe speed is really nice in PvP. But, yeah, in another direction, look at this. What else are you going to run? You know, there's not a lot you can really do here. Almost max Resil. I would like, or excuse me, Recovery. I would like to see the Resilience bumped up to 7. That'll help. Elvashield's going to Devour. On Orb is good if you're picking up Devour on Orb. Yeah. Could bump the Resil on max. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that'll be fine. I would slightly... Let's see. What could we do here? Yeah, I would pull these Discipline mods into my Resilience. That 7 Resilience is a massive breakpoint here. Yeah. Okay, Unflinching here. I would recommend having an Unflinching Shotgun too. As much as it doesn't seem like it, there are times that you will get flinched off your shot on Shotgun, especially if you're jousting another Shotgun. And you can use this to your advantage even, especially if you've got a longer range Shotgun. If you know that they're going to fire at roughly you're going to know when they're going to fire, you can shoot them, have them flinch off their shot and survive, and then follow up at the melee. You'll see me do this with slugs quite often, where I'll intentionally try to shoot the target right before they go to hit me. Yeah, literally just shotgun them first. Even if it doesn't kill, they'll likely miss their shot, and then you can melee them to finish it up. Takes timing, but it is worth keeping in mind. Also, double unflinching has diminishing returns. Cool. Vigor's an interesting choice. Vigor's a very interesting choice for this. I suppose it's fine. Yeah, you already got font mods for other stuff here. Pull your Discipline out of this, though, and put that into Resilience. I would probably drop the Vigor mod for a Resilience here first, before I did anything else. 7 Resilience is kind of the breakpoint for a lot of stuff. Right? So, pull this off, go here, and then from there, probably a Handling mod. You do have quick access sling on this, but a Handling mod between these two will help. Because dexterity mods, I should say, it's more correct. Dexterity mods actually reduce the animation time as opposed to increasing handling. They say they increase handling, they actually reduce the animation time. No, not even if you're at max. Even at max, it will still help. That's why dexterity mods are special. They're unique. Dexterity mods are a quick animation as opposed to the changing the actual handling stat itself. Yes, it's very odd. It's very, very odd. And again, unless they've changed it recently, it's been like this since I've played it since years ago. Targeting, not dexterity. That's also true, though. Even with the targeting mods. Handling is different from reload speed. No, not reload speed. Not reload speed. Well, yes, that is true. But handling is different than dexterity mods. So this dexterity mod, faster ready and stow speed for arc weapons, does not increase the handling. Yeah, handling is swap speeds. So you notice that they did not say handling here. Even though it implies handling, that's not what that's actually happening. So, generally having dexterity mods is good. Ready and stow speed. Yeah, it's different. It's different. You can notice this in particular if you have a really slow handling weapon. It's a multiplier. Yeah, it's a multiplier. And also, dexterity mods don't affect ADS speed. That's what targeting mods do. That's correct, guy. Increase the animation time, not the actual stat. Correct. Yes. Yes. Correct. Cool. Targeting mods, sure. Dynamos, not necessary. You are not... Warlocks, you are not popping your rift on top of people. Stop it. Stop. Stop. Reduces class ability cooldown to super when targets are near. You are not popping it when targets are near. I promise you that. And if you are, you're doing something wrong. Stop it. Drop this down. Go for higher resil. That'll bump you up to 7 resil. That helps hit some breakpoints. What if it's a freeze rift? That is the only exception. That is the exception, not the rule. Strand Warlocks. Yeah, well, Strand Warlocks, even so, you want to place that out of the distance that the Threadlings can go find the targets. You're not trying to place it to where they just, dump onto the target. You want it to where they can go out a little bit, and then you can deal with it. There you go. Go for Resil here instead of the Discipline. There you go. Beautiful stats now. Only thing I'd say is if you get 10 recovery, that'd be great. But if you can't, it's fine. 9 will still be good. Phoenix Dive, even still, Phoenix Dive, you're often doing it around cover. And arguably, Phoenix Dive is worse. Yeah, Stasis is the exception, not the rule. Yes. Okay, cool. Cool. Also, if you want targeting for arc, that will help you with this. That'll help the Matador. Even though it seems like you got high handling or whatnot, it is still worth having those mods. Because they do other stuff other than what that handling stat will do. Unless you have Snapshot. Then there's perhaps a little too much over that. Cool. See, you're learning some stuff here. Learning from the doc. Doc's got you covered. PvP, PvE, Doc's got you here. Alright, cool. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Phoenix Dive is the getaway, though. Yes, exactly. Wouldn't get any value. Ending the animation will kill you. Yep. Our builds for igniting Phoenix. Yeah, but that's few and far between. Before I go, can you rate the drip? I think it's... I like the drip. It's very nice. Oh boy. Oh. Alright, get the hell out of my office. I don't want to see you anymore. Oh, whoever got me got away in time. Lucky you. Alright. Cool. Dr. Meeson got his diploma from Bungie University. Correct. Eyes are burning. Yeah. Alright, what are we looking at here, Super Stormy? Let me find you here. We're almost done. Almost done. Are you still on my fire team? Are you? Super Stormy. There you are. Okay. Trying to get a better PvP build. I'm very bad at building. Okay? Is this you, Stormy? Dylan? Are Dylan and Stormy one and the same? Yes. Okay. PvP build. Let's take a look. So we got a long walk. Wow, this is an old long walk. Where the hell did you get this? This is an older long walk. I guess Prophecy Dungeon refreshed. Right. Yeah. Cool. So Frenzy Ensemble, not the greatest of perks in PvP. Ensemble's okay. It's all right. But Frenzy, no, absolutely not. Not for this sniper. 15% bonus damage, and you have to be in combat for a while. You're not trying to be in combat for a sniper. Snapshot, moving target, opening shot, all that stuff is the way to go. You want consistency for your sniper. Yes. Long walk out of the prophecy rotation. Yeah, it's been a while. This is a suboptimal PvP sniper. Almost anything would be better. Mercurial Overreach is good. Old prophecy shotgun that I use because it's not Arc not void. Yeah, good to know. Okay, cool. Ace of spades, can't go wrong here. Auto loading explosive fight, it's whatever. It's a rocket. You'll be fine. Let's look at the actual stats here. Gunpowder Gamble's a choice. I know that you're playing that particularly around your long walk, so I understand that. Might be worth swapping out Gunpowder Gamble if you don't have a solar weapon to back this up. There is a 140 solar sniper that is pretty good. If you can't find something that works with that, then probably swap to something else. You knock him down, whatever, line him up, knock him down, whatever it used to be. Fusion grenade, sure. Weighted throwing knife, sure. I generally will say that if you're going to go for a Gunpowder Gamble setup, I know that you're trying to get as many fusion grenades off as you can, but they don't kill. They have to be kind of set up, so it requires a little bit of effort. You can make that work, just keep that in mind. If you really want to get a little silly with it, you could do something like the firebolt grenades, and then the weighted throwing knife will ignite them instantly. People forget that it ignites people instantly. Gambler's Dodge, of course. Blade Barrage, fine. Okay. Final blows with the Solar Super create ignite targets and create a fire sprite. This, you aren't playing into the ignitions, so this is unnecessary. I would recommend Ember of Beams. Beams will help the consistency of this Blade Barrage. The amount of times I've had somebody try to Blade Barrage me point blank and miss for nothing of their own fault is too many to count. Beams would be better here. Or just go Golden Gun. Just go Golden Gun. Torches for the Radiant, sure. Searing, eh. You're not playing around with the fire sprites. So Searing is fine. I know you're playing that for the melee energy, but you have Gambler's Dodge. Run Singeing if you're going to do this. Ashes is again unnecessary. You're not trying to get too many ignition stacks on target. I guess I can see the reason why you're doing combustions now and thinking about it is to do Gunpowder Gamble. Sure. But at that point, then you're going to want, instead of doing Ashes, you're going to want to do Char. Yeah, Char would be the better way to go rather than Ashes. Ashes isn't doing anything for you because you're not trying to ignite targets in the traditional way. Just trying to, scorch them. Yeah. But in general, meh. Yeah, Singeing on this for sure. Combustion. No, it's Final Blows with Solar Supers. Yeah, no, never mind. What would be the other one? What's the what's the other one? The one that causes just bigger explosions. Yeah, no. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, toss this all together. Yeah, no. Toss this. Probably do. What's up? Probably do Singeing. Where is it? Eruption is the one I'm thinking of. I got it mixed up. Solace is also not bad. It's just generally well-rounded pick. And then other than that, not tempering. Got torches already. Talked about beams. Yeah. So beams, eruption, and probably Solace. Probably the way to go. Everything else is kind of hit or miss. If you want to play around the fire sprites, you can. But if you're going to do fire sprites, you kind of need Ember of Mercy. Otherwise, they're not really useful. They're not really worth it. Stormy. Cool. Yeah, so I talked about that. Let's look at the rest of this here. Distribution kind of makes sense here. If you could afford one more. So Resilience works great in PvE. It is good in PvP. Still useful, but not as useful. Recovery, on the other hand, is almost a must. So I'm willing to bet. Let's see here. Yeah. All of these should be switched over to recovery. Even arguably mobility. Mobility is actually pretty useful for hunters, especially because you're doing throwing knife shenanigans. Getting those melee backs more often off of your Gambler's Dodge is helpful. So, resilience is nice. Recovery is nicer. Cool. Orb of Restoration. Absolution. Sure, these are fine. I don't have any complaints here. Ooh. Stomach just complained. Resistances do nothing in PvP. The dodger they're running Gamblers. Resistances do nothing in PvP. Swap these out for unflinchings. And let's see. Yep, fine, fine, fine. Sure, this all looks fine. Maybe a reload or dexterity, something like that would be good. Targeting mods, targeting mods, targeting mods. Okay, does that help? Any questions for me, Dylan? You want me to go over anything again? Yes. Okay. It's always hard to tell what that was a yes to because of the delay. So, you good to go? I think I'm good. Perfect. If you're going to dodge around enemies for your melee run distribution, yeah, he's got distribution on. Yep, yep. Doesn't completely need targeting. It's not, you're not necessarily doing it for the aim assist, although it could improve its aim assist still, which, like, why not? You're doing it for the snappiness. That increased snappiness is what you're going for. ADS speeds, yep. Cool. Alrighty. Who with beeth next? J Prismatic, alright. See what you got. Looks like a PvP build. Yeah. Maybe? Probably. PvP build. Cool. Let's take a look-see here. Eager Edge Relentless. Sure. Dragonfly Golden is a choice. Interesting choice. Yeah. Zen Moment Frenzy is a little bit better. If you can get one with target lock, you're golden. You know? That's just like... That's incredible. If you can get it with the Zen Moment and target lock. But this is fine. Zen Moment's good. Chaperone. Yep. We're running Stompies. They end up actually buffing this. Take less damage in the air while airborne. Yep, cool. They didn't end up buffing it. You're still making overtime. Yep, we're still rolling. Had a lot of people. I feel like I should honor the huge amount of donations that came through today. You know? Alright, flow state. Lethal current. Alright. Disorientating blow. Good. Or, excuse me, combination blow. Storm grenade. Sure. Triple. Gambler's dodge. And gathering storm. Sure. Finishers make you amplified. Do not work in PvP. If you're picking this for stats, don't. Creating a blinded target will create a blinding explosion. Looks like you're picking this for stats because you can't blind him otherwise. Well, can you? No, you can't. Probably doing this for stats? Don't. Yeah, don't pick for stats. Fragments are far more important than stats. Actually having good fragments. Feedback actually kind of works here. I think you'll actually be able to kill something with this, if I remember correctly. Because it bumps it up by 50%, right? I can blind with Dragonfly? No, you can't. False. The Dragonfly does not actually blind targets. It just deals the elemental explosion. Recharge is good, though. Recharge is a good pick. That's the best pick we've had so far. Yeah, it's just damage. Yep, yep. So, feedback is kind of hit or miss. Yeah, no, it's not amazing with Liar's Handshake. What, are you kidding? Absolutely not. It's complete and total overkill. For PvP, total overkill. That thing will punch supers dead. You don't need it. That's the point. I see. Okay, so Brilliance, Volts are doing nothing for you. Don't pick for stats. We can fix the stats. Toss these. Go for something else. Almost anything here would be better. So, toss those. Go for something else. Let's keep going. All right. Reaper? Sure. Yep. Solid. Okay. Kind of standard stuff here so far. Looking good. All right. Yep. For the heavy-handed, the kinetic loader, sure. You don't really need... I guess you will be... Yeah, I guess that might be the occasional time you do want this. Because Chaperone will actually get... You will be swapping... keeping on the Chaperone after getting a kill. Right? Most of the time I would prefer running... I still probably do. Swap one of these off. Probably one of the healing mods here for a holster mod. That keeps the Chaperone loaded so you don't need to think about it. You're never caught with your pants down. And you'll start to love it. Fastball. Yeah, everything else here is fine. And hopefully targeting here. Yeah, good. And for your actual stats, I would pull your resilience down to a 7. Because you're at a 9 right now, which doesn't create any massive breakpoints. Pull this into your recovery. Mobility's fine. You're just shy on all your stats. I would look around for your armor pieces to see if you have anything, because you have currently 9. Oh, things are shifting. You have exactly 9, 13, 29, 35, 44. So you're wasting 44 stat points. That's a lot of wasted stat points. If you can find something that gets these stat points out of the right side of that number and into the left side of that number, that would be preferred, because you have a lot of waste right now. A lot of waste right now. Okay, that's closer. If you could masterwork, yeah, you don't have enough for masterwork, but you get the vague idea. Okay. 34? Okay, 34. Anyway, you get the idea. More than 10. More than 10. Anything above 10 is starting to, you should feel bad. 10 screws lightweight sidearms. Yep. Yeah, either 10 or 7. Nowhere in between. So if you're not actually at one of those, you should stop caring about your resilience and move it down to the next available tier. What about the super? What about the super? You mean in terms of intellect? Yeah, having some higher intellect would be nice. Sure. I can see that. I would pull that off of your discipline, though. You're not really grenading with this build, you know? Like, it's happening every now and then. I switched to my main. Right. Okay. Well, I won't go over the full details here. This all looks fine. I'm not a fan of that, but that's personal preference. Yeah, this all looks fine. But yeah, stat-wise is the big thing here. Pull this down to a 7 if you can help it. Put that into other places like your recovery. Still have a lot of wasted stat points here. So many wasted stat points here. If you can find something that pushes us over the edge, Artifice Armor would help you. That'd be helpful. That'd be helpful. Any questions for me? Looking good? Alright. Not hearing anything in response. Cool. And that's everybody. Wow. Now I do need more armor. I have 1 Artifice Armor. Cool. Yeah, D2 Armor Picker is also very good. Yep, D2 Armor Picker will also help out tremendously. Alright, everybody. It has been a long-ass stream. 5-hour stream today. Forgot to ask, do you like the drip? Drip was good, yeah, and I haven't seen anybody's drip that I didn't like today. You're a legend, just saying. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. All right, everybody. I think that'll be where we wrap up today. I will give out points, tokens. Go to the shop here real quick. 511. There you go. Hate that I forgot there was a stream, even though you stream every Saturday. Yep. See, that's a skill issue, man. Skill issue. Anybody spending any tokens today? I doubt it. I think that'll wrap us up for today. Okay. Cool. We will roll on. I have 5. Wait. Okay. You should reduce the stock. That's only if they happen multiple times during a week. So this hasn't come up yet. It hasn't been necessary yet. Because I only have so many I can give out during a week. So that's more of like an absolute upper bound. Yeah. So being that the tokens are coming out slowly, we should be fine. Cool? Cool. I don't care if I want a pepper, not gonna lie. A lot of people have seen a couple of these, so it's worth. If you want to get more tokens, if you're looking at getting more of these, join us in events. Events, all of my members are clued in to give tokens out. And if they don't, you can remind them. But yeah, just in events. That's the way to do it. I might be doing some things in the future where we can get more tokens spent around here. But yeah. I'm pretty sure I know what all these do now. Yeah, once you get one of them, you have a pretty good idea. You can probably figure out what each of these do. But anyhow, hope that is good for everybody. We're going to go ahead and wrap up. I don't think they're in chat anymore, but thank you for the massive support from today's stream. We had, yeah, look how fast the thing is scrolling. It's huffing it. It's trying to get through this, to get through all the people that were gifted a membership today. But yeah, thank you for everybody who showed up today. Thank you for the massive amount of support and the gifted memberships. Bless your faces. And deuces. Oh, I mistimed it. Oh well, we're here now.